A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Cassie's betrayal and lies. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Cassie's betrayal and lies. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. I'm here and I am back, peoples. I'm here and I am back, and I am here to bust this case wide open. Peoples, for all too long, we have been allowing these people to get a pass in this Kenneka Jenkins case. And so now, peoples, it is time for me to bust this thing wide open. It is time to let you guys know who the culprit is in this Kenneka Jenkins case. It is time now, peoples. And so what I'm going to do right now, peoples, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy the link so many of you can come on to the panel, and many of you can come and talk and shoot your shot and things. There's the link in the chat. So you guys come on up and come join the live and things and stuff. But we're going to have a treat on tonight, peoples. I said we're going to have a treat on tonight, peoples. Because see, the thing is that we need to expose these hilarious and nefarious people for the madness that they've been speaking. And one of the people who I want to expose is none other than Cassie Olvera Sanchez Mendina, the one who has been lying up a storm in this Kenneka Jenkins case. Cassie Olvera Sanchez Mendina has been lying to us all along, peoples. And see, the thing is, peoples, is that Cassie Olvera Sanchez Mendina, she's an op. And she has been in every Kenneka Jenkins chat there is, peoples. I said she's been in every Kenneka Jenkins chat there is. And she has been spreading her salacious madness forever and a day, peoples. And so now, peoples, it is time to call her out, peoples, for the hilarious and nefarious madness that she's been doing. And so, peoples, I'm going to have to show you something. I'm sure that some of you had saw the live that I had put up. And if you didn't, then I'm going to have to show you again, peoples. If you didn't see it the first time, but it's time to call out Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Mendina, peoples. It's time to call her out for the hilarious and nefarious madness that she's been speaking in this particular case, peoples. So, peoples, let me go ahead and let me show you that of what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Mendina had said, peoples. I said, is that all right, peoples? So let me go ahead and share my screen and let's watch this, peoples.
However, I know you got resources on. I was happening looking at this shit one day, and this is what I found. See what you can find about Teresa Martin's already been done, got paid a long time ago, because she has. The tombstone, headstone, whatever you call it, has been sitting in the office of the cemetery as late as February. The lady saw it herself. Kenneka's daddy's buried right there by the office. He's the first headstone that you see when you pull into the cemetery. She told me all kinds of shit. She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. Uh, um, yeah, damn, they got me fucked up. Um, she told me how she died, or she doesn't know the who or the why, but uh, the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, the hotel moved her," and I kept saying, "Why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time." They fucked up big time. They moved her. They found her. They freaked out and they moved her and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet. But what is going to come out? It'll come out that she got paid off a settlement and she can't talk about the amount, whatever. But the rest of this shit's never going to come out. And if the lady did say, because she does have, I don't know if it's her or her husband, somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah, 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 that the cops did treat it like it was nothing. And then when they took statements right there. Oh, wow, that means that oh, shit. Hold on, let me think. What did she say? Oh,
The cops, the lady has family that are police officers, and the cops wasn't going to do anything. That's what the op had said. Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Mendina. And you guys remember Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Mendina, right? She said all of this before anything ever came out, before Teresa Martin ever got a settlement. I've been telling you for the longest time that she was an op. Nobody believed me, but I got the proof on her. I got the proof, and she was telling the truth. Let's listen to this again about the officers' people.
shit. Because, look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2 o'clock Friday morning. They found her before 7 o'clock Friday night. But what is going to come out? It'll come out that she got paid off a settlement and she can't talk about the amount, whatever. But the rest of this shit's never going to come out. And if the lady did say, because she does have, I don't know if it's her or her husband, somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah, 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 that the cops did treat it like it was nothing. And then when they took statements right there. Oh, wow, that means that oh, shit. Hold on, let me think. What did she say? Oh, shit. She was found in the pool area I don't. The lady didn't necessarily say in the water or not. She said she used the term pool area. But she being that she was wet, the position that she's in is the position that she was put in. Uh, she was getting difficult to move or to position, even though rigor mortis had not set in yet. It was getting difficult.
Watch.
So what is going to come out? What is going to come out according to Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina? Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had told you unequivocally and undeniably what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. She said that she was placed there. Peoples, when we go back and we look at the video footage and we look at the pictures, I've already told you many times over that Kenneka Jenkins has been placed in a freezer. Peoples, she has been placed. She was carried. She was carried. She was placed in a freezer. Peoples. That's what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. She was placed in the freezer. And you heard what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. She told you that TM had gotten paid and that she couldn't say anything. Casey couldn't say anything because, she told her that Kenneka was killed. You heard what Casey said. She said that the lady had told her that Kenneka was killed. And that TM had got paid, and TM couldn't say anything because she got paid. But the lady told Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina that TM got paid. That Kenneka wasn't fully in rigor mortis, but she got moved. And she was placed in the freezer. In a position that we saw her in, they placed her there. So people, how would have Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina know any of this unless what? She was there. She was there. And then she tried to sit around here and literally give us a narrative and be in every Kenneka Jenkins. Every Kenneka Jenkins chat room, peoples. Every Kenneka Jenkins chat room. Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina was there. She was there, peoples. She was there, peoples. And so, peoples, I wanted to go back and I wanted to play some of this information here. Y'all hold on for a moment. All right, people, so I'm back. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to the people before I really get in and things, because I see my people came in. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty had said, hello, Edward. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry had says, blessings, Edward, and everyone. And you guys know that I am so partial to the people who come in and wish the people's blessings and bless the house. This is Juneteenth, peoples. This is Liberation Day. And I love it to when the people come in and the people are blessed. So thank you, Carla Henry, for blessing the chat and for blessing me and for blessing everyone in here. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says, hey, Mr. Edward and everyone. And Mariah Lavender has says, blessings, Carla. And Honesty has says, hey, Mariah. And Mariah Lavender has says, hey, at Carla and at Honesty. And Carla Henry has says, honesty, hello, blessings to you. And then Carla Henry has says, Mariah, hello. Hello, Brazy Certified World Media. SO to everyone in the chat. And then Mariah has says, hey, at Brazy. And Honesty says, hey, Brazy. And then Carla Henry says, happy Juneteenth Day. Hello, Gina, to you, B. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina, to you had says, greetings, Edward. Colin Henry has says, Brazy, hey, and hello. Gina, to you had said, Mariah, Carla, and Honesty, and Brazy. And Gina, to you says, Freedom Day indeed. And Colin Henry had says, Gina, to you, hello. All right, peoples, I had covered everything that was in the chat. And so let's get back into this, peoples, and things. I just got a little bit of tidbit information and things. And so I want to set the record straight, peoples. I want to set the record straight. MTV wanted to do an interview with Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina. But Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina did not want to publicly come on record and do the interview with MTV. See, MTV already knew what really happened to Kenneka Jenkins. And MTV has given Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina the information of what really happened to Kenneka Jenkins. But instead of Cassie doing the interview with MTV, she gave it to 54 Keys, and 54 Keys had did the interview with MTV. But then Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina turned around and stabbed 54 Keys in the back for actually doing the interview. Because see, the thing is, peoples, if you listen to what Cassie had said, Cassie had already told you what happened. She told you what happened, peoples. She told the people that was going to interview Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina had told you that Kenneka had got killed. That's what she said. Let's go back and let's listen to this, people, and we're going to break this down. We're going to break this down based upon what she said, not what I said. It's what she said. Is that all right, peoples? So we're gonna break this down to what she had said, peoples. Let me go back. Let me go back to the video, And we're going to break it down piece by piece. Let me go back here. I know it's kind of hard to hear that, but what she said that the tombstone. Wait, am I sharing this? Am I sharing it? Okay, this is the one I wait. Let me go back here. Let me go back here, people. So let me make sure that I'm sharing the right thing. So let me go back here. Let me go here. And I need to go to the actual video. So let me go here and let me share this. There it is right there. Okay, now you guys see the actual video. So let me go back. I'm going to turn up the volume a little bit so you can hear, but then I'm going to have to turn it down because it gets real loud. So let me go here and turn up the volume a little bit so you can hear this part, but then I'm going to turn it down once she goes to the other part. All right. So now let's listen to this. So wait a minute. Wait. Let me see. Let me refresh my phone so I can see if you guys are actually seeing the thing. Okay, so I'm still not sharing it. What's going on? I'm still not sharing it. All right, so let me share my screen this way. Let me go right here. Okay, I think this is it now. I got so many buttons open. Okay, there it is right there. All right, I'm gonna rewind this back. I'm gonna turn this up, the volume up a little bit more. So you guys should be able to hear it clearly what she's saying because it's kind of muffled up on this part. And then I'm gonna enlarge the screen right there. Now let's listen in attentively, peoples, to what Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had to say. Let's go.
However, I know you got resources on. I was happening looking at this shit one day, and this is what I found. See what you can find about Teresa Martin's already been done, got paid a long time ago because she has. The tombstone, headstone, whatever you call it, has been sitting in the office of the cemetery as late as February. The lady saw it herself.
Okay, so you heard what she said. She said that TM had already gotten paid a long time ago. And the tombstone has been sitting in the office for all of that time because the lady had saw it herself. You heard what Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. She said that the tombstone has been in the office ever since February. That's what she said. See, it ain't coming from my lips. It's coming from what Cassie had said, and it's coming from her own mouth. So don't accuse Edward Joseph of making shit up because I don't need to make shit up, peoples. I'm telling you what Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said out of her own lips. Now, you guys know who Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina is, right? She was the one who had talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case. She was the one who has been in everyone's chat room. Anybody across the platform, on all social media platforms, she was the one who has been in everybody's chat room wanting to spew her tea or her pee, P-E-E, her urine, her feces, her shit. She was the very one who had spilled all that decrement, peoples. I mean, that excrement. The madness that comes out your back hole, your booty hole, between your cheeks. You know, that puddle of boo-boo, what they call dookie. But in other terms, shit. She was the very one that had shared all of that madness. Because she was in everybody's chat room, peoples, spilling that salacious madness. Now, because of her and her saying that she did research, she ain't did no research, peoples. Because she was an omp and she was there. The proof is in the pudding right there. See, people see, I got way more evidence and information. See, Casey thinks that she can go and take down all of these videos, and she doesn't think that all of this stuff ain't going to resurface. But I got everything, peoples. I got everything. Because all I have been doing was just sitting back recording to hold these people account for the nefarious bullshit and madness that they have been speaking. And see, the thing is, I tried to give the bitch an opportunity to come to my live and to talk with me and to have a conversation with me and to really express that of what she believes happened to Kenneka. But I don't need to do that, peoples, because see, anytime I have her on, Custom Design, T-Slay, or any other YouTuber and stuff, it always ends up in an argument. And see, they can never stay focused upon the case. It's always got to end up with some personal madness that ain't got shit to do with shit. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, it ain't got nothing to do with Edward Joseph, but it has everything to do with how they feel about me. Because I'm putting out the truth to my proof. And my proof is the various things that they have said out of their lips. I don't need to make shit up, peoples. All I need to do is just show you what they said. And as long as I show you what they said, that's all that matters. And if you still don't believe that, well, then you are stupid. Because you failed to stand up and listen to the truth when I have the proof. And it ain't coming from my lips. It is what they said. And I told you this time around, I'm only going to go by what they said. Not for what I think, not for what I feel. It's from what they said. And peoples, that is what she said. So, Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina had said that TM had gotten paid and that the tombstone after she got paid was in the office because the lady who wanted to do the interview with her had saw it herself. You heard it from Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina lips. Now she's supposed to be the guru of research and stuff, but she ain't did no research because the people had already given her information. Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina already knew what really happened to Kenneka Jenkins because MTV already knew really what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. And MTV wanted to put a spin up on it, just like Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina wanted to put a spin up on it. Now, see, MTV wasn't actually putting out the truth. You know, but privately, they told Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina because the things that they told Cassie was the things that actually happened. If you really listen, it's what happened to Kenneka. And it's what I have been saying forever and a day, that Kenneka did not walk herself into a freezer, but she was carried. She was carried. She was placed in the freezer, according to Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. But see, the thing is, Casey didn't even have balls to get up on MTV to do an interview. So she gave it to 54 Keys, and 54 Keys went on and did it. And 54 Keys got the accolades and everything. 54 Keys got the honors and stuff for doing the interview. And then Casey turned around and tried to put 54 Keys under the bus, because something of what she didn't want to do, 54 did it herself. And this is why everybody loved 54 so much, because of the simple fact that 54 have walls because she's a girl, but then she has balls as well. And 54 is thick as fuck. She is a black chocolate Whoopi Goldberg. And she is thick as fuck. And see, I would show 54 Keys picture peoples, but I'm not going to do that, because I'm not here to get down on 54. I like 54. I like 54. I'm not getting down on 54. Now, I used to call her 54 Fleas, but see, you all the time have to kind of ramp shit up a little bit, people, and you got to be having a little parody, you got to talk about the people sometimes and stuff, just to ramp it up. And it's all internet banter. But see, some of you people take it way to the extreme. See, I've been called all type of names and stuff, Ed Weirdo and all like this and stuff. But it really doesn't matter to me what they call me, peoples, because at the end of the day, it's what I say that counts. See, sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words will never hurt me. So you can call me whatever you want. But see, the thing is, when I start to call you Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina, betrayal, the dark side of loyalty, but where is your royalty? Because you ain't nothing but lies. And it ain't nothing between your thighs. Not for any niggas' eyes. Because see, you Mexicans, y'all love to call us black men niggas. Well, I'm not a nigga. I am a Negro, because I grow. I'm black and I grow. So that's why I call myself a Negro, not a nigga. So you see, Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina is a Mexican. And she is a Mexican that just cannot stand black men, because she had a black man at one point, and the black man had left her, because look at her, people. I mean, goddamn. Look at the honeycomb down in the right-hand corner of your screen. That is Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. And so if you really want to see who Casey Chloe is, peoples, hold on to your hats for one moment and let me show you who the bitch really is. Because I tell you, peoples, after July the 2nd, Edward Joseph is coming live, and you're going to see me live with my new pearly whites. Yep. My new pearly whites, peoples. You're going to be able to see Edward Joseph live in person. And so for all of those suckers who did not want to show their face in the place, well, I'm going to show my face in the place. I'm just not going to show it now, because I'm still in preparedness. I got to look my best, peoples. And see, until I get my new pearly whites in, no, you can't see me right now. But when I get my new pearly whites in, yeah. See, the thing is, peoples, I have lived. And those pearly whites that I had, they were useful, but then they're gone. But now I got to get some new pearly whites in. And so, hey, I'm at age now, so I don't feel bad. I posted a picture of me getting my pearly white put in and things and stuff. But thank God that I have the money to do it. And then this guy called Ransom News took it and made all of these different lives and parodies and things like that and stuff. But it didn't embarrass me one bit, peoples, because see, the thing is, if I did not want you all to see my transition, I wouldn't have never put the photo up there. But now, once I finish the completion of my progress, then you're going to see Edward Joseph live in person with my new pearly whites. And then I'm going to challenge Custom Design, T. Slay, Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina, and Trey Gay to show your face in the place. But they won't do it, peoples. They won't do it. They will hide behind closed doors. But that's all right, because see, I've already got their script. I've already got a picture of them, peoples. So they don't have to go and show their face in a place, because I will show it for them, peoples. And so, peoples, let me go ahead and let me share my screen, because I'm getting ready to show you who Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina is. The true girl who hides behind a computer screen. The one with the deep voice that looked like Wicketa from Bichita. Is that all right, peoples? See, we're going to get back into this video, peoples, but before I do, let me show you Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. So let me share my screen, peoples. Now, let me warn you, peoples. Let me warn you right now. This is Fright Night. It's not Halloween yet, but this is Fright Night. So if you got little kids around and stuff, please don't let them see this picture, because they will have nightmares. And if you are people who sits and you like horror flicks, well, you're going to love this. But for the people who are scared of horror flicks and don't like horror flicks, you don't want to see this picture, peoples. Hey, I'm telling you right now. And so before I show the picture, let me go and let me do this, peoples. Before I show this picture, let me do this, because I got to call this up. I got to do my disclaimer first, peoples, before I show Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina's picture, because I do not want to get sued. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said I don't want to get sued, because, see, I'm going to give somebody some nightmares, peoples. Somebody is going to have some nightmares behind that of what I'm about to do. So before I do that, peoples, let me protect myself now. So let me put up my disclaimer, peoples. Is that all right? Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use, peoples. That's Section 107 of the Copyright Act, peoples. Section 107. All right, peoples. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples. Let me go and share my screen. Peoples, Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. There she is right there. The wicked bitch of the West. Casey Olvera, 2022, a.k.a. Chloe. And look at that face, peoples. Look at that mug. God damn. Look at that face. I mean, wait. You know what I'm fit to do, peoples? I'm fit to do this. I'm getting ready to do this. Can I do this, peoples? I said, can I do this, peoples? So, what I'm about to do right now is I'm going to compare her picture to Trey Gay. Is that all right, peoples? Let me call up Trey Gay's picture. The Thunder Booty. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty. Is that all right, peoples? Let's do a comparison between the two. Trey Gay and Chloe. There is Trey Gay and there is Chloe. Shit, they can be married. Trey Gay and Chloe. There they are right there. The Thunder Booty and the Wicked Witch of the West. The Wicked Bitch of the West. There it is right there, people. This is in your face. So, hey! If you guys are scared, I'm going to have some merch, people. So I'm going to have some merch. And so you can order your Halloween costume right now in advance, peoples. I said you can order your Halloween costume right now in advance because there they are right there, peoples. Let me give a snip of this right here, peoples. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty, and Casey, the Wicked Bitch of the West. So let me name this. Let me name this. Save this ass, peoples. Save this ass. Put in my downloads. Trey Gay and Casey. Okay, there it is right there. All right. There they are right there, peoples. Trey Gay and Casey. Ain't got shit to say. Not today. All right, peoples. Let's get back into this. Let me go ahead and close this out because we got to get back into this, peoples. So we got to get back into this, peoples. All right. So Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. Y'all see all of those many names because that is how many different men she had. Casey, Chloe, and then she went from Olvera, she went to Sanchez, and then she went to Medina. And she had all of those men. And I don't know what they saw into this woman, but god damn, they must have been some desperate suckers. Because anybody who's going to stick their wink-a-tink in that shit, oh man, you got to be a desperate mother. But, you know, hey. And so maybe peoples, maybe this is one of the reasons why Casey is the way that she is, because these men said, well, goddamn, they finally came and realized what they had done. Their eyes was open. And they said, you're an ugly ass mother. You know? That's what they told her. And said, you're an ugly ass mother. I was like, well, you should have thought about that before you even gave her your goddamn last name. Shit. Yeah. You're an ugly ass mother. A mother sucker. So, people, as I tell you, I understand that there's somebody for everybody, but goddamn, I mean, you know, and I know desperate times cause for desperate measures, but shit, when you bow down like that and you go into the trenches, shit, I mean, really. Trey Gay and Chloe. Hey, Trey Gay and Chloe. No, but see, Trey is gay and Chloe can never say. I was trying to rhyme with something, but I couldn't quite get it. But nah. I mean, I gotta give Trey Gay credit, man. I gotta give him credit. He may be another Tyler Perry or he may be another Diddy, but he doesn't want the woman's kitty. And when I looked at Casey Olvera Sanchez Medina, I said, well, shit, she ain't no woman. She's not a woman. She's a man. And so I was going to give Trey Gay credit because I was like, well, shit, Trey Gay don't like kitty. He like Diddy. He like Honkadonk. He's like he likes he like what is that? Donkey Kong. Yeah, I like it. I like it, Daddy. I like it the way you scrape and scramble, Daddy. I like that, Daddy. Yeah, I like that, Daddy. The way you be scraping and scrambling, Daddy. That's Trey Gay. Y'all wait because I'm going to get that think of what Diddy had said, and I'm going to put Trey Gay's face on it, and I'm going to post it because he's going to be talking to Casey saying, yeah, Daddy, I like the way you scrap and scrape and scramble, Daddy. You put it in that work, Daddy. Yeah, you put it in that work, Daddy. And so Trey Gay is talking to Casey and tapping her little shriveled up ass because he's a thunder booty. But notice how Trey Gay ain't calling the people thunder booty now since they're talking about all now since they're coming out talking about all of these gay people and things, he ain't talking about thunder booty now because he don't want to be associated with that. But I mean, goddamn, when you like booty, well, shit, you like shit. You stick your man in the man cave of a man's hole, and when you pull that shit out and you stick it into Casey's mouth, you tell her you are full of shit. But what is he sticking in her mouth? All he's doing is sticking a Vienna sausage in there. Well, it really didn't matter because, I mean, once he poked it, then that's all was just full of shit. That's it. Full of shit. That's it. All right, people. So let's get into this. Let's get into this, peoples, because we got to break this down of what Casey Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. But I see my peoples came into the house. Hello, little Bo Peep, who lost her sheep and didn't know where to find it. Leave her alone, and she'll come home, wagging her tail behind it. But little Bo Peep says, let's go. Blessings to everyone who comes. Hope everyone had a very blessed day. Oh, I did. I didn't recognize that today was Liberation Day, Juneteenth. I didn't know that today was Liberation Day until me and my friend Brazy, we were sitting down on the phone. We was just politicking today and things. And I said, well, damn. I said, it is Juneteenth. Today is a holiday. I was sitting around by the mailbox and stuff waiting for this check to come. And I thought it was going to come, but it ain't coming today because today is Juneteenth Day. Today is Liberation Day. So today was a very blessed day. So I'm here. And since everybody is off, I said, well, let me go ahead and let me capture the people's attention and let me cultivate the people's attention. Is that all right, peoples? Mariah Lavender had says, hello, little Bo Peep. Honesty has says, hey, little Bo Peep. Jenna to you had says greetings 82. And Little Bo Peep has says hey at Mariah. And hey at Honesty. And Little Bo Peep had said, I love you, G. Hey, G, my beautiful. Now, see all of this love and things. So nobody should ever get mad behind anything because there is just so much love that is being shown in this chat. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So let me go ahead and get into this, peoples. So let's go back and let me play. Let me go and share my screen, people. So let me go ahead and play the video because this is what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said, peoples. I said, this is what she said. So let's get back to that. Okay. Now let's listen in, peoples, to what she had said. Because this is not Edward Joseph speaking. This is Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. Now, remember, MTV was supposed to be interviewing Casey, but MTV had gave Casey a lot of juicies. And they thought that Casey was going to come on to MTV and tell the truth. But Casey did not want to do that. So she left it up to 54 Keys to do the interview. And peoples, if Little Bo Peep, can you find an interview that 54 Keys had done with MTV? If you can find that video. If you can find a video, I have the video of MTV when they did their thing and stuff, but I gotta find it. I gotta see if I can call it up and stuff. But see if you can find an interview that 54 Keys had did with MTV. All right, peoples, let's get in here and let's listen to this, peoples. Listen attentively, peoples, because see the thing is, peoples, it ain't what I'm saying, it's what Casey had said. Is that all right, peoples? I want you guys to understand that Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina has said this and not Edward Joseph. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
Kenneka's daddy's buried right there by the office. He's the first headstone that you see when you pull into the cemetery. She told me all kinds of shit.
Okay, so on this part that I have to tone down the sound because it's going to get really loud. So let me go and tone down the sound. Bring it back down to 100. All right, so let's listen in, peoples. What is going to come out?
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. Yeah, damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or what that she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody.
She said that she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. Oh, thank you, Little Bo Peep. See, people, this is why I love Little Bo Peep, because you know she is a very valuable source of information, a plethora of information. Peoples, anything that I need and stuff, Little Bo Peep is on it big time. And so I never have to worry about anything when Little Bo Peep is around because, you know, I've always get the juicies. And so I'm going to share this. Yeah, I want the interview with what 54 had did. But if this is what 54 did, then okay, then that's cool. I can use this. But y'all hold on for a second. Let me go ahead and put this on the thing here so I can share it. Okay. So we're going to get back. We're going to get back to we're going to get back to we're going to get back to Casey Olvera Sanchez Medina, peoples. We're going to take a look at what 54 had did and things and what she had posted herself on her channel. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let me go here. I just have to refresh my screen, peoples, on my Facebook. Okay, so why come my channel, why come my chat is not coming up? Oh boy. All right, so I may have to do it a different way. Okay, I'm gonna log out and then I'm gonna come back in. And then hopefully my chat will come back up. Okay. And it's still not coming up. I know that they sent me a thing to where I have to punch in this code in order to get the chat information, but I don't have that code. So my chat information ain't coming up. Okay, so then I'm going to have to do it a different way, peoples, because my chat is not coming up on my Facebook. So if you guys give me a moment, I'm going to share this a different way. And because normally I just share it on my Facebook and I just call it my Facebook, but now Facebook ain't messing with me right now. So I have to send it to my email. And then I can get it from there until I can get that code back again to where I can restore my chat information. So let me call it up on my email. All right, that's cool. So y'all give me a moment. Let me log into my email. Where is my email? There we go. All right, let me call that up. Refresh my email. Let me call that up. There it is right there. Okay, let me call that up. And let me go to the chat on that. Okay, there we go, right there. All right, people. So let's look at 54 Keys and what she had to say on the Oxygen channel. Let me share my screen, peoples.
In this day and age, almost everyone leaves a digital footprint. Social media accounts, past addresses, employment profiles, criminal records. How hard is it to remain anonymous?
First, I'll go through your regular Facebook profile. If I don't find you there, I will search you on LinkedIn. LinkedIn will usually get a job. Your job leads me to your work directory, and I can trace you there.
Now, y'all notice how a lot of this stuff was on the dark web, as they shown you, right?
He used the internet to solve a cold case and can be considered considered one of the first web sleuths in history.
I didn't have the resources I needed at the time. Ultimately, the internet filled that void. Just your internet feeds, you're able to travel across the planet. And it was a much smaller virtual world then in 1998. It was nothing like we have
Let me see if
now.
I can
The
turn this
cyber
up.
sleuths were few and far between.
Tent Girl was one of the first cases solved with the help of the internet. And now there are entire communities of people dedicated to cyber sleuthing.
There's all these different kinds of groups that you can use. I think some groups actually work together to find the answer, but other groups are sort of in it for themselves.
There really was no missing persons report to compare it to. I had a Jane Doe, basically had to reconstruct her case. I eventually put her online as a be on the lookout type. I was hoping somebody would see it and come to me, but they never did. I found a family that was missing a person from that time period, and she was about the age that I thought she would be. I made contact with the family, and ultimately, it was her. It was Barbara Hackman Taylor, and that was just the first time I picked up the phone to call somebody. And now I know that's absolutely the thing that we should tell people not to do. It turned out well for me, but what if the family had been involved in her homicide? I could have been really putting myself in a bad situation.
My takeaway from this, people, is simply this. My takeaway from this, people, so you can understand what's going on. So you say please make sure give credit so you avoid problems with others. Well, who am I going to give credit to? Who am I giving credit to? Because I mean, you got to be a little bit more specific. I mean, I understand this is on her channel and things, and if she wants me to take it down, I mean, hey, I'd take it down. It's no problem. But who am I going to give credit to? Because I don't know who put this together, and all of this is just a collage of other people's content and stuff. So, I mean, what's the what? Who am I giving credit to? I give credit to you for finding it, but that's as far as I'm going with it. Now, I'm asking for the video footage of. I'm asking for the video footage of 54 Keys, and when she did the interview with MTV. So, is this the video footage of that, or is it not? But we'll see. But that's as far as let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. 82. Now let's leave it there. I've already gave credit to where I'm going to give credit is due and stuff. And so if the people have issue and stuff, well, then they can see me personally. But that's where I'm standing right now. Is that all right? All right.
That same access can also spread confusion, distort the truth, and complicate investigations, such as the case of Kenneka Jenkins. The story of Kenneka Jenkins starts with her and her friends partying at the Crown Plaza Hotel outside of Chicago. Around 3 a.m., hotel cameras recorded Kenneka intoxicated, stumbling through the halls.
A girl was partying with some friends in a hotel room, and the next morning was missing. She was later found dead in a freezer on the premises of the hotel. What happened after the story broke made it way more confusing. Showing like the power of Twitter and social media, theories started bouncing around immediately.
Everybody wanted to know how this girl was walking around in that condition.
Throughout the night, several of Kenneka's friends live-streamed little snippets of the party.
If those girls had not posted to Facebook, this case wouldn't have become as big as it did because everybody wanted more.
54 Keys is one of the many web sleuths that took an interest in the Kenneka Jenkins case.
I used the police report and also the surveillance footage. I'm trying to put the facts together, and I just don't think it's a closed case. All these Facebook Lives came out of them supposedly at this party, but there's some discrepancies even in the Facebook Live. I feel like they messed with the time, and that's why it was so hard to decipher what was real and what was not.
As the case became increasingly more public, mass speculation and conspiracy theories spread across the internet.
The problem with the Kenneka case quite simply came down to a statement from a local activist that was taken out of context. So an activist came along to help the family and inadvertently mentioned that there was footage of her going into the freezer. However, there was no security footage above the freezer. And I think from there is when the conspiracy theories just started through the internet into a full-on chaos frenzy. Conspiracy theories surrounding Kenneka Jenkins. The mafia did it. It was organ trafficking. The hotel is part of a child trafficking network. Her friend set her up for $200. This was a gang initiation. It's rival gangs. This was all a setup. It was an Illuminati sacrifice. Her mom did this in order to get the insurance claim. That all of it was fake. That it was based on another story that was written 3 years ago about a girl named Brianna Jenkins. That the Rosemont PD were actively involved in the death of Kenneka Jenkins. That the tapes were edited. That the hotel definitely had something to do with it. It was the creepy security guard and also the manager of the hotel. I mean, you name it, this girl went through it that night.
I've heard a lot. And it's kind of like, oh my God, like you're making the case harder for the rest of us because you're muddying the waters with this nonsense.
The other problem is, even if something criminal happened that night,
No one will step forward as a witness. A snitch is the lowest form you can be in Chicago.
No one wanted to talk. You know, there's a lot of black people that do not trust the police, and that's just the reality of it.
The police found no evidence of foul play and officially ruled the death accidental, caused by hypothermia and alcohol intoxication. But many people in the community did not accept this explanation.
The community reacted the way they did because the narrative that was given to us was that this girl, Kenneka Jenkins, drunk, intoxicated, walked straight into a freezer and died. It was so unbelievable.
It's a scary symptom of social media when it becomes the judge, jury, and executioner for everything that happens. You know, somebody's sitting at home trying to figure out what happened to this girl. That's great. When you start creating your own story, theory about it, this isn't Game of Thrones. You can't have a fan theory about an active murder case.
Okay, so it says in December of 2018, the family of Kenneka Jenkins filed a lawsuit seeking $50 million in damages from the Crown Plaza Hotel. And so see, the thing is, peoples, the thing is this. All right. So now let's literally break this down. Let's literally break this down, if you will, peoples. Let's literally break this down. Okay. So I get what 54 said. I get what Oxygen TV had said. I get what everybody had said, and so on and so forth and things. And basically, just because they're up on these different platforms really doesn't mean a hill of beans and stuff, because at the end of the day, the same thing was being said. Now, it has been said that there was no camera above the freezer. It was been said that there was no camera above the freezer. Well, I personally don't believe that there was a camera over a freezer. I mean, TM said that she saw it, but she's the only one who says that she saw it, and everybody else said that they didn't see it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so if there was a camera over a freezer, do we just take TM's word for it? Or is there any evidence of it? And see, this is the problem that has always been in the Kenneka Jenkins case, because see, just because TM says something doesn't mean that it's law. Just because YouTuber says something doesn't mean that it's law. Just because I said something doesn't mean that it's law. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so my thing is always been this. It really doesn't matter who say what. It's what you can prove out of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So just because the people said something doesn't make it law. And I don't care who said what. Any YouTuber in this Kenneka Jenkins case, just because they feel some type of way and just because they said it doesn't make it law. The thing is what you can prove. And there is a lot of theories that has been shown and thrown out in this Kenneka Jenkins case. And that's where Edward Joseph has always been. Now, I gave you my theory, but my theory is my theory. I gave you my narrative. My narrative is my narrative. I gave you my thoughts and views. I gave you my mantra. And it's just only my mantra, my views, my narrative, my thoughts, my feelings. And I back that up based upon what they have given me. And I never said that you have to believe me. And this is the problem that many of you have, because you can't think for yourself. But you let others think for you. Now, my thing is simply this. It really doesn't matter what I say, what any other YouTubers say. If you can't prove your case, then what is it that you have? And even if you believe that I'm right or wrong, I have given you based upon what they've given me. And I have shown you over and over and over again all of the inconsistencies that was in this case. Now, you take it for what it's worth. If you believe, well, then you believe. But then whatever you believe, then stand 10 toes down with what you believe and then prove it. Go ahead and get the collage of video footage along with the statements that the people make and stuff, and then stand strong upon that of what you believe. I'm never going to take anybody's narrative. I've never did. I have my own narrative. I have my own thoughts. I have my own views, and I have my own beliefs. And I stand still and I stand strong upon that, regardless of what other people say. But see, the thing is, the difference is this, peoples. You just can't tell me and make me think and try to make me think and feel of what you believe. You just can't tell me. You got to show me. You got to walk this shit down. You got to walk it down. Because everybody has been shown the same thing, but everybody has a different theory as to what has happened. My thing has always been this, peoples. You have to go ahead and you have to take for what they have given, but you have to incorporate everything that has been given. And if it doesn't make sense, well, then well, obviously it couldn't be true, right? Because the truth always makes sense. A lie doesn't make sense. The truth makes sense. And the thing is, no matter how you go and slice it and dice it and stuff, if you go and examine everything and it still comes out to be something that can be very plausible and reasonable, well, then that's what you give more credence to. That's what you give more credence to. I mean, if truth be told, peoples, the timeline. Now, we go by the timeline of what they gave. That shit doesn't make no sense, no matter how you slice it and dice it. It don't make no sense. Because, see, the thing is, it's simply this. And I was talking to my buddy Brazy on today, and I said, you know something? Out of all of this video footage that we have ever seen, we never seen Monifa, Shemaya, Irene, all of the gang members and things get on or get off a elevator. We never seen that video footage. Why haven't we seen any of that video footage? We've seen them everywhere else. We've seen them in the halls. We've seen them in the front lobby and things and stuff, but we never seen them get on the elevator. Why is that? Why is that? We never seen them walk down the same hall as this supposed girl, Kenneka, who you guys said that walked down the halls of getting off the elevator. We've seen different ones peekaboo off the elevator, but they were still on the elevator, but we never seen them get off. We never seen them walk directly off the elevator and then up a ramp and then walk over to where the front lobby is. See, it's only clips. So how do you develop a narrative when you don't really have all of the video footage? And then the video footage that you do have, now you feel strongly about what you're saying, and you're trying to impute this and this and this, but it's okay. I mean, I'm happy that you're doing it, but you got to make sense of it. And if you can't make sense of it, well, then that of what you're saying doesn't make sense. And it ain't no reason to get mad because you ain't making sense. You can't just stop halfway, take a little smidget of video footage and then give a whole complete narrative and then call your shit law. No, peoples, no. If we're going to go by the case files, we got to include the case files with the video footage. And we're going to go by the case files and the video footage. We got to incorporate that with the statements that the people are making on and offline. We got to go by what the pictures say. We got to incorporate every goddamn thing. But just because you said it and just because you feel strongly about it, it don't make a hill of beans to me. And this is what I say, peoples. You know, I don't give two rats' asses what you think. I don't give two rats' asses what you say. If your ass cannot come on Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live, and to give a full, wholesome, complete rendition from start to finish as to what you believe happened to Kenneka Jenkins, well, then you ain't saying fuck shit to me. Did you hear what I said? I didn't say nobody else. I said you're not saying fuck shit to me. I don't give a fuck what your narrative is, because I'm the only one in this whole goddamn community that has literally walked this shit down and gave you why I say such, shown you why I say such. And not a motherfucker has ever had the goddamn balls to get on here to try to debunk me from start to finish. You can talk your shit offline. You can talk your shit on your page. You can do a song and goddamn dance. But a motherfucker cannot stand up on my goddamn live and explain to me and the goddamn people that watch this live from start to finish and make it make sense. No, you can't do that. Because I'm too smart. I'm too meticulous. I'm too keen. You know, you can't put the wool over my goddamn eyes. Because see, where you think that you got something going, I'll turn back and I will embarrass your motherfucking ass right in your goddamn face and then laugh at you and say you full of shit. I don't give a fuck what 54 Keys say or think. I admire her for what she do, but that shit doesn't tempt my palate. I don't give a fuck what Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina say or do, but that shit doesn't tempt my palate. I don't give a fuck what Trey Gay say or do. Mike Larry, Zillionaire, Boss Man of Hair, Lost Man, and John Queer Q. That shit doesn't tempt my goddamn palate. What tempts my palate, peoples, is if a motherfucker can come to my goddamn live and to express and to explain to the people in great detail and show their video footage or whatever the fuck that they have to prove their stance and stand 10 toes down up on that shit. That's the only goddamn way you're ever going to get my respect. But if you can't do that, I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't give a fuck what you think. And I don't give a fuck what you do. Because, again, I'm the only motherfucker that sits on here and shoots his shot and show you people why I say such. Now, until your ass can get on my live, get on my goddamn panel and shoot your shot and explain to the people in great detail, I don't give a fuck how many lives you make. I don't give a fuck what your narrative is. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck whether you agree with me or whether you disagree with me. You ain't shit to me. Now, that goes for every goddamn YouTuber that ever talked about this goddamn case. You will never gain my respect until you get on my goddamn live and you prove your case to the people. Stand 10 toes down with what you believe. I do. I told you, and I've shown you. I walked this shit down many times over. I got thousands of lives to prove my stance. And many of you can't even debunk me because the way that I attack this shit, it even makes you think and wonder, is the shit that you're saying actual, factual, and true? Do you really believe the shit that you're saying? Because if you do, I can already tell you, most of you that talk about this case, you don't incorporate every goddamn thing. You only focus upon one little piece of it, and then you run with it, and you think that everybody should believe the fuck that you say. No, that's not me, peoples. Because if the truth be told, and it is being told, your shit cannot stand hot water. It can't. It can't stand under scrutiny. So 54 Keys and all of these other peoples, yeah, you know, I mean, that's why we have sectors. Kenneka Jenkins sector, Kenneka Jenkins sector doing this, and Kenneka Jenkins sector doing that. These motherfuckers would never stand on Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live channel and talk to him one-on-one, man to man and woman to man, and to shoot their shot and to explain and to express what they truly feel and stuff. Now, if we're going to walk this shit down, let's take it in segments. Let's really take off the gloves, peoples. If we're really going to get down to the nitty gritty and shit, let's really walk this thing down section by section by section. I don't give a fuck how many times that you guys have done research. Your research don't mean shit to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? It don't mean shit to me. What really means shit to me is when a motherfucker can get on my goddamn live and break this shit down and make it make sense. But see, you guys get tunnel vision. You guys have narrow minds and things. You can't break it down like I do. I'm unique. I'm different. I'm gifted. I'm so motherfucking gifted. It's just crazy. And I ain't even got a call about it because my work speaks for me. It speaks for me. Every time, peoples, every time you look around, Edward Joseph is coming out with something different, something new for you to think about. It ain't no other YouTuber has done that. And see, the thing is, it doesn't matter what MTV says. It doesn't matter what Oxygen Channel says. It doesn't matter what all of these other people say. Well, shit, they haven't interviewed Edward Joseph. But I don't need to get on no platform like that in order to shoot my shot and to tell you what I think. Because see, the thing is, the proof is in the pudding. You may say that you don't watch me, but your ass come back and watch me. You may not watch me while I'm on my live, but your numbers, your views show that you watch me, and you watch me in my entirety. You may not come out and publicly say that you support me, which I really don't give a fuck. But at the end of the day, if you cross me, I'm going to be up on your ass, and I'm going to prove to you with your own words that bullshit and madness that you say. So be careful what you say. And this is one of the reasons why the people don't come onto my channel, because of all the time use their own words up against them. See, I can say what I say and still 5-10 years later still say what I say. And you can use any words up against me. I would love you to. I would love you motherfuckers to go and screenshot my live, record my live or whatever, and hold anything accountable for what I say. Anything that I say, I want you guys to hold me accountable for that, because I'm not embarrassed about what I say. I meant everything that I say. It's the reason why I say the things that I say. It's the reason why I do the things that I do. And if you guys can hold me accountable to what I say, well, then thank you, because now you're finally understanding something. You're finally understanding where I've been trying to get you to understand for the longest time. That is the inconsistencies in this shit. Now, do I have all of the right answers? Maybe not. But I got enough to understand that some of the shit that you guys believe is bullshit. Total bullshit. It comes out the crack of your ass. And once it comes out the crack of your ass, it comes out your bad breath, your stinking mouth. Because many of you talk shit, but you can't prove a motherfucking thing. If truth be told, peoples. Now, who's going to come up to the live and who's going to shoot their shot? Let's walk this shit down. Let's keep it real 100 tonight, peoples. I don't give a fuck about your theory. I don't give a fuck about how strongly you feel about shit and stuff. I just need you to come up here, and I just need you to shoot your shot. I need you to break this shit down and make it make sense. We start from the beginning all the way to the end, or we start from whatever you want to start with. Start from whatever you want to start with. And then make it make sense. Anybody coming up? Because see, the thing is, peoples, I'm not going to allow this to just be a one-sided thing, and then you guys go back and complain, oh, well, you know, just because it's his life, you know, we have to listen to what he has to say, and he thinks that he has the proof and the truth. I said, your ass don't even have to believe me. I said, you do your research, and then you come back and you present it to the people what you believe. That's what I said. See, you guys get this shit all wrong. You get into your goddamn feelings because regardless of what I say, you all the time make it personal. It's never about Kenneka, but you all the time make it personal. You want to sit here and make it about Edward Joseph. It ain't about Edward Joseph. It's about Kenneka Jenkins. It's about what happened to this girl. And all of these different sectors and people and this and that and the other. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Now, let's start off with, and I'm going to get back on Casey. I'm going to get back on her. I haven't finished with her. But this took me to a whole new different angle. Let's start off with the video footage. Now, you show me any video footage that ever shown, depicted all of the gang members getting in a elevator, whether they're going up to the 9th floor, 11th floor, 6th floor, or whatever floor, it doesn't matter. You show me any video footage that ever shown any gathering of the gang members. You show me any video footage where Tanasia, TY, and crew. You show me any video footage of Irene and sister and whoever the fuck was with her before this party ever started. Show me any video footage whatsoever of them coming up and going to an elevator and going up to a room, walking into the area to where that young lady who you guys said was Kenneka Jenkins getting off the elevator. Show me any video footage. Do you have any video footage of that? Anybody? Anybody? You don't have it. They've shown them all over in the establishment, but they never shown them getting on an elevator, gather in a elevator area. They're showing you, yeah, they were in the halls. They were walking the halls and stuff. They was over there by Visibility Bar and all of these places, but you never seen them get up and gather on a elevator to get on the elevator. And why is that? Why is that? Why is that? I got the answer, but I'm asking you guys, why is that? Why is it that we never see Irene and sister? I mean, God damn it, you know, every goddamn body was at the establishment, peoples. Everybody. We seen them on the video footage at one time or another. Why is it that we don't see? Why is it that we don't see Teresa Martin and the lady get on the elevator when she said that she met the lady in the hallway and they went up to the 11th floor? Why isn't that we don't see the lady get on the elevator when she said that she saw Kenneka and a couple of guys and a couple of girls on the 11th floor? Why isn't it that we don't see Kenneka get on the elevator? Why is it that we don't see Monifa get on the elevator? Why is it that we don't see Irene get on the elevator? Why is it that the only time that we see these goddamn people is in a room or in a hall? Why is it that we never see nobody get on an elevator? You want to know why? I'll tell you why, peoples. The reason why they will never, ever show you any of those kids getting on a elevator because it seals their fate. You are not listening to me. I said the reason why that you will never ever see any of those kids get on a elevator at the Crown Plaza is because it seals the Crown Plaza's fate. What are you saying, Edward Joseph? What is it that you mean? Okay, simply this, peoples. You can put people in a hallway and you can take people out of a hallway. It is called digital editing. You know, you can see, you can see the thing is, peoples, by them only showing them in the halls, you can go into any hotel and roam the halls. You know, you can be on surveillance video footage, roaming the halls. That's I mean, everybody does it. You know, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything, you know. And they say the people can say, oh yeah, you know, they came into the establishment, they roam the halls and stuff like that. Okay. But once you get on a elevator, that changes things. It changes things. Now, what you're saying is that if they were ever caught on the elevator and going into the elevator, well, it had to be a reason for that. So the thing is, if they were ever caught on a elevator and going up on an elevator, it doesn't matter whatever room that they were going to. If they were ever caught on the elevator, that would have literally sealed the deal for Crown Plaza. Because you got young people, you got old people in their establishment. It takes upon a whole new legal precedence now. What the fuck are these young people doing here at this establishment inside your room? Do you understand what I'm saying? You see where I'm going, right? It is called liability. Because if you got a bunch of young people and old people at the establishment and they can prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt, well, then the liability just goes up. Because if all of these young people is all on the floors or in the rooms and stuff, and they were doing what they said that they were doing and things, Crown Plaza is liable for anything that happens to these young people. So to mitigate their liability, they will not show you them going on an elevator, but they will show you that they're in the halls. Being in the halls doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I mean, they're liable to whatever happens to them because they're on their premises, but it only limits the liability. It's a big difference if they would have shown them get on an elevator. And if they shown them get on an elevator, they would have to show them get off the elevator. And depending on the time to when they got on the elevator and depending on the time to when they got off the elevator is how much liable they would be, because that indicates you've been here. Nobody's going to be getting on the elevator and just being in the halls of any establishment for any length of time and then coming down 3 or 4 hours later. Nobody's just going to roam the halls of some hallways where some rooms is without actually being in a room. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's the reason why they never show these kids get on an elevator. It's the reason why. It doesn't matter if TY went live and you saw them in the room and they had the decor of the room showing in the video. Doesn't matter about that. Doesn't matter Irene's live and you showed them the decor they were in the room and stuff. They can challenge that. Well, you know, their thing is, well, okay, well, we see the video footage and stuff. I mean, you know, is that really our hotel? Well, that was challenged by T. Slay in Custom Design. Well, they wasn't really at the Crown Plaza. They was at the Marriott. And the Marriott and Crown Plaza has the same looking rooms and stuff. You see the play, right? Well, Crown Plaza just say, well, I mean, hell, how could you prove that they were in the rooms? Because did you see them get on the elevator? That's going to be the very first thing that they're going to ask. Where's the video footage of them getting on the elevator? Where's the video footage of them getting off the elevator? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if they shown the time to when they got on the elevator, and if they shown the time to when they got off the elevator, well, then you know what that means? That means you've already developed a timeline. They didn't give you a timeline. They didn't give you no timeline. The timeline was, we're just going to show you entering into the establishment. But that's it. And so it leaves it up to your imagination as to where they were or where they are. Because if they ever show any girl get on the elevator, the time starts right there. You have something unequivocally and undeniably to pinpoint. Well, God damn it, they came into the establishment at 113, but at 125, we see their ass getting on an elevator. And then at 2:30, we're seeing their ass getting off an elevator. That is a sealed timeline that they cannot deny, because we see them get on the elevator and we see them get off the elevator. Unequivocal proof, there's a timeline right there. So whatever happened in between the time, they've already sealed their fate, because the video footage shows them on getting on the elevator. But it never showed Kenneka. It never showed Shemaya. It never showed Irene. It never showed T.Y., Tanasia. It never showed the gang members. It never showed nobody getting on an elevator. And so thus, it didn't show you a timeline. It didn't show you a timeline, peoples. And so that's left for assumption. See, you see what I'm saying? See, this is the way that I think. This is how I think, peoples. And this is why people can't challenge me, because I just think out the box. I think differently than what everybody else think and stuff. You never even thought about that, because if you did, then you would have said it a long time ago. This is 7 years later, and this is the first time that you ever hear somebody talk about this like this. But I didn't have it. God gave that to me. It came to me yesterday, peoples. I talked about it last night, and I'm talking about it again today. So you can't give me a definitive timeline, because the only thing that you see is some people walking into an establishment. That's it. You don't know when they came to any room. The only thing that you're left with is what they said while they were in the room. You don't know how long T.Y.'s live went. You don't know how long Irene's life went. You don't have no goddamn clue. The only thing that you have is what they said. And so you try to build a timeline around what they said. But you don't incorporate everything, peoples. You only take bits and pieces of what they said. So you only listen to Irene. You only listen to Monifa. You only listen to Shemaya. You only listen to Bree. You only listen to smacks and kicks and apple jacks. But there were other people that was in the room. And there was other people who gave testimony that is in the case files. But you totally discount what they said, because you're only going to go by what you believe, just because Irene said something, Monifa said something, Shemaya said something, Lenora said something, T.Y. and Tanasia said something. That's all you go by. So you have your picks and chooses as to who you're going to believe, and then you build your narrative around that. But I said, and I told you guys many times before, you can't just go by what they said. What one person just said. You got to look at the whole entire thing. And if there's continuity to it, well, then it's got to be the truth, peoples. The Bible says, where there's 2 or 3 gathered together, touching and agreeing in my name, there I would be in their midst. It has to be more than one in order to validate. It just can't be one. It has to be more than one. Touching and agreeing, and God will be there in the midst. But if it was just one, the person can just lie up a storm because it ain't nobody else there to validate what that person is saying. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so we have thousands of YouTubers who gave a narrative in this Kenneka Jenkins case, but everybody is not touching and agreeing. Everybody is arguing, fussing, and fighting and feuding and things like that. And what are you fighting and feuding for? I mean, is it what you're saying validated? Is it what you're saying true? Can you find anything to validate your claim as to what you believe? And then even if you find something that is going to be comfortable for you to say, did you incorporate everything that was in the case files? Did you incorporate everything that was said online and offline? Did you incorporate every video? Did you incorporate every picture? And if you did all of that, then what conclusion did you come up with? Because if any of that is touching and agreeing, well, then you got something going. But if it doesn't make sense, well, then obviously something is amiss. Something is not right. Something ain't adding up. And if the math ain't mathing like Taraji P had said, well, then what is it that you're left with? You don't have anything. You don't have no worth. There's no validity to the stupidity. A true investigator will look at everything. Everything. But a person who just wants clout will only be narrow-minded and give a narrative to just what they only believe, not taking into account of anything else. And see, this is why I stand by myself and not with everybody else. And this is why I do what I do, because people don't think upon my level. You don't. You absolutely don't. And this is why I get criticized for the things that I say, because I think outside the box. See, I can be accusatory if I want to. I got every right to, because it's my opinion. But my opinion will never gain traction with many people because they don't listen to what I say. They don't look at how I analyze things. They all the time get inferior about the things that I say and do. And then they all the time want to be combative of the things that I say and stuff. But they can never come to my live to try to disprove the things that I say. Why is that? Why is it that you all the time got something negative to say when I'm saying something? Why is it that you want to stick out your breasts and your chest when you ain't got shit to prove? And even when you're trying to prove your shit still doesn't make no sense. When I go and I analyze and break down that shit that you say. And then you get mad at me. Oh, well, he's just been a hater. He's just been there. Well, let me be a fucking hater. Let me be a fucking disagreeer. Let me be a fucking whatever you want me to be. But at the end of the day, I am Edward Joseph. And you can't prove me wrong. So I don't give a fuck what you say, think, or even do. Because you suckers can never disprove Edward Joseph. You can't do it. You can't do it, peoples. And that's why we stand alone. And that's why I don't give a fuck what you say. and stuff, because you can't disprove me. You can't debunk me, no matter how hard you try, no matter what you say. I've always got to come back. Now, I've already proven one very valuable thing to you. And I've told you why Crown Plaza wouldn't have never allowed you to see any video footage of these kids getting on the elevator. And I've already gave you an explanation behind that. No other YouTuber has ever thought about that. No other YouTuber has ever said that. Out of all of these 7 years, nobody, not even 54 Keys, not even Cassie Olvera Sanchez Mendina, not even Trey Gay, nobody. So you can't take credit for that, peoples, because you never even thought about it. But God gave that to me. Thank you, Jesus. This is why I serve him, because God just keeps giving, and giving. And you keep wanting to take, but you never add to anything that I say. Whether we agree or whether we disagree, you can't even come onto the live to even add nothing. Absolutely nothing. So why should I give credence to any goddamn thing you say when you can't add a goddamn morsel to the puzzle? You can't even add not one little tiny piece to the puzzle, because the only thing that you're doing is regurgitating the same bullshit and madness that everybody else has been saying forever and a day. I don't stand in solidarity with them peoples. I stand alone. And this is why I get criticized for the things that I say. But I don't give a fuck. You know why I don't give a fuck? Because I know that what God gives me, you motherfuckers can't debunk it. And that's a fact. That's a FACT. It's a motherfucking fact. Period. Now, let's get into this. Kenneka Jenkins. All right. So we have all of these people who had talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case. We had all of these people who sat here who proclaimed that they have the proof to the truth. All of these peoples. Kenneka Jenkins story 2025. What actually happened? Full story. Really? What full story? It's the same shit that everybody has been saying forever and a day. You go down the timeline from here to here to here to here, it's the same old bullshit and madness. The people has been saying. It's just a different person who's saying it. And so it's funny how you guys get on Edward Joseph, but you got all of these motherfuckers on here talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case and can't even make sense of the basic thing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What in the fuck is these people saying? You got all of these people talking about the case, but really, what the fuck are they saying? Because everybody gets so hung up, tied up, and tangled up in a different narrative and just a piece of it, but you're not looking at the big overall picture. What the fuck are they saying? All right, so let's start from the moment. Let's start from the moment. I think that's a good start right there. Let's start from the moment to when the supposed Kenneka was supposedly had came to the establishment, peoples. Let's start right there. The moment when the supposed Kenneka came to the establishment. And then we're gonna work our way down. We're gonna work our way through, and we're going to see what all of these people say. So the hell with France Cave, the hell with the barracks manager, the hell with the maintenance guy, the hell with the activists and Lenore and all like this. Let's just start. Let's just start. Let's start with the young lady of the name of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, who supposedly had came to the establishment. No matter, regardless of how she got there, let's start with her being there at the establishment at 1:13, peoples. 1:13. That's the official time that they gave that she's supposed to have came to the establishment. 1:13. I think everybody can agree that's what the footage said. 1:13. So let's walk it down from 1:13, peoples. Let's walk this shit down from 1:13. Okay, so let's see. Let's take a look at this right here. It says the death of Kenneka Jenkins, a video timeline. Recently released video, audio, and police reports provide the most complete timeline yet in the death of 19-year-old Kenneka Jenkins in a Rosemont Hotel's walk-in freezer in September 2017. Okay. Let's look and see what she is saying, peoples. September the 8th at 11:30 p.m., Kenneka leaves her home on Chicago's west side in her mother's car with friends. According to police reports, they pick up a Bluetooth speaker, Hennessy, cognac, and energy drink and marijuana, and headed to a suburban hotel for a friend's birthday party. All right, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there because that is the summation of one's proclamation. Now, it has been stated, peoples, that Kenneka was supposed to be on her way to a movie. It was stated in the beginning. It was stated that Kenneka was supposed to be on her way to a movie to go see a movie. Well, where's the video footage of Kenneka being at a movie theater with her friends? Because if Kenneka was supposed to be going to see a movie with her friends, well, I mean, do you think that it would be Monifa and Shamaya? And Bree? But according to this narrative right here, people, it's on September the 8th at 11:30 p.m. It didn't mention any other people. It didn't mention that Kenneka was supposed to be going to a movie. It says clearly that they had gathered together. It didn't even mention the friends who she was supposed to have been with. All it says was Kenneka leaves her home on Chicago's west side in her mother's vehicle with friends. Well, who is the friends? Was it Bree, Monifa, and Shemaya? Or was it some other people that Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies with? Because see, the thing is, people, see, we got to start from the beginning. This is the narrative right here. This is one narrative. But many of you say, oh, well, Kenneka wasn't going to the Crown Plaza because she was supposed to be originally going to the movies with her friends. But that is not what this person said. It's not what this person said. This person clearly said that Kenneka was with friends that had a Bluetooth speaker, Hennessy cognac, and an energy drink and marijuana. It didn't say that they had 2 energy drinks. It didn't say that they had 3 energy drinks. It didn't say that they had energy drinks for every person. It says an energy drink and marijuana. It didn't say how many little packs of marijuana. It didn't say that they had cocaine. It didn't say that they had topiramate. It said Kenneka Jenkins left her home with her friends in her mother's vehicle. So where did it say that Kenneka was going to be driving her car? It didn't say that. It didn't mention that. Where did it say that Bree said that I ain't driving in that car and getting on the causeway or the highway or the thoroughfare or the freeway in Kenneka's car that was supposed to have had a donut? It never said that they were originally going to get Kenneka's car and drive it there. It just said that Kenneka left her home with her mother's vehicle. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So again, all of these narratives that the people had said proved to me and prove to everybody all of the other things that was supposed to have taken place. Show me a picture, show me a video of Kenneka being at the movie theater and not going to the Crown Plaza to a birthday celebration for Irene. Can anybody show me that? Little Bo Peep, you're the guru of finding this stuff. Do you know of any video, pictures, anything, any postings that Shemaya, Monifa, Bree, Irene, Lenore, or any of Kenneka's friends ever posted that stated that Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies instead of going to the establishment for Irene's birthday party? Can anybody show that? Let's start there. Because see, instead of you guys opening up your mouths and spewing hot air, show me some proof. You guys have said that you've been on this shit for 7 goddamn years. Show me some proof. See, that's what I thought. You motherfuckers can't show me a goddamn thing. Every goddamn body is silent. Nobody got a motherfucking thing to say. That's exactly my point. Y'all, hold on. See, people, when I ask for the people to show their proof to their truth, nobody says a word. When I ask the people to show me proof to their truth, nobody says a word. Nobody can show anything. Nobody says anything. So why you guys want to try to get down on Edward Joseph when every time that I say something, I'm always showing you why I say something. But then when I ask you guys for something, you can't even respond to the simplest little question I'm asking. You can't show me a goddamn thing. That's what I'm talking about. So instead of trying to talk about me, let's talk about you and your inability to show your proof and your truth. So you need to just shut the fuck up. Simply put. Don't ever come to my live and try to correct me or try to tell me what the fuck I'm saying when your ass can't even show a simple little picture, a video, a post, any goddamn thing to solidify and validify your stance. You can't show it. So since you can't show it, shut the fuck up. That's where we start, peoples. We start right there. Because where is it in this narrative that says that Kenneka was supposed to have been going to the movies? I mean, I heard that. I heard it. But nobody has ever shown me any proof that Kenneka was. Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree. So you can't show me, you can't prove to me that Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies. And who was Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies with? Was it Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree? You can't show me it. So why in the fuck are you telling me? Don't tell me shit that you can't prove. Don't tell me shit that you can't show. Don't tell me a goddamn thing, because you motherfuckers and all of your goddamn research ain't shit, because you can't prove shit. So who was she supposed to be going to the movies with? Because according to this narrative, she went with her friends in her mother's car. And they picked up a Bluetooth speaker, Hennessy cognac, an energy drink, and marijuana. Who had that kind of money to be buying this shit? Did Monifa have that kind of money? Shemaya was a baby. Shemaya was totally underage. Monifa was totally underage. Did they have any money to be buying this shit? Marijuana, energy drinks, and cognac, and Hennessy? And even Kenneka was underage. She was 19, but she was underage. She wasn't at legal age to be buying Hennessy and cognac, let alone marijuana. So, okay, peoples, I'm back. I'm here and I'm live. You know, I'm back. You know, I mean, hey, I'm just sitting here and I'm looking at the beef between Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina and Trey Gay. And they're posting up all of these videos and all of this stuff. And all I'm doing is just collecting videos, because they're giving me a lot of good juicies. And so I'm going to extract all of this goodness out of the lives that they're doing and things. And I'm just going to show the people that, and it just reiterates what my point is. And that is Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. It just shows it just goes to show, well, with all of this madness and all of this of what they're trying to prove, and you know, all of this, the focus should be up on Kenneka, not on all of the other people who's walking the halls. And see, that's the thing that they fail to realize, peoples. And that's where I come and I literally just pounce. because all of this video footage that they're showing and stuff, what is it proving? It's proving my point that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And Casey Cloy and Trey Gay, it's just proving to the people how stupid that they are, because they're going and they're posting all of these videos and all of this stuff. I'm just collecting their lives because I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, cut up all of that stuff and I'm gonna make my little shorts. And all I'm going to do is just prove my point. And proving my point is that they're both liars. They're both liars. And that Kenneka never walked the halls of that establishment. That's all that I'm doing, peoples. That is all that I'm doing. And I'm so happy that they're just posting, because see, the more that they post, the more that I collect. And the more that I can just chop up the video footage, and the more that I can go ahead and call them out for the nefarious bullshit and madness that they're doing. So keep up the great work, Cassie Cloy, Olvera, Sanchez, Medina, and Trey Gay, because you guys are helping me prove my point. See, I don't have to join you live, and I don't have to go ahead and you put everything up on private, because you're posting out everything in your anger, and you're posting it for the people to see, and you're posting it for me to go ahead and collect, and for me to go ahead and debunk you with your own narrative. That's all that I'm doing, people. I'm so glad that they're so upset, because in all of the putting your little Trey Gang titles and Casey titles on the videos, that don't mean shit. Because see, the thing is, you share people's videos. And so just because you have your name scrolled all over the videos, and then you're trying to say, oh, well, this is my video. No, you got that from somebody, just like I'm getting it from you. And see, the thing is, suckers, I can blurt out the madness that you guys post up on there. I got tools too. I'm a videographer, photographer, and you can blurt out all of that madness for what you post on your videos. These little headliners or whatever, the overlays and stuff. You can blurt all of that shit out and still use the content, peoples. I mean, these people are so stupid, putting all of their overlays up on all of the videos to try to say, well, this is my video, this is my content, and you can't use it, but yet you go and you try to use other people's content. I'm going to use all of your videos up against you suckers, because you guys are so goddamn stupid. So keep up the beef. Keep up the beef, because shit, I'm just collecting. I'm just collecting. And I got time. And I'm going to get in here and I'm going to start cutting up those videos and stuff. And I'm going to make my shorts. And I'm going to go ahead and show you guys unequivocally and undeniably what I have been saying for years. For years. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then I'm glad that she's beefing with Trey Gay, and Trey Gay is beefing with her, because at the end of the day, they both are collateral damage, and I'm making no bones about it. You got them straight. I'm collecting everything. And I'm going to use all of it to bunk their asses. Both of them. All right, people, so I'm up. That's all I have to say for right now. But I'm going to show you guys some things. I'll be back. But think about that, peoples. Who bought this shit for them? Because they couldn't have gotten it themselves. Who got it for them? Somebody had to get it. And were they the only ones who brought the stuff to the party? Did Irene already have some stuff? Did Irene's sister already have some stuff? See, nobody even thinking along these lines. And all of these Kenneka Jenkins sectors, they never mention this shit. I ain't never heard no YouTuber break this shit down the way that I'm doing it right now, peoples. I ain't never heard 54 Keys, Boss Man and Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q, the Round Table, Cassie Olvera, Sanchez Medina, Trey Gay, Mike Larry, Zillionaire. I ain't never heard nobody break this shit down. Not even Tiffany Draper. Chosen King and King Rob. I ain't never heard no other YouTuber breaking it down in a manner to which I do, peoples. I ain't never heard Custom Design or T Slay or even Nosy Buck breaking it down the way that I'm doing now. See, this is the kind of conversations I like to have. This is the kind of nitty gritty that I like to get into. That I want to have a conversation with another YouTuber, but I can't because you motherfuckers is all the time in your goddamn feelings. See, peoples, you're going to get the real from Edward Joseph because I just think differently. I look at things differently. I analyze things differently. You're going to get it different from me. You're not going to get it from everybody else. Everybody else is running with the goddamn narrative that's out there. Why is it that why is it that MTV and all of these people can't break it down in the manner to which I'm doing right now? Oxygen channel and all of this. Why can't I have a good, wholesome, wonderful conversation with a YouTuber that proclaims to know every goddamn thing about this case and break it down in the manner to which I want? Where in the fuck is where in the fuck is P. Rico? Where in the fuck is Clark Avenue? Where in the fuck are they? Because I tried to break this shit down when I was on Brazy's channel. I tried to break this shit down when I was on Custom Designs channel. I tried to break this shit down when I was talking to T Slay. But I can't have a good conversation with nobody because nobody wants to touch this shit. They want to do clout status. Well, goddamn it, I'm from Chicago. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck how you live, and who gives a fuck if you're all from Chicago? I'm from California. I don't give a fuck where you are from. My thing is have a good, wholesome, and reasonable conversation with Edward Joseph, and let's break this shit down, and let's get down to the nitty-gritty. These were babies in my eyes. I am old enough to be all of their fathers. These were children in my eyes. What the fuck was these children doing at an establishment with Hennessy, cognac, energy drink, and marijuana? What the fuck were they doing? Oh, they're from Chicago. They do shit like that. So what the fuck does that mean to me? Who gives a fuck? They were still babies in my eyes. What the fuck were they doing with this type of stuff? And why would these babies be in an establishment drinking and smoking? Liability, major liability for the establishment. Liability, no matter how you goddamn look at it. Liability. These were babies. And what the fuck was Man and Mike and all of these other people and Love and all of them? These were older people. Tanasia and TY and all of them. These were older people. What the fuck were they doing with these babies? Had a room full of babies. And everybody's sitting around texting, let me be a thought in peace. His dick is little. Can you do a motherfucking split on a dick? How in the fuck you think you got here? Ha! It's what TM is teaching Kenneka. There were babies. So what the fuck was these men doing with babies? Horny asses with a bunch of young, hot girls who was promiscuous and doing all of this, whatever type of shit. And the reason why I say that, because it's what they said. It ain't what I said. They said his dick is little. So that means they're looking at somebody's dick. Somebody there. Let me be a thought in peace. Well, that means you're over around fucking somebody. Or fucking on somebody. Or sucking somebody's dick. Or doing a split on a goddamn dick. Then y'all want to sit here and tell me that the Crown Plaza is not liable. They've seen all of these young people in their establishment. They saw them walking the halls. So you see a group of guys and stuff walking the halls and stuff. Do you not think your antennas is up? Do you not think your antennas is up? I mean, yeah, they have every right to be there and things. But you would think it's a red flag, right? So see the thing is, the thing is, people's Crown Plaza already knew some shit was going on, because when they called France Convey up to the room and told him to cut the music down, liability right there. They already knew. They already knew. And whether France Convey told the powers that be or not, it really didn't matter, because see, the thing is that they're on the premises of the establishment. And they got security cameras. That's why they have security. So whether France Convey told the powers that be or not, still they're on the premises and they're doing all of this shit. And so whatever happens, automatically the establishment is liable for whatever happens to any patrons or anybody on their premises, period. Understand that. Underage kids drinking, smoking, having sex on their premises with older men, period. Why did Lenora say, hey, police, look at number 3 and number 4? Number 3 and number 4 is old enough to be Kenneka Jenkins' father. What the fuck was Kenneka doing with number 3 and number 4? Even though she's that age, she's still a teenager. She's not fully an adult. I mean, she has every right to have sex, yeah. But you got minors, a minor, that's in the room, Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree. And then I don't know how in the fuck old was Irene, but Irene probably had to be a minor too. And then how old was the fucking Cece and Man and Mike and Killer and Peas? What were they, 19 too? How in the fuck was TY and Tanasia and all of them? What were they young too? But it really didn't matter, because we know of at least 2 to 3 people. We know Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree. And they wasn't the same age. They wasn't the same age as Kenneka. So that means they were a minor. They were a minor, peoples. And so, what was the fuck these A minors doing at the establishment, peoples? That's the question. No, nobody has ever asked that. Nobody has ever thought about that. Love is Gregory's cousin, but he's the older gentleman. What the fuck was he there at the establishment with these young girls? See, you guys don't want to talk about that. You guys don't want to talk about that. No, I can't. I can't get nobody up on my channel to talk about that because see, y'all get up here and start talking. Y'all gonna start pissing off the people who you politic with. So where's the Kenneka Jenkins sector that's politicking about that? Why isn't it that I can't talk to the Kenneka Jenkins sector and all of these other people upon topics like this and discussions like this? See, this is the type of discussions I would like to have with the people, but I can't get nobody to get up here and talk to me about that because you just may piss off somebody. All right, so we know that they were minors there because we know of three: Bravery, Shemaya, and Monifa. They were minors. They wasn't the same age as Kenneka. And according to their text messages, because we've seen it, they're talking about little dicks and they're talking about let me be a thought in peace. So that means that some sexual activity was going on. And then right here, we know that they were drinking because we've seen them with a cup and we've seen the bottle of Hennessy in the room. And then it was all in the testimony of the people who were there that they were drinking. Now, I didn't see nobody smoking, but I seen people drinking. So we seen Kenneka had a cup. We seen Bravery had a cup. Did Irene have a cup? Did Monifa have a cup? Did Cece and all of the other people have a cup? You know? So you can't say that they did because you don't know, because you haven't seen it. So what's left for you to have? You only can go by the testimony of what the people had said because they were there. And because they were there, they gave their testimony, peoples. And so we know, based upon the testimony of what the people had said, everybody is drinking, peoples. Everybody is drinking. Okay? So now, nobody has ever shown me any video footage. Nobody has ever shown me any pictures. Nobody has ever shown me anything that Kenneka was supposed to be going to a movies with a group of other people. But here we have the narrative right here that Kenneka was in her mother's car, leaving her house on the west side of Chicago for them to go pick up a Bluetooth speaker, Hennessy, cognac, energy drink, and marijuana. And not even Kenneka is legal age to even get any of that stuff. So that means somebody had to get it for him. Somebody had to get it for them, or the people who supposedly had sold them that stuff didn't want to check their IDs because they probably knew them or whatever. Illegal, period. No matter how you look at it, illegal. Minors with drinks, minors with marijuana, minors at an hotel establishment. Illegal. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So now the next time you guys come and tell me that Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies with her friends, I want you to show me some video footage of Kenneka supposed to have been going to the movies with her friends. Show me any pictures, any video that Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies with her friends. Show me a post that stated that Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies with her friends. Other than that, I don't even want to hear the shit. Because if you can't prove it, don't tell me. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So now, according to the narrative right here, Kenneka leaves her home on Chicago West Side in her mother's car with a friend. I mean, with friends. Didn't say what friends, it said with friends. According to police reports, they picked up a Bluetooth speaker, Hennessy, cognac, and energy drink and marijuana and head to a suburban hotel for a friend's birthday party, which is Irene Roberts. Now let's listen to and let's look at what this person had to say with their narrative. Let's go. It just jumps from 11:30 to 1:13. So from 11:30 to 1:13, where in the fuck were Kenneka and all of them? Where in the fuck were they? None of you know. You can only speculate. None of you know. So it says September the 9th at 1:13. Jenkins enters the Crown Plaza O'Hare Hotel and Conference Center in Rosemont with 3 other young women. Now, you should say young girls because they were girls. And there is Shamaya standing right there on the side. You see her right there. You see her right there, right? There's Shamaya right there. Okay, let's look. And then there is Monifa. And there is the girl who you guys call Kenneka. And then there is Bree. And they're walking up there by the visibility bar. 1:13 in the morning. So if they were supposed to have got a Bluetooth speaker and cognac and all like this, well, where is it? Where's the drinks at, peoples? Where's the drinks at? So now here is the timeline, people. Here's the timeline. Because the thing is that they said, according to the narrative, that they went to get a Bluetooth speaker, cognac, weed, energy drink. So did they not walk in with it? And so if they didn't walk in with it, well, then when did they go and retrieve all of that stuff? Because they had to retrieve it, and then after they retrieve it and stuff, they had to consume it. So from 1:13 to about 2:30, peoples, Kenneka had to consume the weed, the cognac, the Hennessy, the pyramid, and then be so hoosed up to where she's walking the halls of that establishment. So all of this stuff was supposed to have taken place between not 1:13 peoples, because they entered in at 1:13. When did they get to the room? You don't know because you never seen them enter any elevator. So, Gina, to you, that's the timeline, man. That's the timeline right there. They entered in at 1:13, and that's all that we know. 1:13, they entered in. We don't even know what time that they supposed to have got to the room. But at 1:13, Gina, to you, they enter in. With nothing in their hand. Where's the weed? Where's the cognac? Where's anything? So Gina, to you, when did they go get it? Because it takes time to go down to the car and get it and then come back up. And then once you get back up, you got to have some cups and things. You know, you got to have some cups. And once you get the cups, you got to pass it around. You know, you got to settle down. You got to pass it around. So is it plausible and possible, peoples, that somebody can be drinking in just less than an hour's time they're going and walking the halls of that establishment, because this is your time, right? This is your timeline right here. From 1:13 to about 2:30, when the supposed Kenneka is getting off an elevator, walking the halls of that establishment, there is your goddamn hour and something minutes. And so within an hour and something minutes, how could TY go live? How could Irene go live? How could Kenneka get drunk? How could they be on the 11th floor when the lady had saw them, because she's told TM, I saw your daughter with two men and two women on the 11th floor. So Gina, to you, how could all of this stuff have happened only within an hour worth of time, ma'am? Gina, to you, said none of them look under the influence or high walking in. That story is false, I believe. They wasn't staggering drunk. They couldn't have been smoking weed and stuff and drinking, Gina, to you, because that would have impaired them. And impaired people driving on the streets and stuff would have gotten pulled over, surely, by the police. And they're young, Gina. They're young, ma'am. So if they're drinking and smoking weed, and look, from 11:30 up until 1:30, that's a significant amount of time. And so with you drinking and smoking and doing all that stuff, that's a good little bit of time to get you at least tipsy or buzzed. And so if Kenneka was doing that, certainly she couldn't have been driving, because if it was what TMs had said, just even one cup would have gotten my daughter drunk. So if they were drinking and driving and smoking weed and stuff, well, then I don't think within my mind, Gina, to you, that they would have ever made it to the Crown Plaza without swerving on the road, without swerving or walking funny, walking in. We didn't see that, Gina. The only thing that we seen was from 11:30 up until 1:30, they're supposed to have been walking to the establishment. So that is almost 2 hours time. So then the question becomes, Gina, what were they doing within the 11:30 time to the 1:13 time that they're supposed to had walked into the establishment? See, this is the conversations that I love to have, Gina. This is how I love to break this shit down, because you got to put things in perspective. So what, were they just driving around and stuff, just having a good time and stuff, and they just wanted to wait until the wee hours of the morning to walk into a party? Were they in communications with Irene? And if they were, what was that in Kenneka's phone? And if it was, where is the text messages? Where is the voicemails and all like this? Gina said that's the reenactment time of walking in with the fake KJ. Thank you. Because see, the thing is, Gina, I'm asking the questions, and the people, I'm sure they got so much shit to say, but see, they ain't gonna say shit because I'm gonna be on them like white on rice. So you want to try to go against what I'm asking? Okay, that's fine. But help me to make that make sense. What is your thoughts? What is your point of view? What is your mantra? What is your views? What is it that you have to say? You can't say shit. You can't say shit because you don't know shit. See, you can't tell me definitively what these kids was doing because you wasn't there. You have no clue whatsoever. The only thing that you can do is just like all of these other Kenneka Jenkins sectors do, is just sit their asses here and speculate. That's it. Exactly what I thought. Let's go. So from 11:30 until 1:13, this is the time that when they came in. And we heard from what the young lady had said that they had Hennessy and cognac and marijuana and all like this, but we didn't see them walk in with anything. So let's see what's happening here, peoples. It says a Facebook Live appears to show a party scene, a ninth floor hotel. September the 9th, 136. So from 113 to 136, 113, 123, 133. So that was 20, about 22, 23 minutes. 22, 23 minutes later from the time to when they walk in, a Facebook Live appears to show a party at 136. But wait a minute, wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. Isn't that the time to when Kenneka was supposed to have text her sister Lenora and said, I am ready to go? So Kenneka walks into the room and then immediately texts her sister and said, I'm ready to go. Why is she texting her sister saying, I'm ready to go? I said, peoples, I said, why is she texting her sister, Lenora, and saying, I am ready to go? Why wouldn't you be texting Monifa and Shemaya or Bree and saying, y'all, come on, let's get out of here? But instead of saying, let's go now because I got the keys and we're leaving now because I'm the driver, before I consumed anything, she stays her ass there. Why would Kenneka stay her ass there? And soon as she gets to the party, she says, hey, I'm ready to go. But why is she texting Lenora, telling Lenora, I'm ready to go, when, hey, you're supposed to have been driving. You can leave Kenneka. You don't have to stay. If you're uncomfortable, ma'am, you could have just left. But she didn't do that. She stayed and she got her ass drunk. That doesn't make no sense, people. Doesn't make no sense. Why would Kenneka go and text Lenora? Why? All right, people. Let's look at this here. Because I can't get no answers. I can't get no answers for nobody. Ain't nobody saying shit in this goddamn chat. Ain't nobody's coming on my goddamn live saying a goddamn thing. Then it jumps from 136 to 217. 217, Jenkins posts a Snapchat video that appears to show her in a hotel bathroom. Oh, really? Really? Okay, so right here, people. So let's put a pin. Let's put a pin right here, and let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let's put a pin right there. Let me share my screen, peoples. All right, I said, let me share my screen. Come on, channel. Let me share my screen. Shit. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Thank you. All right. Now, let's put a pin right there. Now, let's look at this, people. So I'm going to go back in history for a moment. Go right here. Let's go right here, peoples, because we got to try to make some sense of this right here. We're just walking it down. That's all. We just walking it down, peoples. And if anybody got something to say and you guys want to chime out and you think that you can make some sense to this shit, well then be my guest. Other than that, just sit back, relax, and shut the fuck up. Because I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If you're not going to be a participant and help me get a greater understanding as to this shit, then just shut the fuck up. I understand many of you don't want to piss off the people because you guys don't want to say something so other people can, call you hilarious and nefarious. But that's all right. I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to do what I do, peoples. This is Monifa. This is Monifa. Okay. Now let's look at the other pictures that was supposed to be in Kenneka in the bathroom. Let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's take a look at this right here. See, this is the time to when people should be chiming out, saying some shit, but you motherfuckers ain't gonna say no shit. You ain't gonna say a goddamn thing. I know you're not. Because again, you don't want to piss off the people because you want to stay with a narrative and you want to stay with this narrative silently for all of these suckers. Right there. Okay. Let me look at all of the other pictures and stuff, people's that supposed to be her in the room. See, this is how I know many of you are full of shit, because this is your time now to shine, to get on this live, to start shooting your shot, saying some shit and stuff. But you just want to sit back in the gallery and don't say shit. But that's okay, because I'm going to be here and I'm going to shoot my shot. I don't need motherfuckers on my channel to say shit and stuff. I'm going to prove this shit myself. That's why I always like to stand alone, peoples. Y'all all the time won't want to chime out on some shit, but when it really comes down to it, you ain't got shit to say. You ain't got shit to say. And it's always been like that, people. It's always been like that. That's why I shoot my shot. See, because a motherfucker ain't gonna stand on here, stand 10 toes down with a narrative and things, because it may be something that other people may disagree with them on. And now you all of these people who you're politicking with and stuff, hey. No, it ain't what they're saying. So now you just made some enemies because you want to be in agreement with everybody else instead of standing up 10 toes down and telling the people, well, shit, this is what I believe. No, you can't do that. Okay. So here it is right here. We're going to call this up. 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 We're going to call, so we're going to call this up. 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 All right. Here we go, people. Now, let's put this shit in perspective. Now, this is supposed to be Kenneka in the bathroom. Okay. This is supposed to be Kenneka in the bathroom. Okay, that's the same thing. So I'm going to cancel that. This. We're going to put that up. We're going to put this down here. We're going to put this down here. We're going to put this down here. We already got Shemaya on there. We just want Kenneka. We don't need this no more now because we already got that. And we don't need this because we already got that. And we don't need this because we already got that. All right. And then we're going to put that up right here. So we're going to spread these out some. I'm going to spread that out. I'm going to spread that out. I'm going to lift that up a little bit right here. I'm going to spread that out, lift that up right here. All right. So there we have it, people. So there we have it. There is supposed to be Kenneka. So do you see any resemblance between this person and this person right here, peoples? I mean, look at the face. Now, Kenneka is in there with all of them. The real Kenneka right here. She's in there with all of them. With just only Bree and Shemaya. I mean, not Bree, Shemaya and Monifa. And then Shemaya is supposed to leave, and now it's only supposed to be Kenneka and Monifa. And I want you guys to look at these pictures right here. Look at the picture and look at the picture right there. And you guys tell me, does that look like Kenneka? Does that girl look like Kenneka? Does that look like Kenneka? Does this girl look like this girl right here? Do they remotely look like people's? Because see, this is the real Kenneka Jenkins right there. And this is the girl who you guys say is Kenneka. And then look at this girl and look how she's doing. Look at her face. Look at her face. Does that remotely look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? And then look at Kenneka's face right here. Look at her face and then look at that face right there. Do they remotely look alike, peoples? And then when you look at the pants, look at the pants. The pants is ripped. And then when you look at the pants in the freezer, the pants is not even ripped. You see that, right? You see how this is ripped and this is not ripped. The string goes across. And these are two different legs. Look at the pants leg right here. So if this is not an indicator that it's not Kenneka, why would Kenneka be wearing two different pants? In the same scene, because she was supposed to be in the bathroom with Monifa, but she's got a line across, a string across on her pants, and this is ripped. that leg and that leg, and then look at this leg and that leg. And so you can't tell me, people, is that what? Kenneka Jenkins had changed her clothes just in a matter of what? A minute or two? To go back into a bathroom and take a picture with Monifa? I mean, peoples, the evidence is in your goddamn face. So when you want to sit here and tell me that this girl is Kenneka, people, the evidence is in your goddamn face. It's right there. The pants doesn't lie. The pictures don't lie, peoples. So how in the fuck can you tell me that both of these girls is Kenneka Jenkins when the goddamn pants don't even match? You are so fucking stupid. And you don't even have an explanation for it. This is the reason why your fucking ass can never come to my live and talk with me. Because you're so fucking stupid, peoples. That goddamn evidence is in your goddamn face. And you motherfuckers is too goddamn stupid to see that is not the same girl. Peoples. See, this is how I prove my case. This is how I prove the things. And see, I show you, you can't even show me. You don't even have no goddamn explanation for that. But yet you put out your mouth. Oh yeah, that was Kenneka in the bathroom. That was Kenneka in the bathroom. God damn it, people, you can see it's two motherfucking different girls. You so goddamn stupid, it's crazy. It's a good thing that you don't bring your ass on my live, because I will make mincemeat out of your ass. You fucking stupid. It is one thing that I cannot stand or tolerate, and that is stupid people. When the motherfucking evidence is in your goddamn face and you too stupid and blind to see it. And I don't give a fuck who you is. I don't give a fuck how long you've been talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case. You're goddamn stupid. Peoples, as you can see, it is two different girls. Two different types of pants. Two different attires. How in the fuck can you tell me that this is Kenneka Jenkins when these pants are ripped and the other pants is intact? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. And they both is in the bathroom. But when was they in the bathroom, peoples? That is the question. Look at the pants right there. The pants is ripped. Right there. It's clearly, it's ripped. This is not ripped. It's going across her pants leg, peoples. It's going across her thigh. It's not ripped. How in the fuck could it be Kenneka Jenkins? And the pants is not ripped. Even that itself tells you it's two different girls. These girls don't even remotely look alike, because look at the recess in the face, and then look at Kenneka's face. It's not recess, peoples. It's not recess. You see that? It's not recess. Look how Kenneka, she puckers, and then her lips is just so to a degree. She has just kind of little. Because Shamaya is doing the same thing. She's puckering her lips. That's Kenneka's stance. Look at this girl. You see how she's trying to mimic Kenneka by doing that? Having her mouth open like that. Look at that. Look how she has her teeth, peoples. Look how she has her mouth. See, she is trying to emulate Kenneka. Kenneka has already been there at that establishment earlier, at an earlier time. I know you guys don't believe it. But that's okay. You ain't got to believe it. That's okay. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to agree with me. But your motherfucking ass can't debunk me. You'll never come onto my live and tell me that Kenneka wasn't there at an earlier time, because I'm proving it to you that it was at an earlier time, because you can see what the girl is doing. She's trying to mimic Kenneka. You see that right there. See, people, this is where details come into play. And this is where you guys are not so meticulous with details. See, I'm a detailed person. You don't deal with details. Do you see what I'm saying? Look. There it is right there, people. Look, it is right there. It's in your face. She's trying to mimic Kenneka. Look how she's doing with her lips, and look how Kenneka does her lips. She's trying to mimic Kenneka, peoples. And look at this shit. You think Kenneka would do some shit like that? Come on now, peoples. Come on now. All right, peoples, I got to take about a 10-minute break. I'm going to play back a little live. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. And then we're going to get deeper into this, peoples. We're going to walk this timeline that this girl has given. And so for all of you YouTubers that think that you know about this Kenneka Jenkins case, the link is in the chat. I want you to come up to the panel, and I want you to have a conversation with me on today. You guys are off work. Come on and have a conversation with Edward Joseph, a heart-to-heart conversation with me about this case and about what you think that you know. So let me go add let me go to my channel, and I'm going to play back a live for about 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes, people. I just got to get in here and sit down and prepare something to eat real quick, and then I'll be right back. So let me go here. Let me go here to my studio. Let me type in Casey. Let me go to my contents and let me type in Casey. And let me choose all. And we're going to watch 10 minutes of something that I did. Okay. All right. So let me see here. Okay, so since this is the longest, because all of those other ones is short, let's watch some of this right here. Let me make sure that this is the thing that I'm sharing. Okay, it is. All right, peoples. We're gonna watch about 10 minutes of this. I'll be back. Let me go through some of this stuff real quick. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk. Okay, let me kind of go through some things and see if I'm showing anything. Okay, so they wanted to be funny. So while we're at it, let me show you my little baby here. This is Michael Julius. None of the neighbors saw or heard anything suspicious, and nothing had been stolen. For a prosecutorial perspective, most of the time you get killed for a reason. Somebody knew He said, "Da da." That was Micah Julius Peoples. He said, "Da da." Okay, so let's start about right here, peoples. Let me rewind this back a little bit. Let's start about right here. And then let's take a look at this for about 10 minutes and I'll be back, peoples. Let's go. So here, before I do that, let me shrink this down some and let me change that to like that so you guys can see. All right, let's take a look at this, peoples.
Was last seen wearing ripped blue jean jacket.
Yep.
Blue jeans.
Yep.
Gray Jordan shoes.
Okay.
And white long fingernails. And he did attach a picture. It looks like from camera footage.
So does it look? They probably must have reviewed it from the hotel then.
Yeah.
You ready? Okay. Can I have the report number?
Sure. It's 2017.
Yep.
Dash 24677.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Thank you. Yep.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Rosemont Police Fire Pornsky. Hi, my name is Oresco. I'm calling from the Crown Plaza, Chicago. Here, I was wondering if it would be possible to talk to Officer Captain Bell, the star number 1422, and if not, maybe you can help me.
Okay, what's this regarding?
Well, they just responding on the report of the missing person.
Okay, so that's what I needed, peoples. I just needed that little part. And so we're going to go back over that little part. I'll give it a title later, but let me share something that was sent to me here. Let me refresh my screen here. And then we're going to share this tab. I want you guys to look at something right here. So Monifa has said on September the 5th, it ain't 12 yet, but happy birthday, my shorty. You know how we rock, love, kid. I already know how your weekend looking. Laughing out loud, Irene Roberts. Well, see, people's the thing is that again, and they even stated this beforehand. They even shown you themselves that they went and came and rented a room on September the 7th. They rented a room on September the 7th. So if they're renting a room on September the 7th, well, then my question would be, why would they be at the Marriott Hotel when they rented the room at the Crown Plaza and the DoubleTree? Why would they rent the room? And they rented it on the 7th. Rented it on the 7th. But Kenneka was already there at the establishment. And remember, Kenneka last post, as everybody stated, was on the 7th, speaking on her brother. You guys remember that, right? Kenneka was speaking about her brother, and that was her last post on the 7th. Okay. So they rent a room on the 7th. They have video footage of Kenneka entering into the backside of the establishment. And when they first entered her into the leads, they never gave a description of her. They just said missing person. It's not until later on in the conversation is when they gave a description of Kenneka Jenkins. They were a little bit more concise with their description. In the beginning of the narrative, when the dispatcher was talking to the person from the police department, they clearly stated that Kitten Bell had entered her into the leads and not the CAD, and only entered it as a incident report and closed it out as a incident report, which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that they did not want to elevate or escalate this thing beyond what it already is, and that is a incident. Because had they entered it into the CAT, then everybody, all of the police departments across everywhere would have been able to see that and understand something serious is going on. We have a missing girl. We have a missing girl. Everybody across the nation would have understand that a missing girl is missing somewhere in Rosemont. And that was one of the reasons why they used the Rosemont Police Department as the address of the deceased and missing girl. They did not use the Crown Plaza address, they used the police department address. And if you ever listen to the conversation that they had, peoples, then you will come to discover and understand that Kitten Bell had made the initial report. And Kitten Bell was the one who had literally closed the case. The guy had asked several times, did you place it in the lead? I mean, did you place it in the CAD and not the leads? Well, he did not place it in the CAD. he placed it as the leads, and he went on to close the case. Kitten Bell did that. Open and shut case. This is why this has never risen to the level to which it should have. All because Kitten Bell had dropped the ball and says, look, hey, you know, this is what it is. We're not going to give too much attention to this. And so we did our little investigation. We're going to close it out. We're going to close this thing out as an incident. Little Bo Peep says that the hotel is one of the money makers for all that little town. So it would make sense for the police to try to cover it up, especially if a person is related to the police department. Well, you're exactly right, Little Bo Peep. I mean, it was a deal with Bill Murray and the Caddyshack, building the Caddyshack at the Crown Plaza Hotel. And that stain of a girl coming up missing and dying at the establishment would have literally did something to that of what they were trying to do, and it would have affected the business deal. But not only that, yes, that does, it makes so much sense. And from what I understood was Teresa settled with the department first. Yeah. I mean, but see, you know, and that's good that you're saying that, because I totally agree with everything that you're saying. But it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. You are making some good, wholesome facts. But in my mind, it goes beyond that, because it's beyond Kenneka Jenkins. And it's all about protecting the establishment and protecting others who had devious, devilish, and demonic things on their mind. And they enacted that out. And Kenneka Jenkins happens to be the sacrificial lamb in all of this. Because, see, the way that T Slut is trying to exegese this, she's trying to make it seem like, okay, well, the kids had all of this power to put this thing together to go ahead and take this girl out, take her to the Crown Plaza Hotel, and put her in a freezer. Well, if that be the case, then you got to help me to make this make sense. First and foremost, how in the hell did the kids pull anything of this off without the establishment knowing what they're doing? That don't make no sense. I mean, Kenneka can be dead well before she came to the Crown Plaza Hotel, and she could be dead at the Marriott. She could be dead at the Crown Plaza. She could be dead at the Doubletree. She could be dead in East Chicago. But what you have to make me make sense of, help me to make this make sense of, is that regardless of wherever she may have died, or whatever your narrative is, how could the kids ever pull off something like this without the Crown Plaza Hotel knowing about it? Doesn't make no sense. Because, see, the thing is, if Kenneka Jenkins did come up missing at the Marriott, they still came to the Crown Plaza to reenact or enact. Because, see, when you say reenactment, the enactment had to happen there in the first place. It had to happen at the Crown Plaza before a reenactment happened. And so, for the simple fact that you got Crown Plaza Hotel stating that they seen her come in and walk into the establishment, and they have her on video camera, well, then that is indicative for the fact, peoples, that Kenneka had to be there. So if Kenneka is at the Crown Plaza, then Kenneka Martin had to be at the DoubleTree. Or in this case, with T Slut saying she was at the Marriott. But peoples, I can't say the Marriott because there is absolutely, unequivocally, and undeniably no proof that Kenneka Jenkins was at the Marriott. There's none whatsoever. And so even if you go and allude that Kenneka Jenkins was killed at the Marriott, peoples, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. She's dead at the Marriott. It is 2 miles away. So she is drowned in a pool or whatever. Her hair is all messed up. She's already defecated and everything. They dressed her and take her to the Crown Plaza Hotel. They had to get her into the establishment, and they had to get her into the freezer. So, help me to make this make sense. If Kenneka Jenkins is already dead and she's being transported into the Crown Plaza Hotel, well then you're saying that the kids had worked with the establishment to move Kenneka's body into a freezer. That's what you're telling me. And then you're also telling me that the kids merged with the Crown Plaza Hotel to put on the scene as if Kenneka Jenkins was at the Crown Plaza. That's what you're telling me. Because it ain't no other way around it. They're telling you it was a reenactment. But I don't think that you understand what I am saying. Because if there was a reenactment, peoples, that's indicative of the fact that something had happened prior to this happening again. An enactment had to occur for a reenactment to occur. And if a reenactment has occurred, then that's what they are telling you, that what they are showing you and saying was what happened with Kenneka. That's what they're saying. But if they're saying that, people, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense with what you are saying, T-Slut. You are all over the place, ma'am. And what you're saying doesn't make no sense to me, because first and foremost, you in 54 Fleas do not have no evidence whatsoever that Kenneka Jenkins was ever in the Marriott Hotel. Where is your evidence? And peoples, you guys remember what you guys remember what Casey had said, right? You remember what Casey had just said, right? Do I need to rewind it back? You heard what she had said about the officer, right? Here, let me rewind this back a little bit, because I think that you guys are missing the point. So let me rewind it back just a little bit. Where I'm at, 646.
Okay, what's this regarding?
Well, they just responding on the report of the missing person.
Okay, so that's what I needed, peoples. I just needed that little part. And so we're going to go back over that little part. I'll give it a title later, but let me share something that was sent to me here. Let me refresh my screen here. And then we're going to share this tab. I want you guys to look at something right here. So Monifa has said on September the 5th, it ain't 12 yet, but happy birthday, my shorty. You know how we rock, love, kid. I already know how your weekend looking. Laughing out loud, Irene Roberts. Was okay, so people, as you can see, Monifa is wishing Irene Roberts a happy birthday. So by Monifa wishing Irene Roberts a happy birthday, well, then you already see peoples that there was no love lost in between the two. Let me share my screen again. I think you guys missed it because I don't think I shared that. So let me rewind that again. So you guys can see what I'm saying. See when the people say that there was some beef, well, it wasn't no beef. Let's read this again. And then we're going to share this tab. I want you guys to look at something right here. So Monifa has said on September the 5th, it ain't 12 yet, but happy birthday, my shorty. You know how we rock, love, kid. I already know how your weekend looking. Laughing out loud, Irene Roberts. Monifa had made this post, peoples. Monifa had made this post and wishing Irene Roberts a happy birthday because Irene Roberts' birthday was on the 5th. This was just a day before they came to the establishment. This was 2017, peoples. This was a day before Irene Roberts came to the establishment with Kenneka, Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree. This wasn't on the 9th. This was on September the 5th. It wasn't no beef between Monifa and Irene, peoples. Do you see what I'm saying? It was no beef between Irene and Monifa. Monifa had wished Irene a happy birthday. This was the post leading up to Irene's birthday party at the Crown Plaza. See, I told you, I got all of the juicies, people. See, when you guys think that all of this shit happened on a night, it didn't happen on a night. All of this shit didn't happen on a night. It happened days before. When they tell you, oh yeah, Monifa and Shemaya and Irene and all of these people is funking with each other, peoples. This is what Monifa had told Irene before her birthday party. It ain't no beef. The evidence is in your face. It ain't no beef. Y'all, hold on. All right, people. So, as you can see, it ain't no beef between Monifa and Irene. So Casey Olvera Sanchez Medina was the one who put that shit out there that Monifa was beefing with Irene, but Monifa was not beefing with Irene. There's the post right there, peoples. And this is the shit that I have been trying to get you guys to see and understand. When you listen to these stupid ass YouTubers, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because you got to incorporate all of the different posts that they were making at the time. See, this is why you fucking YouTubers cannot never challenge over Joseph, because I got the juicy juicies. I got the proof to the truth. And there it is right there. Them dates, as Little Bo Peep had said, kinda speaks for themselves. No, it ain't no kinda. It does speak for themselves. Because none knew what was to come. Oh no, they knew. They knew. They knew wholeheartedly. Don't think for one moment that all of this shit wasn't planned out with Kenneka. These people knew, and this is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand, Little Bo Peep. See, the thing is, you can say what you say. I appreciate that. I understand that. I respect that. But at the end of the day, you got to go a little more than what you're saying, because you got to make sense of it. You're on the right path, but you got to fully make sense of it. I am giving you the whole enchilada. I'm showing you, and I'm telling you, and I'm showing you the timeline of how all of this stuff has acted out. They knew. They knew. This wasn't something that just happened all of a sudden and then all of this just happens to happen. No, ma'am. I'm showing you exactly what was leading up to the analyzation of Kenneka Jenkins. The evidence is in your face, ma'am. It's right there. And you and nobody else can debunk me, because it's in your goddamn face. See, it's funny how now that you're chiming out upon some things, but you didn't chime out on other things when I was talking. See, you guys pick and choose when you guys want to say some shit. But I said, come to my goddamn live and then prove to me and prove to everybody else what your narrative is. Don't just pick and choose certain things and then try to run with it and stuff. No, that shit doesn't work for me. If you're going to say something at the time to when I'm asking you to. And give your narrative, give your mantra, give your theory, give your speech and stuff. And then let's see where it goes. Don't sit here on my live and pick and choose when you want to reply to something, because I have been going for 3 hours and 25 minutes and I haven't heard a word from you guys. See, if you don't want to get embarrassed, don't say shit. Because if you can't come and you can't add to what I am saying, don't say shit. Because I asked you all clearly, unequivocally, and undeniably, come to my live and then help me to make this make sense. You guys ain't saying a fucking thing. But you want to pick and choose when you want to say some shit. I'm giving you the goddamn timeline. I'm giving you what was said and what was done leading up to the party. And this is what you goddamn YouTubers cannot do. I'm giving you the goddamn juicy juicies. I'm giving you what they said. They said that Monifa and Irene was beefing, but I am showing you that is a lie. They wasn't beefing. Because she had shown you her solidarity with Irene on her goddamn birthday, a day before the party. That's why people's, all of these goddamn dates and times and stuff is all different. Because the shit happened days before this reenactment. And I'm proving to you. I'm proving to you. I told you, I got all the juicy juicies. I got all of the screenshots and videos and stuff. I'm going through my archives and I'm playing back the videos that Now, since things is coming back to me, I'm playing you the videos to where it is proving my case. And I'm showing you how all of this stuff has played out leading up to. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying, little Bo Peep. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. You need to understand what I'm saying. And what I said is, I had asked you and every goddamn body in this chat and every goddamn body who's watching this live some questions, and you guys did not respond to anything that I had asked. You guys did not make no reply or I said anything. But now I'm coming on something different. Now you guys, now you want to chime out, but nobody else is chiming out. And so what I'm saying is simply this. Don't fucking pick and choose when you want to chime out. When I'm asking you questions, chime the fuck out and tell me what the fuck you think. Don't give me this bullshit and madness later on after I done asked you guys, help me to make this shit make sense. Give me your goddamn narrative. Tell me what the fuck you think. I'm laying down my foundation. I'm giving you the juicy juicies. Because I am showing you when Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had put this out there that Monifa was beefing with Irene. Irene did not want Monifa at her party. That wasn't the case because look at what Monifa had done on her birthday. Look what Monifa did. And if they was beefing, do you think that Irene would have sat up there and just been all cozy with Monifa? Monifa was there. Monifa was there. So I'm showing you guys what's leading up to the party. I'm showing you. That's why I asked you. You the guru of finding all of this shit. I'm surprised you didn't even know this shit. I asked you to find me the video of 54 Keys giving her narrative with the lady who's supposed to have interview. You gave me something else. So don't misconstrue what I'm saying. Don't misconstrue what I am saying. I am building my foundation. I am showing you guys that all of this shit that these YouTubers has been saying from the beginning is bullshit because it didn't happen in the manner to which they said it did. Again, show me any type of proof that Monifa and Irene was beefing before her party. None of you guys can't show me. You can't show me. Nobody can show me. Everybody is mum's the motherfucking word. Nobody got a goddamn thing to say. Nobody got a goddamn thing to show. So what the fuck are you guys going to tell me? I'm showing you, peoples, what led up to what happened at the Crown Plaza. Because it wasn't at the Marriott. It wasn't at the west side of Chicago. It was at the Crown Plaza. And I got all of the juicy juicies. I got all of the videos and stuff. That's all that I did, peoples. And that's why I kept challenging the people and stuff when I was on Facebook. Kept challenging the people. Kept telling the people, help me to make this make sense, you know? So when you want to tell the people, what you think, you better make goddamn sure that you got all of your facts and you got everything that you need to show to bolster your goddamn claim, because if you don't, I'm gonna be on your ass. I'm gonna be on your ass. I'm gonna be on your ass big time. And I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm going to embarrass your ass big time. Because when you want to sit up here and you want to tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, well, goddamn it, baby, I'm gonna show you who the fuck I am and what the fuck I am talking about. I'm gonna show you. And I'm going to stand 10 toes down with what I say, and I'm going to dare you to prove me wrong. You stupid motherfuckers. Now, I've already established the foundation. This is Monifa on Irene's birthday, because Irene's birthday was on the 5th. This was the reason why they were there on the 6th. And this is the reason why Kenneka died on the 7th. And this is why the reenactment on the 9th. And this is why in the case files it said from the family statement that Kenneka Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours. More than 36 hours. People, do you get it? I'm walking down the goddamn foundation. Now, let's get into what Casey had to say, because remember what Detective Kittenbell had did. He only put her down as missing in the leads, but not in the CAD. In the leads, it's internal. In the CADs, it's external. In the CAD means every goddamn police department across the nation would have seen it and would have been on the lookout for Kenneka Jenkins. But in the leads, that is internal. He put it in as a missing persons report, and he closed it out as a missing persons report. Detective Kevin Kittenbell. And I've already shown you and let you hear what Casey had said. There was an officer or officers who played like they didn't want to take this shit seriously, and they swept the shit under the rug. Now this shit makes sense. Let's listen in to what I just said, and then we're going to go back and listen in to what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had to say, peoples. Let's listen in. You'll learn something. Well, see, peoples, the thing is that, again, and they even stated this beforehand, they even shown you themselves that they went and came and rented a room on September the 7th. They rented a room on September the 7th. So if they're renting a room on September the 7th, well, then my question would be, why would they be at the Marriott Hotel when they rented the room at the Crown Plaza and the DoubleTree? Why would they rent the room? And they rented it on the 7th. Rented it on the 7th. But Kenneka was already there at the establishment. And remember, Kenneka last post, as everybody stated, was on the 7th, speaking on her brother. You guys remember that, right? Kenneka was speaking about her brother, and that was her last post on the 7th. Kenneka Jenkins was speaking about her brother, and that was the very last post on the 7th. So help me to make that make sense, peoples. From the 7th until the 9th, we know that Kenneka all the time loves social media. She loves to take pictures. She loves to take videos. Help me to make that make sense. if Kenneka's last post was on the 7th, and she was supposed to be at the establishment on the 9th, well, why didn't she post anything else on the 7th? She would have been stating, oh yeah, my friend Irene's birthday is happening, or something to that effect. You know, she would have been so happy. She wouldn't have not been on social media, peoples. But everybody agrees that the last posting that Kenneka Jenkins ever made was on the 7th. That's it. Nothing on the 8th and nothing on the 9th. Nothing to indicate that Kenneka was ever going to a party or anything. That is unlike Kenneka when she's on social media every goddamn day. Do you guys understand now what I am trying to convey to you peoples? God damn it, you stupid motherfuckers. If her last post on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and stuff was on the 7th, which all of you motherfuckers agree with, what makes you think that Kenneka Jenkins was alive on the 9th? And something as big as Irene's birthday party, do you not think that Kenneka Jenkins wouldn't be posting? That girl would have been posting up to here to yonder if she was there at the establishment on the 9th. She would have been posting from here to yonder. So I told you, make it make sense, peoples. Now, isn't it making sense, peoples? From that of what I'm showing you now to that of what I'm telling you? Because see, people don't think like I do. I've been telling you guys this forever and a day, for years. Nobody wanted to listen to me, but you're listening to me now because it makes much sense. If Kenneka last posted on the 7th and you don't hear from her no more, and even her own auntie had said that she was missing. You guys remember that, right? Oh, you forgot about that. God damn it. I got that video of when her auntie was expressing that Kenneka was missing. And Kenneka was missing on the 7th. And that was the family statement that Kenneka was missing more than 36 hours. Her own family had told you she was missing. So if Kenneka was missing, how in the fuck could Kenneka just all of a sudden out the goddamn blue appear at the Crown Plaza on the motherfucking night? Oh, but you guys forgot that, right? You guys forgot that, right? You guys forgot that Kenneka, old auntie, had told you that she was missing. And she went posting on live, posting on the internet. I got those posts. I just got to look through my videos and stuff and find that. I'm going to find it and I'm going to show you. But you heard it before. All of you people who's ever been on this Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day, you remember what her auntie said. You remember what her auntie said. She said that Kenneka was missing. We're trying to find my niece. Y'all remember that, right? Can you find that video, little Bo Peep? Are the postings of when they had said that? When her auntie had said that? I got it. And I'm looking. But I got it, peoples. And I'm going to show you. But I'm publicly telling you now. And that was that had sparked the family statement. that has sparked this family statement. Because how could Kenneka be missing and then all of a sudden appear at a Crown Plaza on the 9th? When the last post that she ever did, and all of you motherfuckers agreed that it was on the 7th. Boy, you guys are so goddamn stupid. All right, so I'm gonna share this. So it's but little Bo Peep, is this when her auntie said that she was missing on the 7th? Is this that video? I don't want to just be playing videos just to be playing videos. I want to stay with what I'm talking about. Is this what you have sent me? Okay, so you said that here's where her friends are speaking about where she was supposed to be. All right. Hello? Okay, so you remember when her auntie had said that she was missing, right? On the 7th. You remember that, right? Okay, right. Can you find that video? Okay, all right. Find that available. Find that video or find any post. I have it, but I have it on one of my lives. I got to go through my lives in order to get it. But I have it. But okay, but what is this video that you sent me? Her and Kenneka was supposed to went to the movies. Okay, but all right. Okay, but this video that you sent me is a video of her friend saying that her and Kenneka was supposed to be going to the movies.
It's the friend that she was supposed to go to the bowling alley in the movie with, but she chose to go to the hotel party. Remember when her friend was like, "Oh, y'all know how to take her to the hotel party, but y'all don't know how to come to the protest." But I'm gonna look for the aunt thing right now.
Oh, okay. So my thing is simply this. So she was originally supposed to go to the movies in the bowling alley with this girl instead of going to the party with Irene.
Right, and Irene was the one that was calling her to come to that damn party. Is what she's explaining. But all the girls that went with her to, to go to the party never came to protest, and you know what I mean. She didn't explain it in the video.
No, I get that. So I get that. So my question is simply this then. All right, people. So we're going to take a little station break real quick and stuff. I want to just break in here because I have a video that I'm going to play right quick. So let's play this and then we're going to get back to the live.
Kenneka was not new to no hotel privilege. Ever since Lenore was 5 years old, well, I say 6, I did my kids' hotel parties or motel parties because I knew it wasn't no gun violence. Hell yeah, the hood is messed up. I'm not in denial of that. But when I came to CP and I asked them for help, and not only that, when I asked what happened to my child when I received that phone call at 4:34 in the morning. And at 4:30 in the morning, I heard a story. And then I heard a person respond and say, "No, fuck that shit. I'm ready to go."
Okay, so people, I asked the question, was it 4:34 or was it 4:30 in the morning? Because you see how she's changing the narrative. it was 4:34 when she was supposed to have got the call, right? But then she changed it to 4:30. So see, people's, this is why people just really just hate Edward Joseph. And I say hate because, see, the thing is, I go back and I look at the various things that they say. And then I play back to you what they say. And then I go ahead and I tell you what they say. And I call out what they say. But not only do I call out what they say, but see, the thing is, what they say don't make no sense. See, people's, if you're going to say something, you better make damn sure that you're right in the first place with what you say. Because it's going to be people like me that is going to call you out to the carpet for what you say. I'm going to hold you to the carpet for what you say. So if you say it the first time, say it again the second time, say it again the third time, and then keep saying it. Because if you say it and you don't change it, well, then that's the truth, according to what you say. But if you say one thing today and then you say something tomorrow and then you say something different the next day, well, then people's, how are you going to get the truth? Because you're lying. And if you just said something and then you say something different, you're lying. So people's, I'm only going to hold them accountable for what they said. Is that all right, peoples? So, TM, it ain't no mad. It ain't no reason to get mad at Edward Joseph, because this is what you said, man. It came from your lips, and I told you I'm only going to go by what you said. Just like the YouTubers, I'm only going to go by what they said, and I'm going to show you people all of the different times to when these people said things and they lied. Oh, I'm working behind the scenes. Oh yes, I'm working behind the scenes, peoples. Yes, I'm working behind the scenes, and I'm putting all of this stuff together, this juicies, because see, I'm holding to account for what these people say. And I want you to see how many times that they changed their narrative. So since when you show them of what they say, see, I got a memory of an elephant, people, so I never forget. So when you say something, I'm going to show you what you said before and what you said after. And then what you're saying now, and show the people how you lied all of this time, because why are you changing your narrative? Peoples, I've been talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day. And how many times did you ever hear Edward Joseph change his narrative? Well, you haven't. So you can take any one of my videos, you can splice it up, you can dice it up, you can do whatever and stuff. And I'm still telling you the very same thing that I told you many times before. This is why the people can't debunk Edward Joseph. This is why they don't challenge me. And so now I'm glad that they're beefing, because I'm only going to take their video footage and I'm going to splice it up and I'm going to embarrass them big time. Yep. Because they're giving me ammunition. They're giving me ammunition to come back upon them and stuff. So when they want to go and battle themselves, well, good. Keep showing the videos, because all I'm doing is just copying it. Showing up, and then I'm just taking what I need, and I'm going to show the people what they said, because that's what they said. So keep on showing all of the videos and stuff, because all I'm doing is just copying it. And all I'm doing is just making a record. I'm glad that they beefing. Ooh, I love it when they beef, because see, when they beef, they're so anxious to put all of that good juicy out there, so I can just take it and I can just do what I do with it. But hey, ain't that what Ransom News did? And Ransom News got his ass called out by Ms. T. Ransom News, I got your picture, sucker. I know who you are, sucker, because Miss T exposed you. And so you ain't making no more videos, sucker, are you now? Nope. Because see, the thing is, people, somebody out there is going to know who you are. They're going to have a picture of you. They're going to have your name. They're going to have your address. They're going to have everything. And then you get exposed. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when these suckers wants to try to go ahead and dox people, well, shit, we can do the same. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I sure can. I can do the same. You know? So when you suckers wants to go ahead and talk all of this madness and things, well, shit, God damn it, I can do the same. I can go ahead and show your picture, your mama's picture, your daddy's picture, your sister's picture, your brother's picture. I'm not going to show your children now. You know, I got that. I'll just show your family. I ain't going to show your children. But if push comes to shove, then I will. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, push comes to shove. But I'm not that type of person. But I just want to put you on record and let you know that, see, when you want to come and you want to dox people and you want to put salacious madness out about people, well, God damn it, I can do the same, peoples. I got a plethora of information. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I can find out anything about anybody. And then when you cross me, I'm going to put your shit out big time. But that's only to the people who wants to come and do that to me. I'm not going to do that to just regular Joe Blow just because we, you know, got into an argument and shit. That it ain't even necessary to even give them the time of the day. I just say, get the fuck out my channel. Just leave, you know. Don't even come back. You ain't even got to say shit to me. Because it ain't even worth my time with you. See, a lot of people get mad at me, peoples and stuff. But see, now I have learned over the years, I have learned to turn the tables on these suckers. Because see, everybody wants to use your content and everybody wants to go ahead and try to put a spin up on your content. But now I've learned. Go ahead and beef. Go ahead and keep making all of these goddamn lives and keep showing all of this stuff. Because see, all I need is just a little excerpt. That's it. All I need is just your voice. All I need is just for you to say what you're saying and things. That's it. Because see, the thing is, I can do what you do better. See, it took me a minute to get my bearings and things. But then I said, you know something? Fuck this shit. I'm not taking nothing laying down. I'm fit to treat these motherfuckers just like how they treat everybody else and how they treat me. And so I'm going to expose these mother suckers for the madness that they've been speaking. Now, all of you suckers out there that been listening to them forever today, keep your asses over there. You ain't got to come over here. I don't need you to join my live. You know, I don't need you to like it. I don't need you to do shit. Just keep your asses over there because I don't even want you here, you know? I'm just focused upon the new people who's coming in. Y'all come on in. Y'all come on. Take a seat. Listen to what I have to say and show because I'm tired of these mothers. See, Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina, what she does is she goes and she takes people's content and then she goes and she thinks that she's the guru. She's Miss Right. She knows everything about the goddamn case. But see, I'm getting ready to expose her ass big time because I'm working on something real big. And it's going to be so goddamn juicy, and I'm just going to keep playing it over and over and over again. Because see, the thing is, what Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina doesn't know is I got the juicy juicies. Let me show you, people. So let me remove this real quick and let me show you what I'm talking about. Because I got the motherfucking juicy juicies. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the bitch can't she can't handle a person like me, peoples. Let me go back to that live. Show you all of this juicy juicies that I got. Y'all hold on for a moment. I'm looking for that live that I had. Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina. Because I kept it up. There it is right there. Casey called TM a bitch, exposing the nefarious. Let me go ahead and share that right quick. Because see, I played a little bit of it. But I didn't play all of it because I knew you suckers was going to come and look at it. And so I had to keep you mesmerized. But there it is right there, people. See, I got it in my phone. I got all of the juicy juicies. And that's all of the confessions that Casey had said in this case. Everything from start to finish. I got it all. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got it all, peoples. That's that juicy shit right there. There it is. You know, and see, the thing is, when Casey was sitting and recording people's conversations, somebody that was close to her had recorded her conversations. And they've been doing that all of that time. And they gave me all of the juicy juicies. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because see, now you gave me ammunition. See, people's, I don't sit back and I don't record people's conversations and stuff because I'm not that hollow. And I don't give a fuck if you record mines and things. I don't give a fuck whatever you record or whatever you screenshot or whatever I say or do. I don't give a fuck. Play it back. Because see, the thing is, if I ever find out that any of you recorded any conversation that I had, and you wanted to be bold enough to post it and stuff, well then, you know, come on, bring it on. Because see, once you cross me and once you cross that boundary, I'm gonna be on your shit big time. And I'm gonna expose your ass big time. Yep. I'm gonna be on your shit just like I've been on Casey's shit for years. And that bitch had to leave the Kenneka Jenkins case. But now she got a new channel. Because that old channel, I done struck the shit out of that shit. I struck her ass many times because see, she taught me how to do it. Now I'm monetized. Now I got access to YouTube and stuff. And so I know how to do it now, peoples. And see, the thing is, all of the channels that she had the people strike and things, I got those channels back, every last one. And so I fought back. So when the bitches, her friends, was sitting up here laughing, ha ha ha, that's why you got your channel taken, bitches. I got my channel back. You suckers, you motherfucking lollipops, you dick suckers and pussy lickers. I got them all back. And I'm coming back with a vengeance. I told you what I was going to do. I told you what I was going to do. Because see, the thing is, when you cross me, now you're on my goddamn radar. And when you're on my goddamn radar, now I'm coming for you. And I'm coming with a vengeance. I'm coming. I told you I was coming. I told you what I was going to do. And I'm going to do it, peoples. Because when I promise you something, that's exactly what I mean. It's exactly what I mean, peoples. And so I'm going to treat these suckers just how they have treated me. And especially Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Mendina. And this time around, ma'am, I am going to expose your child, your grown-up child. But I'm going to expose not only your grown-up child, but all of the shit that happened to that child. But she's grown now. You know, you thought that I forgot. I haven't forgot. No, I'm coming for you. Just like you came for my family, I'm coming for you. Just like you talked about my mother, I'm coming for you. Just like you talked about my son and daughter, I'm coming for you. Just like you talked about my child's mother, I'm coming for you. And I'm going to be relentless. And this time, I'm coming with even greater receipts, more so than ever. And I'm going to expose the little bitches. Oh, man, it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be fantastic because I'm not going to stop there. Oh, man, look at here. I'm going to destroy the bitch. Sure enough, I'm going to destroy your fucking daughter. I'm coming for her job. I'm coming for her job. See, all I've been doing was just sit back in reconnaissance mode, you know, just sitting back, biding my time and stuff, and waiting and just gathering all of my information. And now, when I drop my lives and my shorts and stuff, and the next phase, I'm going to destroy your daughter. And I'm going to destroy you because destroying your daughter is going to destroy you. See, I can't do nothing about your dad now because that motherfucker is gone. The sucker who did all of that deviant, devilish, and demonic madness. But I'm coming for you, Casey. I'm coming. And so you better be prepared, bitch. Because see, I got all of the receipts. Your friends had literally greatly given me everything that I needed. Because they knew I am the motherfucker that will take you down. And you will have to make a new channel to a new channel to a new channel. But I'm destroying those channels. Destroying every goddamn channel that you got. And then I'm coming for your daughter. And I'm coming for a job. I'm going to destroy the bitch. Mark my words. I'm coming. All right, people, let's listen to this.
And you her friend? You said, nah, fuck that shit when I asked y'all, please wait on my baby. But when I saw that you was Rudy, and I saw that if you keep coming on, if they bring up charges against us, my color, if they bring up charges and say you did this, you did that, when I'm hearing you say this Rudy outburst, well, of course, I'm trying to keep peace because it ain't your daughter. It was my daughter that was missing. It was my daughter that I didn't know until 4:34 in the morning that she was missing. And when a person called me, they told me, Mom, they mad at me because they didn't want me to call you and tell you that your daughter was missing. And then when I asked them, you didn't tell me now, Tab, that my daughter, y'all had her phone. But when I told y'all, please don't leave my baby. And when I heard a bastard say, no, fuck that shit, I'm ready to go wild course.
So you hear what she said. She said at 4:34 they called her and they had Kenneka's phone, right? That's what she said, right? At 4:34 they called her and they had Kenneka's phone. But they didn't want to tell her that Kenneka was missing. That's what she said, right? They didn't want to tell her that Kenneka was missing. And then what they're saying is, we're ready to go. So people, it's helping to make that make sense. They had Kenneka's keys and they had Kenneka's phone. So if they had Kenneka's keys and they had Kenneka's phone, well, then how in the fuck did Kenneka text Lenore and say, I'm ready to go? And how in the fuck did Kenneka text Shamaya and say, I'm ready to go? If they had Kenneka's keys and phone. See, people, you know, all you got to do is just, goddamn it, listen. And when you listen, you learn something. Stop open up your goddamn mouth when you don't fucking know what you're talking about. Just listen. It will play out on its own, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? All you have to do is listen. And when you listen, peoples, boy, look what all that comes out, all of the juicy juicies. So, what have we learned? We learned that they had Kenneka's keys and phone. So Kenneka, even if she wanted to, couldn't do anything because she didn't have her keys and phone. Well, if they had Kenneka's keys and phone, like TM had just told you, well, how in the fuck did that girl in the hallway be walking with her phone? If they had Kenneka's keys and phone. Oh my goodness, people. God damn it, Edward Joseph, man. You blowing this shit out the goddamn water because the stupid people just did not understand and see that the girl had her phone while walking the halls of that establishment. So what? Did they give Kenneka phone back to her when she was supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment? People's no. Because Kenneka was never there on the night to walk any halls of that establishment. I told you that many times, peoples. See, this is just the extra piece to the puzzle, peoples, because all you got to do is just fucking listen and shut the fuck up and quit thinking that you know every goddamn thing. Because if you did, chime out. And come and have a conversation with me. But if you don't want to have a conversation with me, well, then shut the fuck up and learn something. Shut the fuck up and learn something, peoples. That's all you got to do. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? The girl that walked the halls of that establishment had a phone. But you heard what TM said. They had Kenneka's phone. So how in the hell could Kenneka be having her own phone when they had her phone? Oh my God, people's boy. You guys are learning something. And you need to just shut the fuck up and learn. Understand what Edward Joseph is telling you. There's going to be more videos like this, people. So we're going to listen to this. There's going to be more videos like this because, see, I am only using their words up against them. That's it. That's all. Edward Joseph, is using their words up against them. So, shh, and learn something, peoples. Let's go.
I knew we had our heads in the lion's mouth. And the only way we can get it out is if we ease it out. So I knew y'all was out there doing whatever y'all was doing. So the only reason why I asked y'all, just calm down. Be patient. My biggest purpose was to find my daughter. And I told y'all before I dropped y'all off, please, this is no time to be lying. Tell me the truth, please. And y'all told me nothing.
So did you hear what she said, peoples? She dropped them off. They didn't drop themselves off. She dropped them off because they couldn't drive, peoples. Bree had driven them to her house. And she took over the car and she dropped them off. And she said that she got a call at 4:34. But you guys remember Custom Design and T. Slay said that Shemaya was at the police department at 4 something in the morning. Oh, you guys remember that? Okay, so if you don't remember, let me go and share my screen, people. Let me go and share my screen because see, this is debunk time right here. You know, this is debunk time right here. So let me go to right here. Okay, let me go to my channel, peoples. And let me go back to where they had said that Shemaya was at the police department at 4 something in the morning. But you heard what TM had said. TM had said that couldn't be because she got a call at 4:34 in the morning. So if she's getting a call at 4:34 in the morning and she's dropping the kids off. Well, that clearly means, peoples, that the kids is with her, and Shemaya is with them, and not Shemaya is with them, and not at the police department with her mom. Oh boy, peoples, you guys are going to learn today. I said you guys are going to learn today, peoples. Let me go ahead and let me play that back right here. This is T. Slay in Custom Design, peoples. This is their narrative. Okay, let me see it. Let me go to my shorts right here. I think I got it on my shorts. Yep. No. Okay, let me see. Yeah, here it is right here. Let's listen in, peoples.
One thing about a nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it say, because you don't know what it say. Shemaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shemaya mother called the police to report what Shemaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information for what we're talking about. Kenneka was actually missing at that point. Kenneka was missing when they went to the police department to say what she did. That was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found Kenneka yet. So Shemaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Rosemont PD. And that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
One thing about a nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it say, because you don't know what it say. Shemaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shemaya mother called the police to report what Shemaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information for what we're talking about. Kenneka was actually missing at that point. Kenneka was missing when they went to the police department to say what she did. That was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found Kenneka yet. So Shemaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Rosemont PD. And that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
So how in the fuck did Shemaya get home before 4:30? How? And how in the fuck did Shemaya and her mom be at the police station by 4:30 when TM just told you that they had called her at 4:34? So who took Shemaya home? What, did Bree take Shemaya home? No, because Bree, Shemaya, and Monifa was found on surveillance video footage at 4:30 in the morning. So what was the fuck was T. Slay and Custom Design saying? See, people, you know, this is what I love doing what I do, because these suckers, boy, they forget the things that they say. And I just continue to keep catching them in lies. When you lie once, you got to lie twice. And you got to lie 3 times. But it's nothing nice. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So either they lied or they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Well, it's both, peoples. They lied and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know? Ah! They don't know what the fuck they're talking about! And I just keep showcasing that of what I know, peoples. Because, see, I sit back and I watch and I listen. And I said, you hilarious and nefarious Negroes and niggerettes. And y'all talked all of that shit and stuff. Are they talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case today, peoples? No, they're not. And the reason why is because Edward Joseph had exposed them for the hilarious and nefarious bullshit and madness that they've been saying. So ask Custom Design why him and T Slay ain't talking no more. Why him and T Slay ain't talking about the case no more. They've been doing it for about a whole year. Oh, they were going strong at one point until, you know, shit just happens. And so they fell apart. But see, that's what happens, people, is when you have two bulls with horns, because both of them were high strung. You know, they were high mighty. They were just bullheaded. And you can't tell them nothing, neither one. And so by their own demise is what brought that shit to an end. Because when you got two bulls with two big heads with horns, and you can't tell them shit, well, that was a cocktail for disaster. And it was funny how the breakup came about. And then they go and they change their names to all of these different names, and then they want to come to my channel with all of these different names, and then they want to come talk with me and things. But see, the thing is, if they had any validity to their stupidity, well, then they could have came on my live many times, but they don't. They didn't. Because, see, I gave them ample opportunity to come shoot your shot and tell us what you mean, tell us what you said about the Kenneka Jenkins case, and they couldn't. They stupid. And so when they do come on, the only thing come on is want to argue with me about some stupid stuff other than the Kenneka Jenkins case. I don't want to hear about anything else. I just want to hear about the Kenneka Jenkins case. I just want to hear what your narrative is and if you can debunk me. But you can't do it because you're all the time coming with all this ranting and raving madness. Just angry about what? Well, about your stupidity? Because you didn't bring no validity? It's crazy, peoples. It's crazy how people will get mad at you because you're bringing out the proof and the truth, and they are on this fuck shit because they don't know shit. And that's why they had to change their names and put all of their videos on private or delete all of their videos and stuff. You know, where's the videos at for the public to see? Oh, they don't want it because there's people like me that will download the shit and then call them to the carpet for the nefarious bullshit that they've been talking about forever and a day. See, people, if you had some validity, you wouldn't be engaged in stupidity. Do you understand what I'm saying? My videos is up. You can go watch my videos, people. It's up for you to see. You know? But they put it on private. They put it on block because they don't want people like me to go snooping around and get some juicies and call them out to the carpet. But it's okay, peoples, because you know something? I've learned to be patient and I've learned to wait, because at some point in time, these suckers will get emboldened and then they start talking again. And then I'll just go back recording again and then spice that shit up and still call them to the carpet for the nefarious bullshit that they've been saying. So that's why I'm glad that Casey's back on it. But she ain't talking about me. She's talking about Trey Gang. But I'm glad that they both are going back and forth because they're exposing some juices. You know, I see ransom news ain't over there no more. Ain't talking. I see Boss Man of Hair, Lost Man ain't talking no more. I see John Queer Q ain't talking no more. But see, what Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina did was she's playing back their videos. So you know what I'm doing? I'm going to make it short. And every time I go live, it's going to play her video. It's going to play her video every time. So I see that she's trying to use accolades from all of the people who had talked about her and saying, oh yeah, Casey loyalty, you know, she had did all of this and stuff, and you know, she was very good in research and all like that. Nah, people's okay. So I'm going to she's teaching me now. So I'm going to go ahead and make some shorts, and I'm going to put it as my intro video. So every time I go live, that video plays. And just continue to keep reminding you guys for the nefarious bullshit and madness that she's been speaking. Every time I go live, that's going to play. See, she took off my plate because, you know, I made a little short, and then one of the content creators, he got mad at me because he didn't want me to play a video, but I played it anyway and got real angry with me. But like I told him, you can't tell me what I can do on my channel. You can't tell me what videos I can play. So when it gets like that, people, is when they want to try to tell you what you can do and stuff, you know what you do? You exit their asses out of your channel. Tell them, you know, goodbye. Exit their ass out. But I didn't exit his ass out. He left on his own. But that was good. But I dared them to come on and start ramping up some stupid shit. Because if I ever hear or see anything about Edward Joseph coming from him, I'm coming for his job. I'm not going to bullshit around people, so I'm coming for his job. I meant that. I'm not coming for the people no more. I'm coming for your job. So when you want to talk about Edward Joseph, just know I'm coming for your job. Now, fair play is fair play. I'm going to make it so to where it hits home, to where it hurts. No longer am I playing with suckers. Now, I'm not going to go tit for tat with this internet back and forth type of shit. No, I'm going to destroy your ass. I'm coming for your job. That goes to all of you. Every last one of you. When you want to put my name into your little whatevers and stuff, just know I'm coming for your job. And if you don't have a job, I'm coming for your family. Coming for you, I'm coming for your family. Now, you ready to play tit for tat? Watch how I play. And I play very dirty. It ain't nothing clean. I'm not going to be wearing white gloves. I'm going to make it so to where you will always remember me. For I am Edward Joseph.
Because every minute count when it comes to saving a life. And y'all told me nothing. So I went out there because I heard a person say, nah, fuck that shit. I'm tired. I'm ready to go home. That person know who they is. The same person that left my house September the 8th. The same person left my house with Kenneka September the 8th. You was the very one that told me. Said, no, you didn't. You said in the open because I didn't know this person had me on speaker. But you heard me say, please don't leave my child. So I knew if you would be rally, police shoot you in the fucking head for not doing nothing. For you knowing your rights. I have been a victim of a police assassinating my character. 1997, the police, April the 4th, the police beat me and my baby sister up. Because guess what? I asked them what was they jumping on my sister for. And guess what? She got on her radio station and said, I have 2 black bitches that's resisting arrest. I never once resisted arrest because I always knew the police is always right. Especially when you got the skin color like mine. And guess what? They didn't even come to court for me. They tried to go to court for her because they knew the juvenile system was going to agree with whatever they agreed with. But through it all, we're going to skip that. Through it all, like I told y'all before, every minute counts when it's saving a life. If y'all didn't tell the truth then, y'all say I threaten y'all lives. Guess what? I would not do that. Because through it all, I'm going to sacrifice that loss. It hurt me like hell that my baby ain't here. She was my greatest supporter. It hurt me like hell to see y'all peoples, especially black peoples, when I tried to unite with us kind. No disrespect to no other kind, but trust and believe. In order for us black people to work within ourselves, we got to correct within us. And it's sick and it's sad. Because the first opportunity y'all able to be bought out. Trust and believe. I didn't have no forms of finance. My so-called job, I was good enough for them to put me as a demonstration of a welcome character, how a good employee is supposed to be. But I wasn't good enough for them even to pay for my insurance that I had through them. So the only reason that time when I did what I did, I only did what I did that one time because I needed help. But I see the backlash of these people. At my old apartment that I had, they wrote Nazi signs over my building. They left flyers on my doorstep. Not only that, I saw that tall man, I got his name, I saw his face. Oh, trust me, I know. But they ain't my focus. My focus before I allow the devil to interfere. I need the devil to know, you ain't my focus. All them people say, oh, I had something to do with it. How? But you can think what you want to think. Because through it all, after Jesus showed all the signs, guess what? They still crucified him. So y'all could do what y'all want to do. I gave y'all the opportunity. Because my baby was already dead. I gave y'all folks the opportunity to look out for y'all selves. Like in y'all good days, when y'all think y'all in a decent neighborhood or with cameras, footage, or whatever. When I tell y'all that it was a camera over that freezer and it was a camera, I'm not going to lie and say I went on the 9th floor because the friend told me they couldn't remember what floor she was on. I've been quiet long enough.
So she told you, peoples, that she never went to the 9th floor. What, did you go to the 11th floor, TM? Let's rewind that back a little bit, peoples, because see, she's confessing now things that you didn't even know. Let's listen in.
Or with cameras, footage, or whatever. When I tell y'all that it was a camera over that freezer and it was a camera, I'm not going to lie and say I went on the 9th floor because the friend told me they couldn't remember what floor she was on.
The friends told her they couldn't remember what floor she was on. You're hearing it from TM's mouth, peoples. So when people say that Kenneka was on the 6th floor, like Kelly was saying, and then Kenneka was on the 11th floor, like the lady had said, and then they were supposed to have been on the 9th floor, where the party was. Well, the friends said that they couldn't remember what floor Kenneka was on. What do you mean you couldn't remember what floor Kenneka was on? Boy, people, see, you guys don't listen. How could the friends not know what floor Kenneka was on? How? She never went to the floors, peoples. She just told you she didn't go to the 9th floor. Did you go to the 11th floor, TM? Why didn't you go to the 9th floor, TM? Why? That's where your child was supposed to have been last seen, right? See, people's, all you got to do is just listen. They will confess, and they will tell you everything that you need to know. Let's go.
I've been quiet long enough. After this, I'm gonna let peace be still. So y'all take it whatever y'all want to. Y'all YouTubers, y'all thinking of me, but let me tell y'all something. For the ones that doing the cloud chasing, I pray to God. Now, not all, but some. And the ones that's doing it for the loyalty, I love y'all. It ain't about color. But think for yourself, if you ain't got no kids, if it could be your daughter, your son, or whoever. The Bible say, watch as well as pray. I've been quiet long enough. But guess what? Through it all, they may take me, but they ain't gonna take my silence. Through it all, I still trust God. And if they take me, let me tell y'all something. God is awesome. Can't touch him. He been here before you. And I'm not trying to force this belief on you, but one thing I know for sure, he got us. Do not lose faith. And do not lose faith. I dropped on my knees because I couldn't understand this. I said, God, this right here is too heavy for me to carry. I need you. And when I got back up off my knees, only thing I could hear Spirit say is focus time, focus time. I made that lie to prove that I was not rebellious of what the police already told me before an autopsy. They said, oh, she just stumbled into freak accidents like this happened. I was concepted or whatever they could have showed me. But you can say whatever out your mouth. You can say whatever out your mouth. But when after they showed me the body, and after I saw the body, and then I'm like, okay, can I see the freezer? And when I saw the freezer, Noah said, Mom, there go the camera. And I saw the camera with them lights going. Oh, I asked them, did they see the footage? And they told me, they said, oh no, we got to look into that. Then when they close the argument, they tell me they didn't see there was no camera. Let me correct that. There was no camera, and they did not take fingerprints. When y'all say what y'all got to say, judge. But let me tell y'all this. Those who have not seen, cast the first stone.
What in the fuck is she talking about? She ain't making no sense. But in essence, she's dancing around the thing because, see, when they went to court, they said that it wasn't no cameras. Did you hear what she said? She said when they went to court, they said that there wasn't no cameras over no freezer. And it wasn't no camera over no freezer, peoples. And even if it was a camera over a freezer, you had the camera that shows the full area of the room. So if she walked back there and the cameras stayed on, well, then it would capture anybody else that would have walked back there as well, right? But it didn't. And that's the point that I'm trying to make to the people. It really doesn't matter whether it was a camera over a freezer or not. There was a camera that captured the general area. And anybody that walked in after supposedly her walking into a freezer, it should have been captured on video footage. Y'all making way too much noise over a camera being over a freezer when you clearly see that there was a camera in the general room. Don't get distracted about a supposed camera over a freezer, peoples. That's the distraction. That's the distraction. Tim know that it wasn't no camera over no freezer. And it didn't have to have no camera over no freezer because anybody who walked in that room would have been on video footage. Period. So you guys sitting over here texting her and stuff. Yeah, where's the camera over the freezer and all like that? You guys are losing focus because you guys are worried about a camera that's supposed to be over a freezer. Then you're worried about the video camera that showed anybody entering into that freezer and going back to that freezer to where the video footage skipped. And that's the point that I have been trying to make forever and a day. But you people, you guys are foolish. You guys are so goddamn stupid because you focus upon the wrong thing. You let these YouTubers mesmerize your ass and don't let you and make you think for yourself. This is why I do my lives, because I want you to think. That's why I take my time and I tarry with you, because I want you to think for yourself. And think outside the box, peoples, and stop boxing yourself in with a stupid narrative that don't make no sense whatsoever. But you guys got to start thinking for yourselves. But you're not thinking for yourself. Because it really didn't matter whether it was a camera over a freezer or not. The camera that captured everybody that came into that kitchen would have been on video footage, peoples. So she said it herself that an employee was down there with her daughter for over 2 hours. So why the fuck are you sitting here screaming about a goddamn camera, TM, when you said yourself that an employee was down there in the kitchen with your daughter for 2 hours? So you know goddamn well that Kenneka never walked into no freezer. Oh, goddamn people. You guys are so goddamn stupid. I'm going to play that video because she said it. And I want you to hear it from her lips, peoples. A lot of people heard it because it's a video just like this, but her just ranting and raving and shit. Just going off the rocker. But she's telling you some juicies that you guys should have listened to. Instead of getting all into your goddamn feelings, you need to just taper that shit down and listen to what she is saying. But you don't want to do that, peoples, because you're so goddamn stupid. I'm not going to stop, peoples, because I have to get it out there for the people to learn and understand for themselves. Let's go.
And let me tell y'all this. Lord forbid, I'ma pray mercy on your souls from here on today. Be careful what you do to a child of God. The Bible say, touch not my anointments. Kenneka was the anointments. And he said, do my prophets no harm.
Well, they touched her, TM. So if Kenneka was anointed, well, then she was touched. Because when God says, touch not my anointed, do not my prophet no harm, well, Kenneka didn't have an anointing, and Kenneka was touched. And Kenneka definitely wasn't no prophet. That only applies to a spiritual person who knows God and has a relationship with God. And I'm not saying that Kenneka never had a relationship with God, but Kenneka wasn't no prophet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kenneka was no prophet, peoples. That's why she got touched, because that scripture did not apply to Kenneka. Because if it did, it would have never happened.
Y'all doing me harm, so it's warning before destruction. Be careful what y'all do. And I speak that in the mighty name of Jesus. I love y'all. Peace out. Now take that how y'all want to. Only wise will learn, but a fool would never. So you fools out there, no disrespect, but the truth is a lie. Take it how y'all want to. But know this before I go. If you decide, or the next person decide, I've had several people tell me they lost sleep. Do you know how much the fuck I lost? My baby girl, your kid's still here. And if your mama, I pray to God have mercy on your soul. Or if your daddy, I pray to God have mercy on your soul.
And so, TM, my question is, why the fuck are you so goddamn angry with the people? Because, bitch, you're the one who put yourself in this situation. Why the fuck are you on live screaming at the goddamn people when your fucking ass put yourself in this situation? You ain't cried not once. And you sitting up here ranting and raving about the goddamn YouTubers talking about your child or your so-called child. And you ain't shedded not one goddamn tear for her. You the stupid bitch. So what the fuck are you mad for? What the fuck are you screaming for? What the fuck are you angry for? And it's all of this talking and getting mad and shit. Who in the fuck are you mad at? People's, all of this is the play. If you motherfuckers can't see this shit now, you goddamn stupid. Open up your motherfucking eyes and look at the goddamn play. Who in the fuck is she mad with? It's the play. This bitch ain't mad. It's the play, peoples. It's the goddamn play.
Because you bastards, I pray you never experience what I got to go through. When you know that your baby could have possibly been saved. Because your skin color, I was too dark for them people to help me. And not only that, when I asked what happened to my child when I received that phone call at 4:34 in the morning. And at 4:30 in the morning, I heard a story.
Wait, peoples, listen. At 4:34, she gets a phone call that her goddamn daughter is dead, but at 4:30, she hears a story. So she hears a story at 4:30, and then at 4:34, she gets a phone call. Help me to make that shit make some sense, peoples. 4 fucking minutes later, she gets a phone call, but at 4:30, she hears the story. What fucking story have you heard, TM? Bitch, you're lying. You're fucking lying.
And then I heard a person respond and say, "No, fuck that shit. I'm ready to go."
People, how in the hell could she hear somebody response at 4:30 when she was supposed to get a call at 4:34? See, that's the this is the shit that I'm talking about, peoples. She's listening to people who say, "Nah, fuck that. I'm ready to go at 4:30," but then she gets a call at 4:34. People's that is telling you the bitch was already there. People, if this live right here doesn't open up some eyes for you and show you and tell you and give you clarity as to what the fuck is going on, you goddamn stupid. Only Edward Joseph is going to be the one who is going to showcase the bullshit and madness that these motherfuckers is saying. How is she going to hear all this at 4:30 when the first time that she was supposed to have heard this is at 4:34, 4 fucking minutes later, peoples. 4 minutes is a long time. But yet she's hearing voices at 4:30. Oh my God, peoples, man, you guys are so goddamn stupid. It's just incredible how you guys will sit your ass up here and listen to this bullshit and nonsense.
And you her friend? You said, "Nah, fuck that shit," when I asked y'all, please wait on my baby. But
she asked him at 4:30 to please wait on her baby, but she gets a call at 4:34. But at 4:30, she's pleading with the kids, then don't leave her baby. But she gets the call at 4:34. But at 4:30, she's hearing voices and she's pleading with the kids. But she gets the call at 4:34. She knows she got a call at 4:34 because she's spoken that at twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times in this goddamn live. 4:34, 4:34. She wanted to make sure that you know it was 4:34. But peoples, if it was 4:34, how in the fuck did she be hearing voices and be pleading with these kids at 4:30? Make the goddamn excuse for it, peoples, because that's what you're going to do. The bitch is lying out her motherfucking straight dentured teeth, because those are dentures, peoples. They're too perfect, they're too big, and they're too straight. Those are dentures.
when I saw that you was Rudy, and I saw that if you keep coming on, if they bring up charges against us, my color, if they bring up charges, say you did this, you did that. When I'm hearing you say this Rudy outburst, why?
When I saw that you were unruly, who in the fuck has been unruly? Peoples, she was there. She was there. She's telling you that she was there. Who was unruly? Did you see in the protests anybody been unruly? Did you see at the establishment anybody been unruly? Did you see on any video footage, peoples, anybody being unruly? You never did. This bitch is lying out of her goddamn teeth, peoples, and she don't even know what the fuck she's saying. It's truly amazing, peoples.
course, I'm trying to keep peace because it ain't your daughter. It was my daughter that was missing. It was my daughter that I didn't know until 4:34 in the morning that she was missing. And when a person called me, they told me, Mom, they mad at me because they didn't want me to call you and tell you that your daughter was missing.
And then she reiterates it again at 4:34 in the morning. She don't want to forget that time. That's why she has to keep repeating it. 4:34 in the morning, but then she turns around and she pleads with the kids at 4:30 in the morning. Peoples, this is all a fucking act. And who in the fuck is she mad with? Who? YouTubers?
And then when I asked them, what you didn't tell me now, Tab, that my daughter, y'all had her phone. But when I told y'all, please don't leave my baby. And when I heard a bastard say, no, fuck that shit. I'm ready to go wild course. I knew. We had our heads in the lion's mouth. And the only way we can get it out is if we ease it out.
And so I didn't know that the video just resurfaced again and stuff because we already heard that. So the video had ended, people. So there you have it, peoples. In your goddamn face, there you have it, peoples, man. This bitch was just fucking lying. I mean, fucking lying and lying out her goddamn teeth. Just fucking lying, peoples. It's crazy, peoples. She's just fucking lying out of her goddamn teeth. And if you don't see that and understand that by now, peoples, your ass is just lost. I said your ass is just lost, peoples. Let's get back into this live, peoples. Let's go. So Kenneka wasn't going to go to the party.
Right. They begged her to go to the party. Because she was supposed to go to the movie.
Okay, so then my thing is simply this then. Why would Kenneka want to go to the movies and not go to the party?
I don't know.
Okay, because let's hold it right there. Because there was a content creator that had clearly said that Kenneka had planned this party with Irene.
That's what Irene said too. She knew about that for months. They planned it.
Okay, so
I don't know what happened.
Okay. Now see, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So we're gonna hold it right there. See what you can do. I'm gonna play this video. Okay. All right, people. So now we're getting some clarity out of confusion. We're getting some clarity out of confusion, people. And see, I just love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it because man, look at here. This is juicy's right here. This is juicy's. See, you got to back up the things that you say with some proof. You know, you got to make it make sense. And so let's see if all of this stuff makes some sense, peoples. Let's see if all of this stuff makes some sense because it's going to be the battle between this girl and what she says and what the family had done because the family had clearly said that Kenneka was missing and that they were asking for prayers for Kenneka. And this was days before Kenneka was ever supposed to go to a party, peoples. See, so now we're going to see who is who, what is what, and what's right. And is this girl just speaking out of clout or out of spout? Let's say, peoples. But before we go there, let's listen into this and see what Detective Kittenbell had done And then we're going to go back and listen to what Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. And then we're going to come back and we're going to listen to this video that Little Bo Peep had sent me. You see how I'm breaking down this timeline, peoples, with actual proof of what they said, not what I said, but what they said. So instead of listening to all of these goddamn fairy tales, I am just only bringing you the juicy juicies. But before I go there, peoples, hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Deborah G says, hello, Mr. Edward in chat. Now, see, peoples, this is how you break this shit down. This is how you break this shit down, and this is how you walk this goddamn timeline. Because I don't give a fuck what you say. You got to prove to me. You got to prove to me. And I'm breaking it down in a manner to which they had said. Now, let's listen in, peoples, because it's all making sense to you. I know it is. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Let's go. Okay. So they rent a room on the 7th. They have video footage of Kenneka entering into the backside of the establishment. And when they first entered her into the leads, they never gave a description of her. They just said missing person. It's not until later on in the conversation is when they gave a description of Kenneka Jenkins. They were a little bit more concise with their description. In the beginning of the narrative, when the dispatcher was talking to the person from the police department, they clearly stated that Kitten Bell had entered her into the leads and not the CAD, and only entered it as a incident report and closed it out as a incident report, which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that they did not want to elevate or escalate this thing beyond what it already is, and that is a incident. Because had they entered it into the CAD, then everybody, all of the police departments across everywhere would have been able to see that and understand something serious is going on. We have a missing girl. We have a missing girl. Everybody across the nation would have understand that a missing girl is missing somewhere in Rosemont. And that was one of the reasons why they used the Rosemont Police Department as the address of the deceased and missing girl. They did not use the Crown Plaza address. They used the police department address. And if you ever listen to the conversation that they had, peoples, then you will come to discover and understand that Kitten Bell had made the initial report. And Kitten Bell was the one who had literally closed the case. The guy had asked several times, did you place it in the lead? I mean, did you place it in the CAD and not the leads? Well, he did not place it in the CAD. He placed it as the leads, and he went on to close the case. Now, let's stop right there, peoples. Let's stop right there. Now, let me go back, peoples, and let me go back and let me play that of what Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. Let me share my screen, peoples.
However, I know you got resources on. I was happening looking at this shit one day, and this is what I found. See what you can find about Teresa Martin's already been done, got paid a long time ago, because she has. The tombstone, headstone, whatever you call it, has been sitting in the office of the cemetery as late as February. The lady saw it herself. Kenneka's daddy's buried right there by the office. He's the first headstone that you see when you pull into the cemetery. She told me all kinds of shit. She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. Yeah, damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, the hotel moved her," and I kept saying, "Why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time." They fucked up big time. They moved her. They found her. They freaked out and they moved her and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet. But what is going to come out? You know, it'll come out that she got paid off a settlement and she can't talk about the amount, whatever. But the rest of this shit's never going to come out. And if the lady did say, because she does have, I don't know if it's her or her husband, somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah, 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 that the cops did treat it like it was nothing. And then when they took statements right there, oh, wow, that means that oh, shit. Hold on, let me think. What did she say? Oh.
What is going to come out? The lady had family that was in law enforcement. They didn't even pay attention to anything. They took statements and stuff. The police already knew and they didn't do shit. The police already knew what was going on and they didn't do shit. Isn't this what I just told you in the live is what Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina is reiterating? Isn't it, peoples? Law enforcement already knew. They took statements and everything, but they didn't do shit because they already knew what had happened. So Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina just literally, the woman just literally, peoples, agreed with what I had said earlier. I just talked about the police not putting in the CAD, but the leads. Detective Kevin Kittenbell had put it in the leads as a incident report and closed it out as a incident report. Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina just told you what the lady had told you about what the police had did. They did not take it serious or anything. And when she finally understood what was going on, that they did not take it seriously, listen to what she was saying. She said, "Oh fuck, Now let's listen in. Let's listen in again, people, so you can get a greater understanding. Let's listen in.
And then when they took statements right there. Oh wow, that means it's her or her husband. Somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah blah blah. That the cops did treat it like it was nothing, and then when they took statements right there. Oh wow, that means that oh shit. Hold on, let me think. What did she say? Oh,
The cops, the lady has family that are police officers, and the cops wasn't going to do anything. That's what the op had said. AC Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. And you guys remember Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina, right? She said all of this before anything ever came out, before Teresa Martin ever got a settlement. I've been telling you for the longest time that she was an op. Nobody believed me, but I got the proof on her. I got the proof, and she was telling the truth. Let's listen to this again about the officers' people.
shit. Because look, okay, she went missing. Let's say 2 o'clock Friday morning. They found her before 7 o'clock Friday night. But
She went missing Friday morning, and they found her Friday night. Let's go back to 2017, peoples. Let's go back to 2017, and let's go ahead and look at the calendar, and let's see what was Friday 2017, people. So let me go to my calendar. See, I didn't say this. Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said this, people. I didn't say this. Edward Joseph didn't say this. So let me. Okay, so why do I have to sign in just to get to my calendar? Really? That is really crazy, peoples. I got to sign in just to get to my goddamn calendar. Hey, y'all, hold on. I got to sign in shit. That is really crazy. Y'all see how all of this stuff is playing out, peoples? Y'all see the connections between Detective Kevin Kittenbell and what Casey was saying? All right, y'all, hold on for a second. Let me go back to 2017. Okay, got it. Let me go back to 2017. So here, let me share my screen. Y'all, hold on. Okay, where is my screen at? Okay, let me go to the calendar and let me share my screen, people. Y'all see how all of this stuff, y'all see how I just walked this shit down and showing you unequivocally and undeniably what's going on, peoples? Now, isn't it making a whole lot of sense now to you? And what the police had did and shit? It's making a whole lot of sense now, huh? Shit. Don't tell me that Edward Joseph don't know what the fuck he's doing. Come on, peoples. Don't play with me. September 2017. Here we are. And she said Friday, right? Casey said Friday. So if Kenneka was missing on Friday, Friday was September the 8th, 2017. So if Kenneka came up missing Friday and was found Friday, well, then there's no way, according to Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina, peoples, that Kenneka could have ever walked into the halls of that establishment. There it is right there. It's in your goddamn face, peoples. Don't be so fucking stupid. So even Cassie is debunking her own fucking self. Because she said that she walked into the establishment, but according to her, she was dead. She was dead, peoples. So if she was dead, how in the fuck could she walk into the establishment? See? That's why I said I'm only going to go by what the people said. Friday was September the 8th, 2017. Y'all see that, right? September 17. September 2017. Friday was September the 8th. Irene's official birthday was September the 5th. Kenneka was at the establishment on September the 6th, but her last postings on Facebook and YouTube and everything was on September the 7th. And her auntie had reported her missing on September the 7th. Now, let's listen to what Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina had to say, peoples. Let's listen in, peoples. Let's listen in. See? Now does it make some sense, peoples? I told you what I was going to do. I told you I was going to bring out the juicy juicies. Let's listen in, peoples. The officers, people.
Shit. Because look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2 o'clock Friday morning. They found her before 7 o'clock Friday night. But what is going to come out? You know, it'll come out.
She's missing Friday morning. They found her Friday night. But she was already missing before Friday morning. Because, see, Cassie couldn't put her mouth to say on the 7th. So she had to change it to the 8th. But think about it, peoples. Friday morning. So if Kenneka was missing Friday morning, well, then where was Monifa? Where was Shemaya? And where was Bree? I'll tell you where the fuck they were. They were at the goddamn Crown Plaza, just like I had showed you in the pictures prior, peoples. Here is, and let's take a look at this shit again, peoples. Here it is right here. There it is right there, peoples. The real Kenneka Jenkins at the establishment. Right there with Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree. There she is right there, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins. There she is right there, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. The reenactment happened on the 9th, which there you see right there. The fake Kenneka and Monifa. Bingo to the bingo right there. So if Kenneka was missing Friday morning, peoples, how in the fuck could Kenneka be walking the halls of that establishment on Saturday morning, peoples. How? She couldn't have been walking up goddamn halls, peoples, if she was already missing on Friday morning. Which is what I have been telling you stupid ass people for the longest time, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. Because whether it had been Friday or whether it's been Thursday, it wasn't Saturday. And Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina has already told you she was missing Friday morning. Thursday night into Friday morning, which Thursday night is what? The 7th. Friday morning is what? It is the 8th. And it all falls in line with what Edward Joseph has been telling you stupid ass people for the longest time, that Kenneka Jenkins was deceased on September the 7th, 2017. Peoples, you cannot get no better than that. You cannot get no better than that. I've already walked this motherfucking timeline down, and that makes so much fucking sense. It's in your goddamn face. It's right there. It's right there. And Casey told you she was missing Friday morning. But it was Thursday night leading into what? Friday morning. She was already deceased, peoples. She was already deceased on September the 7th, Thursday night. And that's why you see the two different girls of Kenneka. You see the real Kenneka, and then you see the fake Kenneka. So Mr. Joseph, whatever your last name is, P. Rico, motherfucker. Now watch this goddamn live and learn something, sucker. Because I've told you it was a real Kenneka and it was a fake Kenneka. And that's why you have the real Kenneka at the establishment on the 7th. From the 6th leading into the 7th with her friends, Monifa, Shemaya, Irene, and all of them. And that's why you have the fake Kenneka on the night trying to play Kenneka. And that's why you have the two Kennekas, peoples. There it is right there. The motherfucking fake Kenneka with Monifa and the motherfucking real Kenneka with Monifa, Shemaya. Right there, peoples, at the Crown Plaza. And then that's why you see the two different girls with the two different outfits, with the two different type of pants, with the two different type of denim jackets. And a motherfucker who do not look like Kenneka Jenkins. Now, does that explain it, peoples? Does that explain it in goddamn great detail? And Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez motherfucking Medina had told you that Kenneka Jenkins was already missing. So if she was missing on the 8th, peoples, it ain't no way that she's going to be walking in the halls of that establishment. So Cassie Chloe Olvera Medina has already agreed with Edward Joseph that it wasn't her walking into the establishment, peoples. She never walked the halls of that establishment. You heard Casey tell you that. Fresh Source TV, are you listening, ma'am? Your friend, Cassie Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina, had said that Kenneka Jenkins was missing on Friday. The morning of Friday, ma'am. And I've told you, I told Brazy Certified World Media. I've told T. Slay. I told Custom Designs. And I told all of you suckers. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And you got the guru, Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina, literally endorsing the various things that Edward Joseph has been saying forever and a day. But you stupid ass motherfuckers would not want to listen. And so now I had to bring out my big guns. I got tired of playing with you suckers. This is why you guys ain't on my live right now. I got tired of playing with you suckers. Because see, the thing is, your friend who you guys politic with had even endorsed the various things that I've been telling you. So you guys wanted to believe Casey. Well, Casey had endorsed Edward. So what the fuck you gotta say now? Are you going to come on live? And are you going to call Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina a liar? Are you? Because you got her, I got her on record stating that Kenneka had came up missing on the 8th. But it wasn't, she was already missing well before the 8th, peoples. And there it is right there. And I've been telling you guys that. Because even if you don't believe that, Casey still debunked you and then she bunked herself. Because it ain't no way if Kenneka came up missing, how the fuck is she's going to be found and then go walk the halls of that establishment on the 9th? It ain't happening, peoples. You motherfuckers are so goddamn stupid and so goddamn gullible. It's so fucking crazy. Peoples, don't play with me. Because I will make mincemeat out of your ass. There it is right there. That is all of the proof and truth that you need. But I'm going to still find that video of Kenneka's auntie telling you guys that she was missing. I got the post. I got the video. And that was why they had did the family statement that Kenneka Jenkins came up missing more than 36 hours after the family made a missing persons report. Because it was at that particular time is when they made the missing persons report. You stupid ass suckers. Don't ever fucking tell me what Edward Joseph do not know. There's the proof right there, and it's in your goddamn face. And the motherfucking people who you guys politic with, Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina, the bitch had already endorsed every goddamn thing that I said, and she can't say shit. And then you can't say shit because she said it. Now, motherfuckers, let's go and let's see what else Edward Joseph is going to bring out, peoples. She just told you, and she agreed with Edward Joseph. Let's look at this live right here and see what's happening here. All right, so before I play that one, I'm going to play this one here. So let me go to my email. Let me get that other link, people. So let's see what Kenneka's friend had to say, peoples. All right. Let me share my screen, peoples.
If you don't know what you're looking at, turn your screen like to the left, or as if you're watching a YouTube video with the full screen, and then you'll see it. So when Kenneka was turning the hallway, and it looked like somebody was grabbing her, you can clearly see somebody was grabbing her.
Say like, what's I'm dead fucking serious. Like I just wanna like excuse my hair, whoever I'm here. Excuse my hair, cause but I'm trying to wait till these little views come in, cause I'm not understanding a lot of shit. Literally, like I'm really not understanding what the fuck going on. What's wrong? No, it's not. It's like it's just a problem. I got a problem with a lot of shit that's just been going on Facebook, bro. Like y'all ass ain't right. A lot of y'all ass ain't right. I feel like everybody on Facebook, I can't eat, I can't sleep. Come back. Like you ain't deserve. I miss my friend. You don't deserve it. Where you at? Where is you at? Motherfucker pop up to 1, 2 events. Motherfucker ain't even show up at none. Some of y'all is wrong, G. Y'all wrong. And y'all literally sitting here trying to settle for her being gone, bro. That shit ain't cool, bro. On no type of level. And I don't got no respect for none of y'all is. How y'all gonna cherish her on Facebook but not in real life, bro? Not in real life, bro. That shit fake as hell. A lot of every motherfucker can drive out the Rosemont for a hotel party. Motherfucker can drive out there for a motherfucking protest. Motherfucker trying to get justice. Y'all is out there for hotel parties. But y'all can't come out there to help get justice for a motherfucker. Y'all wasn't watching over, bro. That shit ain't right, bro. And I'm feeling some type of way, and I feel like y'all ass ain't real. Ain't nowhere in here y'all real. And can't no motherfucker say, I ain't had no ride, no transportation. Motherfucker even ordered a bus, bro. Motherfucker ordered a bus for every motherfucker to get out south. Motherfuckers that came and ordered buses, bro, on the school bus. Ordered a school bus for a motherfucker to get to A to Z, bro. Y'all ain't trained. A lot of motherfuckers that was there, I swear to God, this lady told me she came from Vegas, bro. She came from Vegas to join the protest, y'all. And y'all is from the area, in the area, know her. personally like this, and ain't that, bro? And then motherfuckers friends, best friends, y'all friends. Y'all ass was around her more than us at the end. I ain't even gonna fly as y'all was. Only reason I wasn't hanging with her like that is because I didn't fuck with you hoes. That's how I'm gonna tell it. I really didn't fuck with none of you hoes. That I don't know y'all. I don't kick it. I'm 1300 twice. No new bitches at all. I don't settle for new bitches at all. And I really wish she never met you hoes, see? Cause y'all ass ain't there, bro. I don't give a fuck who you on tour with. I ain't even gonna lie, I'ma give me for her props. You came to, she came to 2. You came to 2. You got locked up for me though, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You came to 2 events, you got locked up. Despite what motherfuckers saying they was gonna do to you, you still took that risk and you made it there, bro. My bad, y'all, cause my dad just called my phone. The rest of y'all ass didn't even pop up, bro. Didn't even pop up and y'all wrong to see her. But I ain't gonna lie. Nifa, I ain't finna, Nifa, what I gotta say to you, I'm gonna inbox you because, you feel me? You feel me? I'm not gonna do this on Facebook. I'm not gonna, you feel me, throw you under the bus because I ain't even that type of type I am. You know how I come for you, bro. But I'm just saying, like, the shit just wrong, bro. Like, y'all ass ain't wrong. Y'all ass is wrong, bro. Y'all ain't coming how y'all supposed to. Motherfuckers drove out there for that hotel party. But I ain't gonna lie, you see they face one time, bro. Some of y'all ass didn't even come, not even one time, bro. Like, that shit irritating as hell, and it's really bothering me, bro. Like, cause we need y'all, like, to come through, bro. Y'all ass ain't coming through. Motherfuckers sit on Facebook, make stats back to back to back to back. Just talking about they can't eat, they can't sleep. I ain't see you hoes shed a tear. See, if you want to be real, I ain't see motherfuckers shed a tear. Y'all seen her mama, see how hurt she was, bro. Y'all seen that shit. Of course, the sister gonna snap off and, ooh, my sister better come the fuck. That's literally natural, bro. That shit gonna happen, bro. You gotta let a motherfucker like this, bro. You gotta let a motherfucker get that shit out. Don't take that shit to offense, bro. Don't look at her, you see me, as if like, bitch, you ain't talking to me. You supposed to go look for y'all friend, bro. I'm just gonna be real, like y'all ass ain't real, bro. I don't want to even see y'all motherfucker post talking about something. Y'all miss her, y'all love her, y'all need her, like none of that shit, bro. Don't put none of that shit, bro. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I'm ready to set it up. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm ready to get it to it. I ain't with any motherfucker up on this Facebook shit, I'm ready to get it to it. I don't give a fuck you call me sus, bro. We was cool, we conversated, none of this shit. I ain't trying to hear none of this shit cause y'all ass wrong. And y'all fake as hell on my grandma's grave. I'm laying up there and y'all fake as hell. Drove out here for a hotel party, child ass can't drive. Drove out here for a protest, bro. For a protest. My motherfucker trying to get down on us, bro. Trying to make it seem like you ain't even she was by herself. And y'all know she wasn't by herself. Right, y'all was down. Exactly. Y'all was down. And then the problem was, motherfucker lied about how long they left her in this house.
Let me say this real fast. I think she real. Zari Walls, she real. Because she said, what I have to say to you, Monifa, I'm going to message you. She ain't trying to get caught out there. She ain't trying to start no beef for fame. So, yeah, she real. Off that statement alone, I know she real. But let her finish what she was saying.
Always, G. If it was 2 minutes and it was quick, as y'all said it was, motherfuckers say it's their story and they sticking to it. If you feel me, if it was as quick as y'all seeing, how the fuck she get from one floor to another just dangling in the highway? If y'all was really looking for a motherfucker, bro, y'all would have bumped into her because she won't walk in that fast, bro. She won't walk in that fast and I'm feeling some type of way. And I ain't finna bite my tongue for no bitch. I don't give a fuck who my friend. I don't give a fuck who fuck with me neither. Fuck, that's all I'm saying though. Y'all ass ain't real, bro. And I wish I was dead and on my grandma, I wish I was dead. Because one thing I always said, no one gets left behind. I don't know what the fuck went wrong that night. I ain't even gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck went wrong. I don't know what y'all ass was thinking, what y'all ass popped, what y'all was drinking. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. Like, ain't no way in hell you finna tell me Nene like that liquor did. Nene like that, G. Like, you drink liquor so much to the point you get sleepy, you get tired, bro. She wasn't tired. She was moving. You feel me? She was moving how she was moving. That ain't Nene, bro. I swear to God, and I know she ain't popping no pill though, cause a pill ain't finna let no liquor beat you, bro. It ain't finna do that. Like, I just feel like y'all ass know some shit. Every motherfucker on this motherfucker know some shit. Every motherfucker at that party know some shit, but y'all ain't saying shit. But it's cool though. It's cool though. Motherfucker think they
And
gonna
see,
miss all.
let me just say this. That's why she wasn't at that party. Because they don't want nobody real like her at that party. You see what I'm saying? Fake recognize real. So that's why she wasn't there. Real recognize real and fake recognize real.
All these protests and pop up at a funeral, we're gonna pop up in the funeral and get y'all ass popped. on my grandma's grave. You thinking you not gonna come to no protest? Think you gonna come to that funeral, bro?
Now, please understand that I've seen Kenneka tag them and them tag Kenneka way before she died. These are people that knew her personally. These aren't just people like me and other YouTubers just talking about the case. These are people who knew her personally.
And you heard what she said. She said, "Ain't nobody, ain't no pill, no liquor is going to do her that way," and she wasn't popping no pill or anything. You know, ain't no liquor going to overcome a pill. And then she already told you that's not Nene. That wasn't her. She just told you that. Let's rewind this back. Y'all need to listen to this.
I already know some shit with y'all ain't saying shit, but it's cool though. It's cool though. Motherfuckers think they
And
gonna
see,
miss all.
let me just say this. That's why she wasn't at that party. Because they don't want nobody real like her at that party. You see what I'm saying? Real, fake recognize real. So that's why she wasn't there. Real recognize real and fake recognize real.
All these protests and pop up at a funeral, we're gonna pop up in the funeral and get y'all ass popped. Oh my grandma grave. You thinking you not gonna come to no protest? You think you gonna come to that funeral, bro? Especially Irene, bro. Don't think your ass gonna walk up in that, bro. Oh my grandma's going up with Irene. I'm not playing, bro. I don't give no fuck what nobody say.
Now, please understand that I've seen Kenneka tag them and them tag Kenneka way before she died. These are people that knew her personally. These aren't just people like me and other YouTubers just talking about the case. These are people who knew her personally.
Y'all about to walk up in this funeral and it's just gonna be on back to you, see me. Don't try to support at the end, bro. You gotta go from beginning to end. It really ain't no answer. Nah, I had that shit on my cousin. It'll be a must for me to, you feel me? Make it to every protest, every event, every event. Me and Nene them ain't been together in so long. It was our plan. It was like it was our plan to go to the movies to go see it that night, bro. But what she wanted to do was be a real friend and come through for you hoes, bro. She wanted to come through for you hoes. Our original plan, even Nick know this, bro. The original plan was to go to the movies to go see it. Y'all really want to be technical, bro. But the motherfucker kept calling her phone. You bogus as hell. You ain't coming to my hotel party. It's my birthday. Ooh, all now your ass bogus as hell because you ain't coming to protest for her, but she bogus because she ain't coming to your motherfucking hotel party, bro. You
Now, see, she said the original plan was for her to go to the party, or go to the movies to go see it. But she said that Irene kept calling her and kept calling her and kept calling her. You're not going to go to my party? Woo, woo, woo. But it's funny. It's funny how this girl never gave the actual date when Kenneka was supposed to have been going to the movies with her. Because let's keep in mind, peoples, Casey Olvera Sanchez Medina said that Kenneka was missing on the 8th. You heard that. That's what she said. So either this girl is lying or either Casey is lying. But if this girl is telling the truth, then the main question becomes what day was she supposed to be going to the movies? She ain't never gave a day or a date. See, how she ever gave a day or a date, then that would have clearly just cleared up everything. And so she said, don't matter what anybody else says, she said that the original plans was for her and Kenneka to go to the movies. But Irene kept calling her. And saying, well, you're not a real friend, you're not this, you're not that. So the question is simply this right here. Why was Irene pressing Kenneka to come to her party so bad? Why was Irene pressing for Kenneka to come to that party? So you got to read between the lines, peoples. The young lady just told you the original plan was for her and Kenneka to go to the movies. But you heard what Little Bo Peep had said. And Fresh Source TV had said that Kenneka was planning this months beforehand with Irene. So why at the time to when the party was supposed to come on, did Kenneka decide that she wanted to go to the movies instead of the party? Yeah, it's the reason why Irene would call her, because Kenneka was planning this with her for months ahead of time. So there's your reason right there why Irene would continue to keep calling Kenneka. But the thing is simply this. Why would Kenneka, instead of wanting to come to the party, want to go to the movies with this young lady here? That's the question. What transpired between Kenneka and Irene that Kenneka just totally just wanted to make some other plans? And see, that is what the people are not asking. See, the thing is, you get all of these people who sit out here who say all of this stuff, don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Everybody's got a narrative. Everybody's got something to say. But when it comes down to it, when it really boils down to it, it's simply this. What is it that you're saying? What is it that you are saying, peoples? What is it that you're saying? See, this is why I love doing what I do, people. I said this is why I love doing what I do, because see, now we get into the nitty gritty. Now we're getting to a greater understanding of some things that the people did not understand. Do you see what I'm saying? See, now we got a greater understanding as to what's happening here and how things had evolved and stuff. See, not just taking YouTubers' word for it just because they said it, just because they feel some type of way and they just feel that they know it all and shit. No. I need some proof to the truth. I need something that is going to take me and walk a timeline. We got people who knew Kenneka intimately and stated that they were going to the movies instead of Kenneka going to the party, but Irene was feeling some type of way. Are you coming to my party? Now, what will settle everything if this girl will ever come back on live and say, well, I was going to the movies with Kenneka on such and such a day and date. That will clear everything. Because as it stands right now, she didn't give a day. and she didn't give a date. But Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina said that Kenneka was missing on the 8th, and she was found later in the morning of the 8th, which means that they had to be there on the 7th in order for Kenneka to come up missing in the morning of the 8th and then later found on the 8th and not the 9th as or the 10th as what they proclaimed. So Casey is giving a whole totally different narrative than what the Crown Plaza has put out there. And it's funny how the people who's been rocking with her, they won't come on live to say that Casey, hey, you are either lying or you are telling the truth. They won't come and say that. Not on Edward Joseph Live, but I've already shown you and I've already told you what Casey had said because it came from her own lips. You heard it yourself. So it doesn't matter what you say or what you think. Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina has already debunked your narrative. And she already agreed with me wholeheartedly, peoples. Because there was no way that Kenneka Jenkins could have ever walked the halls of that establishment. And just like her friend had just told you, the pills that she was supposed to have been taking, that wasn't Neek. That wasn't Kenneka. She told you that. She told you she didn't pop pills. And she told you she wouldn't have gotten drunk to the point to where she would have been staggering. You got testimony from somebody who knew her intimately, more so than somebody who think that they know her just by watching videos and pictures. And the girl told you herself. She told you herself. Just like Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had told you herself. And so I see Shakia is in here. I see Shakia is in here, and that's Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. And so, ma'am, I'm telling you, Shakia, you better keep your mouth straight and keep your text right and stuff, because the next time you chime out with this bullshit and nonsense, I'm going to eject your ass from here. Now, I'm allowing you to stay in here and stuff, but be respectful to my channel. I'm not going to allow you to disrespect me on my channel. Is that all right? So come again with that bullshit and nonsense of what you had said when you had deleted your message, and I'm going to eject your ass. Now, I don't give a fuck if you watch Trey Gay or whoever the fuck. Now, if you got something that you want to add to this case, well, come on and be my guest. But don't come into my chat and stuff starting up all of this bullshit and madness. Is that all right, ma'am? This is your final warning. The next shit that you come off out of pocket with anything that you say and stuff, I'm gonna eject your ass. Well, you better leave before I eject your ass. Now, don't come up in here and tell me what I can do or what I need to do and stuff. And thank you, Mariah, for blocking these motherfucking texts and shit. Because I don't want to do it, but I'm trying to be nice and things, trying to show the people that I have restraint and stuff, you know. But I'm not going to tolerate this bullshit. All right, so as I said, peoples, You already heard the young lady said that they were supposed to be going to the movies. So she could have shut all of the innuendos and all of this shit down had she gave a date as to the day and the actual date of when they were supposed to be going to the movies. Because she knows Kenneka intimately more so than any of us. But she never gave a date or a day. And then according to Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina, Kenneka came up missing on the morning of the 8th. And she was later found on the 8th. Well, that's contrary to what the narrative of what Crown Plaza has put out there. That totally goes against every goddamn thing that any of you YouTubers has ever even spoken. And Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina had said that. You heard it from her own lips. So what, are you guys going to call her a motherfucking liar? And the people who's been politicking with her forever and a day, goddamn it, you heard what the fuck she said. So are you going to get on my goddamn live and call the bitch a motherfucking liar? Or are you going to kiss her smelly ass and still protect her ass and stand up and go with what she was saying? Because either way, it makes you look stupid. Because you heard what she said. That's why I played back what she said. And that's why I walked this shit down of what she said. And that's why I played back the people who know Kenneka best than any of us. And she said that Irene had kept calling her. And then Kenneka came to the party. But when was the actual party? I just showed you. It wasn't the night. Because I just showed you the motherfucking girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom with Monifa. I showed you the attire. I showed you the two different girls, the real Kenneka and the fake Kenneka. And the people kept telling you it's a reenactment. They reenacted what had actually happened to Kenneka. And Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina literally agreed with me, peoples, because she said Kenneka was missing on the 8th. You heard what she said. She said the morning of the 8th. But Kenneka was already missing on the 7th because her auntie had said that she was missing and was calling out all on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and everything, trying to look for her niece, Kenneka Jenkins. Y'all remember that? Oh, you motherfuckers forgot about that. I haven't forgot because I've been trying to tell you, stupid ass, for the longest time. That was the first missing persons report. Because in the case files, it says that Kenneka Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours after the family made a missing persons report. And that is documented, peoples. That is the truth. That is the proof. That what was said, that what was done. Kenneka was missing on the 7th. And then you all agreed that Kenneka last postings that she ever made on any type of social media was on September the 7th, which is what I have been trying to tell you guys for the longest time. And now my proof have shown my truth. And you motherfuckers cannot debunk it. Bingo to the motherfucking bingo, peoples. There it is right there. It ain't shit that you can say. Not a goddamn thing. Now, let's listen in to what this young lady had to say, peoples.
So that's proof right there that Kenneka really wasn't even just trying to go to it, but I guess they tried to make her feel some type of false guilt for not coming or something.
Now, you see, you heard what Tiffany Rivera said. That is proof that Kenneka did not want to come to the party. But they tried to make her feel guilty, and she went on and came anyway. So it is fair to say that Kenneka was feeling some type of way. It's fair to say that Kenneka was feeling some type of way. Because if she wasn't, she would have just, okay, well, no, my friend, we're not going to the movies. I'm going to Irene's party. Tiffany Draper just told you, peoples, Kenneka was feeling some type of way. See, this is the type of juicy juicies that all of these other motherfucking YouTubers should be bringing out and should be trying to explain in things. And so instead of going over this fictitious, hilarious, nefarious timeline that they've been doing forever and a day, this is the type of shit that they should be doing and showing and building up and leading up to their narrative. But only Edward Joseph is doing this. These motherfuckers ain't doing what I'm doing. They can't. Because they don't know what the fuck that they're talking about. Period.
Motherfucker get justice for her. Fuck what you about. Motherfucker be real life petty as fuck. And you the reason why the fuck she came to the hotel. Cause she supposed to went to the movies with us, baby. Yeah, you gonna fly. We supposed to have a girls' day at the movies though. I don't know how the fuck the hotel party came up. I ain't gonna lie. Right. And I feel like a motherfucker was supposed to left her. Like the way she was in that hallway dangling like that, G. You could tell she was getting irritated waiting on the motherfucker because she kept moving, bro. And for a motherfucker to say it was quick, that 2 minute leak, it wasn't 2 minutes, bro. And I don't give no fuck how no motherfucker feel about this shit. And I don't trust no bitch, bro. And I don't give no fuck how no motherfucker feel about this motherfucker live. I don't give no fuck how motherfuckers feel. I really don't give no fuck, bro. Motherfucker get on Facebook, make sneak this, that, all that. I really don't give no fuck. Fuck me about. I don't need no friend. Like that, G. You could tell she was getting irritated waiting on the motherfucker because she kept moving, bro. And for a motherfucker to say it was quick, that 2 minute leak, it wasn't 2 minutes, bro. And I don't give no fuck.
She just told you that it wasn't 2 minutes. They said that they tried to. They pretty much said that they were saying that pretty much that she was. They was trying to say that she was in the hallway. They just came in, just get the keys and the cell phone and stuff come out. She said that it wasn't no 2 minutes, peoples. These are girls who know Kenneka. So it doesn't it doesn't really matter what you fucking YouTubers say. These are people who know her intimately, that is speaking on her, that is telling you. So it doesn't give a fuck what Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina has to say and how she feel, because the bitch don't know Kenneka. You motherfucking YouTubers don't know Kenneka. Not like these girls. You don't know her.
No motherfucker feel about this shit. And I don't trust no bitch, bro. And I don't give no fuck how no motherfucker feel about this motherfucker live. I don't give no fuck how motherfucker feel. I really don't give no fuck, bro. Motherfucker get on Facebook, make sneak this, that, all that. I really don't give no fuck. Fuck me about. I don't need no friend, bro. Because if any motherfucker do something like that today, motherfucker best friend, they'll do that shit to any motherfucker, buddy, bro. And I don't want no motherfucker around me until we get justice for Kenneka. Because the motherfucker supposed to be in this bitch right shit don't sit right with me, bro.
So for y'all trying to say that Kenneka was Bree and all this foolishness, you could tell by that video, I'm debunking it in 10 seconds or less, where she was talking to somebody in the background named Bree. They weren't calling Kenneka. Shamaya wasn't calling Kenneka Bree. And also notice how I am talking when I pause the video, because I hate when people talk over the people that you're really trying to hear in the video.
Always me and you. Always. I called TT phone 30 times. I had school today. I got out of school at 7:15, bro. Oh my grandma, I got out of school at 7:15. And what I do, I went right to go get TT because I didn't want to go by myself, you know, because when you go in that parking lot, you be scared because it be dark outside and shit like that. I went right to go get TT in Paris, and what we do? Justice for Kenneka, shit like that all day long. Motherfucker, what's gone? Every day, bro. Every fucking day, bro. Every day. You would think she was our best friend, how we out here, bro. You would think we was with her every fucking day, bro. You would think we was at that hotel party with her. We be in this bitch like it be a road trip on my mama. Snacks and everything. All type of shit. For real, every day, bro. Every fucking day, G. Like, y'all ass ain't right. It's snacks all in the back seat. We don't do no fucking around. The support and the love is real. You hoes, it's fake, G. I'm like grandma grave. Don't cherish her on Facebook if you ain't gonna cherish her on reality. Don't be no fuck out. No motherfucker see the motherfucker say what they want to say. How can I get?
Dang, it went back to. Dang. How it just got out of that video and then went back to what the oh well y'all, but y'all saw her name. I was gonna try to get the page for y'all, but make sure y'all try to support her. She's a real one, and whoever was talking with her in the video is a real one too.
And there you have it, peoples. There you have it, peoples. You heard what the friend had said, clear as daylight, and she knew Kenneka way better than any of us. And the friends had spoken. All of these suckers who call themselves friends of Kenneka didn't even come out to the protest to protest. And then the so-called friends, Onifa and Shamaya and all of them and stuff, you know, nah, they set her up. You clearly see that shit. They set her up. They set her up big time, people. They set her up. And then you got Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina in everybody goddamn chat spreading all of these motherfucking lies. But see, she told the truth on here, peoples. She told you the truth. I played you back to live of when she was talking, peoples. I played you back to live. She clearly debunked all of you suckers because she said she was missing on the 8th. She debunked all of you suckers. And yet you guys had sat under her wrinkled ass and put your face in between the crack of her ass and start licking all of that shit and spreading all of that madness that she's been saying forever and a day. But that bitch debunked you many times, goddamn over, and you guys still licked her ass. But I'll walk this shit down, people. I'll walk this shit down. I've literally walked this shit down. And I've shown you and I've told you, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. I've shown you and I told you. And see, that's the thing. See, these YouTubers couldn't do what I did. You know, they couldn't. They couldn't do what I did, peoples. Because they suck us. They lollipops. I told you, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And all of this time, Casey was trying to fight up against me, but the bitch was agreeing with me. She been agreed with me. She been agreeing with me for fucking years. And she was agreeing with me so goddamn hard that she had to go and spread all this salacious madness about me because the bitch knew that I was telling the truth. And all of you suckers that came under her and around her and still was with her and stuff, y'all start to spread all of this stupid madness. But I tried to educate your stupid ass and tell you Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. But you didn't want to fucking hear me. But you heard me tonight, suckers. You heard me tonight, sucker. Shakira, you can kiss my beloved ass, you white, no, you Mexican ass bitch. That's why you're here. Because, see, I'm on your ass, Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina, and I'm on all of your people's ass. And every opportunity I'm getting, ma'am, I'm going to embarrass your ass. See, peoples, I'm not going to show you what she had written. I'm not going to show you what she had written, but see, look at her. She's so fucking pissed. Look at it. Shakira, the fucking bitch dick sucker. You a ditty sucker. You lick pussy, bitch. And I'm on your ass. You don't like it. That's why you have to come under Shakira. Cassie Olvera Sanchez Medina. People, this is what she written. Shut my motherfucking up. Fuck you so angry for. I'm not sure if you want people to listen. Anger management, perhaps. We understand you're passionate, but really though, you can learn a thing or two from you can learn a thing or two from Trey. You talk like you have facts. Well, why the fuck are you here, Shakira? Huh? Why are you here? I really don't give a fuck about Trey, and I really don't give a fuck about you. Why are you here? Why are you here? You're here because I'm talking about your ass. You're a sucker. You're a dick sucker. You're a pussy licker. That's what you are, Shakira. See, I have done something that you couldn't do, you bitch. I've done something that you couldn't do, you bitch. I brought you out. And the only thing that you can mention is Trey gay. Yeah, you and Trey sucking gay. Because you gay, because you was a woman, now you turned yourself into a man. And then Trey gay is Trey gay because he's gay. So you guys are pussy lookers and dick suckers. You guys are freaking on each other. You guys are just like Casey. That's why Casey got her ass beat by Diddy. Because he wanted to play with her little titty. And he didn't have pity. And so he said, pow! And he knocked the shit out of her ass. Did he knock the shit out of you, Cassie? Chloe, Olvera, Sanchez, Medina? Did all of those suckers knock the shit out of your ass? Bitch. All right, peoples. Now, let's go and let me share my screen, peoples. I ain't got time to be dealing with this bitch. I got to stay focused. Now, let's go to my other live, peoples. And then I'm going to fast forward to this part right here. So we're going to go to different parts because this is different parts of the live that I have been talking about. And so let me read what it says, peoples. Let me I'm gonna share my screen. It should come up. I think I'm sharing my screen. I think there's a delay in my video. Okay, there it is right there. All right. And let me increase this a little bit. Okay. It may be too much, but you guys can see it. Okay, so it says Blink stated that his shift started at Friday night on 9/8 at approximately 2300 hours until 0700 hours on Saturday 9/9. Blink stated that during that evening between the hours of 1 and 2, he is not sure exactly what time it was, but he stated they received a noise complaint coming from room 926. He Mariah, block this bitch. Blink stated that during that evening between the hours of 1 and 2 hours, he is not sure exactly what time it was, but he stated that they received a noise complaint coming from room 926. He stated that when he got up that elevator, while he was approaching the room, he was asked by two male blacks, approximately 22, 24 years old, were standing outside the room, and they asked him if something was wrong. He stated that they received a noise complaint from the room and that he needed to talk to the people in the room. Blank stated that he asked who the room was registered to, and the one black male stated it was him. Blank stated that he knocked on the door and a girl opened up that door, and he told them that they had to quiet down a little due to the noise complaint. He stated that he could smell alcohol in the room, and he thinks there was approximately 10 to 15 people in the room at that time. He stated, and let me see if I'm going to be able to play the rest of this. Right here, people. We're going to start off right here, and we're going to start off with Mr. Franz Cave. It says, I, Detective Roche. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and try to figure out the detectives' names and stuff. I give them all acronyms to their names and things, and so that's how I am going to approach it, peoples. Now, this is how I will call them. Now, you have everything on the screen. You can see it for yourself. You can read it for yourself. And however you want to pronounce their names is up to you, peoples. But these are the acronyms that I am giving for these detectives. Is that all right, peoples? Okay, so what we're going to do, peoples, we're going to start off the anniversary with Mr. Franz Cave interview. And it says, I, Detective Roche, interviewed friends at the Crown Plaza. Now, notice how they didn't give a last name, but they said Franz, but we know him as Franz Cave. And it says, Blank stated that his shift started Friday night. Well, who is Blank? Well, it's got to be Franz, right? Because it says, interview friends at the Crown Plaza. So why are they redacting his name now? When they didn't have to redact it, peoples, because they've already told you who they're interviewing. And so let's go, peoples. It says, Franz stated that his shift started at Friday night, 9/8 at approximately 2300 hours to 0700 hours. Now, if you believe Franz, peoples, then you believe this cockamamie story that he's saying, that his shift started Friday night on 9/8. But I want you to see something in the other testimony of another person of the name of Shamaya, who has given her rendition as to what happened, peoples. Totally different from what Franz is saying. But let's listen to what Franz said. Franz said that Friend stated that during that evening, between the hours of 0100 and 0200 hours, he is not sure exactly what time. Yeah, well, they're all not sure exactly what time, but they give you a cockamamie story as to the approximate time. So they'll throw some numbers out there, people. So let's just go with it. Okay, so he's not sure the exact time, but he said he is not sure what time it was, but he stated they received a noise complaint coming from room 926. 926, not 924, people. 926. So remember, Irene Roberts had stated that they were in 926 and they were partying over there. Because remember, she had mentioned in her live, come to room 926 and park in a parking lot. Okay, so now he stated that when he got off the elevator while he was approaching the room, he was asked by two black males, approximately 22, 24 years, were standing outside the room and they asked him if something was wrong. He stated that they received a noise complaint from the room and he needed to talk to the people in the room. Blank stated that he asked who the room was registered to, and one of the black males stated it was him. Now, a young boy of the age of 22 or 24 had rented a room, peoples, for all of these people to go and party. Really, peoples? Really? So what the young boy is saying is he was the young man who came in with the young lady to rent the room. Really? Okay. So let's listen in, peoples. He stated that they received a noise complaint from the room and he needed to talk to the people in the room. Blank stated that he asked who the room was registered to, and one male black stated it was him. Blank stated that he knocked on the door and a girl opened that door and he told them that they had to quiet down a little due to the noise complaint. He stated that he could smell some alcohol in the room and he thinks there were approximately 10 to 15 people in the room at that time. He stated that the girl stated that she will tell the people inside the room to quiet down and they will turn down the music. Blank stated that 2 hours later, he went to check the 9th floor again. And when he got off the elevator, he saw 3 girls walking in the hallway, knocking on doors. So who was the 3 girls that was walking in the hallway, knocking on doors? We can assume that it was Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree, because Kenneka certainly wasn't there, peoples. So he said that he came 2 hours later. So if he came at the 1 o'clock hour, 2 hours later would be the 3 o'clock hour, peoples. But he stated that he came between the 1 and 2 o'clock hour. So even if he came back 2 hours later, it would still be around the 3 o'clock hour, give or take whatever minutes, peoples. But it'd still be around the 3 o'clock hour. 3 o'clock to the 4 o'clock hour. But we can just safely say it was around the 3 o'clock hour, because that's what everybody else had alluded to, peoples, in their testimony. Okay, y'all see that, right? And so he said that it was 3 girls in a hallway knocking on doors, and he asked what they were doing, and they told him they were looking for their friend. He stated that they went back into the room The next time he saw those girls was approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. It's amazing, peoples, how they can just throw out different times. Different times. So it was approximately, as he stated, the 1 and 2 o'clock hour. He stated that he came back about 2 hours later, which would be around the 3 o'clock hour. And then he stated again that he saw those girls again around the 5 o'clock hour. And it was at that point they were asking him where and how could they get back to the parking lot. And he was in the main lobby when they approached him. So, my question is simply this, peoples. If the girls had approached Franz Convey in the main lobby at around the 5 o'clock hour, where is that video footage? Where is the video footage, peoples? Where is the video footage that they confronted Franz Convey in the main lobby at around the 5 o'clock hour? Where's the video footage? So we're going to hold a cap upon that for a moment, people, because we have to search for the video footage to see if the girls was in the same front lobby with Franz Convey at around the 5 o'clock hour. And the same three girls. And the only three girls that we can allude to is Shamaya, Munifa, and Bravery. Okay, so that was one case file, people. So now let's go to the next case file right here. And so this case file said that simply this, peoples, because it gives a different narrative. Let me see if this is what I want to go with next. Now, this is not the one I want to go next because this is the guy who pretty much was on the floor. And so let's go to this one right here. Okay, so this is the narrative that Shamaya had gave. So Shamaya simply said this, peoples. Now, this is the detective. On Thursday, September the 14th, 2017, at approximately 1400 hours, Blank and his mother voluntarily arrived at the police department to speak with our agency. I, along with PSO, spoke with Blank and his mother in an interview room on the 4th floor of investigations to obtain a statement. So this is not Shamaya and her mom. This is a male that was supposedly been at the Crown Plaza. And so he gave an account as to what he saw. Now, this is what he said. Blank and his mother in an interview room on the 4th floor of investigations to obtain a statement. The following is a summary, not verbatim. So my question is, why didn't they ever videotape it? Because that's customary to videotape the investigations, interrogations. They normally videotape it. Why didn't they videotape it, people? That's strange to me, but okay. So he said, Blank related to me that he was present that night in question, a party on the 9th floor, but uncertain of the exact room number. He arrived at approximately 2100 hours and left around 400 hours. He arrived with his cousin. The two of them were dropped off by a female that goes by the name of Cece. He doesn't know her real name, how old she is, or well, she lives. She also picked them up when they left. When they arrived in the hotel room, there were about 8 people at that time. Quickly, other party goers began arriving in the hotel room. So, so far, this person hasn't been identified, peoples. All we know is that he was picked up by a person named Cece. Him and his cousin had attended the party, but he doesn't know exactly what room they were in, which is really remarkable to me. And he can tell you the approximate time he came and the approximate time he left, but he can't tell you the room number. All he know is that the party was on the ninth floor, and he came with a girl named Cece. He doesn't know her real name. He doesn't know how old she is. He doesn't know where she lives. How convenient, people. So, just a girl named Cece picked me and my cousin up, took us to a party. Interesting. Okay, so let's go. He said at approximately, and so here we go again with this approximate stuff, peoples. At approximately 2,300 hours. So now, is he sitting there looking at his watch? He said Kenneka arrived with 2 female friends. So he didn't know Cece, but he knew Kenneka. He said at approximately 2,300 hours, Kenneka arrived with 2 female friends. Kenneka did not appear as if she had already been consuming alcohol or anything for that matter. Throughout the party, all in attendance has been socializing with one another. From what he saw, there were alcohol and marijuana involved, but nothing further. He did not notice Kenneka talking to anybody in particular, nor did he observe anybody bothering her or following her throughout the night. Blank recalls hotel employees knocking on the door at 2 different occasions regarding noise complaints coming from that room. They agreed each time to keep the noise down, and staff never returned for the remainder of the evening. Blank only knew his cousin, Blank. Kenneka and her 2 friends, all others in attendance, he did not know or knew nothing about. So he only knew Kenneka and her 2 friends and his cousin. That's it. He didn't know nobody else. So that's key, peoples, and that's very important. This boy did not know no one else at that party but Kenneka, her 2 friends, and his cousin. And so, since he did not know anyone, then my question is simply this for his testimony: why would he lie? Why would he lie, peoples? Because, see, he has no stake in the game. There's no reason for him to lie if he didn't know no one. Do you understand what I'm saying? He just came to a party with his cousin, but he knew Kenneka and her 2 friends, but nobody else. And so this is very important right here, people. He said Kenneka and her two friends left the room at approximately 0300 hours. 0300 hours. That's key right there. Now let's go back to France Cave. France Cave said that at approximately 0100 to 0200 hours, he received a noise complaint. Okay. So he came up. He was met by two black males, approximately 22, 24. One stated that they had got the room for all of the people. But then right here, Franz had said that he came back 2 hours later. So 2 hours from the 1 o'clock hour will be around what? The 3 o'clock hour, give or take, because he gave a range of 1 to 2 o'clock. So 2 hours from 1 through 2, because we know it wasn't at 2, because then that would be at the 4 o'clock hour. So it had to be within the range of the 3 o'clock hour. What did he say? He said that he went to go check the ninth floor again. And when he got off, he was met by 3 girls, Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree, knocking on the doors. So it was around the 3 o'clock hour. So now this guy clearly said that Kenneka and her two friends, which is Monifa and Shemaya, left the room at approximately 0300 hours, which would be what? The 3 o'clock hour. So when Franz came up there, and Franz could not find, Franz came up there, Franz basically said that the friends could not find their friend and that they were looking for. So that is key right there, people. That is key. Franz said that he came back up 2 hours later, and when he came back around the 3 o'clock hour, somewhere in the 3 o'clock hour, the girls were looking for Kenneka. That's what Franz said. But see, this guy right here that was inside the party put Kenneka and her friends out of the room at about the 3 o'clock hour. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Okay, so let's listen here. Blanks described Kenneka being intoxicated and high from marijuana, while the other two friends didn't even appear as if they were drinking at all. Immediately upon the 3 exiting the room, 2 of the friends returned. They said that they forgot Kenneka keys, which is her car keys, peoples. They stated they forgot Kenneka keys. Okay. Kenneka remained in the hallway. The 2 friends searched the room for approximately 5 to 10 minutes. They found the car keys and also found Kenneka's phone, which was lying in the room unoccupied. Well, how could they find the keys and then they find the phone unoccupied? Where was the phone? You're looking for 5 or 10 minutes looking for Kenneka's keys and phone. Why would you have to look for 10 minutes? The room ain't that big. And then who was in the room at the time would have had Kenneka keys and phone? But see, to my understanding, Bree was the one who was supposed to have had the phone. And to my understanding, Irene was supposed to have had Kenneka's car keys. So this already sounds suspect to me, peoples, because again, if we really look at it and let's examine this really closely, Kenneka's cell phone was lying in the room, but where was it lying in the room? And it was unoccupied. So see, listen to what he said. He said they found the car keys and also Kenneka's cell phone, which was lying in the room unoccupied, meaning that nobody had possession of Kenneka's cell phone. Now, that was around the 3 o'clock hour. That was around the 3 o'clock hour. Okay, so they exited the room in the hallway. They immediately noticed Kenneka was no longer in the hallway. The two informed people in the party that Kenneka was gone. The two friends left the room stating they were going to look for her. So that's two girls that was going to look for Kenneka. So the thing is, the thing is simply this, peoples. Now, this is where I have a problem. Because if Monifa and Shamaya had went to go look for Kenneka, and they was in the room looking for the keys and cell phone for about 5 or 10 minutes, depending on whatever time Kenneka was out there, but according to the guy, he said that she was there around the 3 o'clock hour. So give or take. So, Kenneka gets in the lobby. Last friends Kave had seen was two males, 22 and 24, was in the lobby. Love had put himself in the lobby playing dice. So if Monifa and Shamaya took Kenneka Jenkins out of the room, well, then Love would have had seen them. Bree was supposed to have had Kenneka's car keys. And Irene was supposed to have had Kenneka's phone. So my question is simply this, peoples. And this is what doesn't make no sense. Why would anybody have Kenneka's phone and Kenneka's car keys? Why? That's the question. So I want to leave that right there because we've already know what what this guy said. Blank said Blank did not take any photos, videos, or post to any social media during the night in question to present. He does not know what happened to Kenneka and does not believe anybody at the party would do any harm to Kenneka. At approximately 400 hours, at 4 o'clock, Blank was picked up by CC and went home. So he went home at 4 o'clock because CC came back to get him. Okay, that's his testimony. So let's understand a couple of things, peoples. They came back in the room for about 5 or 10 minutes looking for the car keys and cell phone. They find the car keys and cell phone, and then they come back out to look for Kenneka. Kenneka's missing. So Kenneka's missing. But remember what the girls had said about Kenneka being missing. I want you guys to really take note of that. Remember what the girls had said about Kenneka being missing. Okay. Remember what he said, that they came back into the room 5 to 10 minutes to look for car keys and phone. And then they found it, and then they came out to the hallway. So at this time, Kenneka is in the hallway. All right, so let's go here, peoples. Okay, so on this date, I was dispatched to 9501 Devon Avenue, Rosemont Police Station for a station report of a missing person. Upon arrival, I spoke with blank complainant, who is the sister of the missing victim, Kenneka Jenkins. So the only sister that ever made a complaint was Lenore. So we know this is Lenore. According to Lenore, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 11:30. The victim was heading to a party with a couple of friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois. The complainant states that the last time she had contact with Kenneka was via text message at approximately 1:30 on September the 9th. No contact has been made with the victim since then. So what Lenore is stating that she had contact with Kenneka at 1:30. She had contact with Kenneka at 1:30. What kind of contact? I mean, was it a phone call? Was it a text message? What is it, Snapchat? What type of contact did Lenore have with Kenneka at 1:30 in the morning on September the 9th? This is Lenore talking now. I want you guys to remember that. This is Lenore talking. So Lenore is stating this, but she's telling the reporter something different. Lenore also states that the friends came back to her house at approximately 400 hours with the victim's mother vehicle. Those friends was not on the scene at the time of this report. So what Lenore is stating is at 1:30, she gets a text message from Kenneka, and at 4 o'clock, they're coming back with her mother's vehicle. Now, I want you guys to understand this for one moment, because this is the virtually impossible task. This is the Houdini trick that these kids had pulled off. 1:30, she gets a text message from Kenneka. 3-something, Kenneka is supposed to be in the hallway based upon Franz Cave and this guy, because those are the only two case files that we read so far that gave a statement. So around 3-something, Kenneka is in the hallway. So according to Lenora, soon as Kenneka came up missing, the kids didn't even stay long at the establishment looking for Kenneka. They left, and they brought her car home at 4 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th, because September the 9th was the last time and date that was referenced. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? 1:30 on September the 9th. No contact has been made with the victim since. The complainant also states that the friends came back to the complainant's home at approximately 0400 hours with the victim's vehicle. Those friends was not at the scene at the time of this report. So basically what Lenore is saying is that on September the 9th, the kids came back to her house with Teresa Mother's car, which will be at 4 a.m. in the morning. So, which, if you ask me, peoples, it wouldn't have been no reason to call Teresa Martin, because she's already knew that Teresa was missing. I mean, that Kenneka was missing. Based upon what Lenore said. Lenore said that they brought the car back home at 4 a.m. in the morning. So why would they bring the car back home and not notify them that they were going to bring the car back home? Or not notify them that Kenneka was missing? What am I missing here, people? Lenore said this. You see this in the case files. Lenore stated that they brought the car back at 4 a.m. in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning. So my question is, when did they contact Teresa Martin? Because according to Teresa Martin, the kids didn't call her until about 4 something, right? But according to Lenora Harris, the kids has already brought the car back at 4. So why would the kids go and call Teresa Martin when they're bringing her car back? It doesn't make no sense to me, peoples. It doesn't make no sense that the kids will go ahead and bring the car back without calling Teresa Martin. It doesn't make no sense to me, people, that the kids will go ahead and bring the car back as soon as Kenneka came up missing. But that's what Lenore said. But you heard what the guy said. And you heard what Franz Covey said. They both put Kenneka in the hallway around the 3 o'clock hour. They both did. But at 1:30, Lenore gets a text message from Kenneka's phone. At 4 o'clock, she said, hey, these kids brought the car back. And so that's indicative of the fact, peoples, that at 4 o'clock, we can safely say Lenora and TM knew Kenneka was missing. Because if you're bringing the car back and Kenneka is not in the car, what is that telling you, peoples? It's telling you Kenneka's missing. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right, so let's look at this, peoples. It says, according to Lenore, she further stated that according to the friends, as they were leaving the party at the Crown Plaza, and notice how they made sure that they was at the Crown Plaza in room 926. The victim realized she had left her keys and cell phone. So all of a sudden, when they were leaving, as drunk as they proclaimed that Kenneka was, she remembered, oh, y'all, hey, let's go back to the illustration, peoples. Let's go back to the illustration right here. Before they had left the Crown Plaza, room 926, which is right here where Shemaya is standing. And remember, Shemaya stated that she was the last one out the room. Shemaya, Monifa, and Kenneka came out the room. Kenneka is all drunk. Y'all remember that. Remember how Kenneka, I was moving Kenneka around. I ain't gonna move her now because this is complete. But Kenneka is all drunk and she's waggling and staggering and everything else. She turns around to Monifa and Shemaya and say, hey, y'all, I left my car keys and cell phone in the room. Would you guys be so kind enough to go get it for me and just leave me out here by myself with these guys, Mr. Love, and these guys, the 22-year-old and 24-year-old that Mr. Franz Covey said that was inside the hallway? Could y'all go do that for me, please? I mean, I'm just going to stand out here and I'm just going to just shake it off. But while I'm shaking it off, I want you guys to hurry up because I need to get home. Although I'm not in no condition to drive, and I don't know how we're going to get home because Brie ain't nowhere around. Because according to the narrative from the guy, according to the narrative from Shemaya and Monifa, Brie was nowhere around. So Bravery was nowhere around. Why was Monifa, Shemaya, and Kenneka leaving out of room 926? And where were they going? Where were they going? Because it wasn't no report that you heard what the guy said. You heard his testimony. He said that nobody seems to be following Kenneka. Nobody seems to be doing anything to Kenneka. Let's go back to the case files, peoples. Let's go back to what he said, because he said that I didn't. And I want you guys to understand that. I want you guys to understand that. This is his testimony. He said that they forgot the car keys. Kenneka remained in the hallway. The two friends searched the room for approximately 5 to 10 minutes. They found the car keys and also Kenneka's phone, which was lying in the room unoccupied. Why is he putting so much emphasis upon the phone being unoccupied, peoples? I mean, he just happens to know that that phone was sitting right there wherever it was sitting, and nobody was on it, because Kenneka just got up carelessly and just left her phone and keys in the room. Okay, y'all see that, right? Okay, so right here, peoples, he said that they were smoking marijuana, and Kenneka seems to be highly intoxicated from marijuana. So Shemaya already told us that she didn't drink, she didn't smoke. But Kenneka drank, because we've seen a cup in her hand in the video, in the pictures. But we didn't know that Kenneka was smoking marijuana. I mean, everybody was saying that Kenneka had a Red Bull and a Blue Bull, a White Bull, or some type of bull or whatever and stuff, and that they were popping pills and stuff. But this guy ain't mentioned nothing about no pills. This guy just said that Kenneka seems to be intoxicated from marijuana. So my question is, where do you get that Kenneka was popping pills? Did you ever see Kenneka popping pills? Did you ever see Monifa popping pills, Shemaya popping pills, anybody popping pills for that matter? Did you see any pills, peoples? You didn't. It's your assumption that they were doing all of that. Unless somebody specifically said that they were popping pills, I can't say that Kenneka was doing it or anybody else. But this guy's testimony is simply this, peoples. And it's so simple. He said Kenneka being intoxicated and high from marijuana, while the other two friends didn't even appear as if they were drinking. So what he is basically saying is, hey, y'all, I know Kenneka was intoxicated and high off of marijuana. Because in his statement, what he is doing is he's making a bold statement. He didn't say, I think Kenneka was intoxicated. No, what he said was Kenneka being intoxicated, which is indicative of the fact that he unequivocally and undeniably know Kenneka was intoxicated off of marijuana. And how would he know that, people? He had to be looking at Kenneka for him to know that. He's the only one out of all of these case files that I have ever seen stating Kenneka was smoking. He never said Kenneka was drinking. He never said Kenneka was popping pills. He said Kenneka was smoking marijuana and she was high off that. Not to pyramid, not ecstasy, not fantasy, not popping pills, not Red Bull, not Hennessy, not nothing. He said Kenneka being intoxicated and high from marijuana. That's what he said. Now, this is another thing that he said, people. He said, from what Blank saw, there was alcohol and marijuana involved. But he never said that Kenneka was drinking alcohol. But we know that Kenneka was drinking alcohol because we've seen the picture. But he clearly said that Kenneka was intoxicated off the marijuana. So there's your combination right there. Alcohol, marijuana. We know Kenneka was drinking we know Kenneka was drinking alcohol because we've seen her with 1 cup. But according to his narrative, he is telling us, I unequivocally and undeniably seen Kenneka smoking weed, smoking marijuana. So with that type of cocktail, peoples, and for somebody who don't drink and probably do smoke, but I've never seen Kenneka had no cigarette to her lips and stuff, so I can't say that she smokes. That's a bad cocktail right there. It's already a bad cocktail right there. Set aside from anything else that could have happened, but I have no evidence on that, so I can't speak upon that. Is that all right, peoples? Is that fair? I can't speak upon that. I know what your feelings may be. I know what the people said, but as far as I am saying right now, with what I have in front of me, I can't say that Kenneka was hoosed up on to Pyramid. I only can go by what was stated in the case files. And this is what's stated in the case files. He said Kenneka was smoking marijuana. Now, this is another point that I want to point out because this is what he said. He said he did not notice Kenneka talking to anybody in particular, nor did he observe anybody bothering her or following her through the night. That's what he said. He didn't see nobody bothering her, following her, or doing anything to her. Nothing whatsoever. Okay? So, according to his narrative, nobody did nothing to Kenneka. According to what he said, because remember, he's there. He's in the room. He knows you don't, I don't. But he knows. He's saying what he saw. All right? So let's go right there. He's telling us what he saw. So he told us that Kenneka and her 2 friends had left the room, and it was the 3 o'clock hour. Right there, bingo. And that they came back in the room looking for the car keys and cell phone for about 5 or 10 minutes. That's a hell of a long time, peoples. So let's recap. France Cave put 2 black males outside of the hallway about the same time that No, I take that back. No, France Cave put the boys in the hallway about 2 hours before supposedly Kenneka had walked the halls of that establishment. Okay, so if we put it all in perspective, peoples, because France Cave said that it was about the 1 or 2 o'clock hour. Well, according to the video footage, Kenneka and friends, if we say that that was her, did not get to the establishment until about, 1:13 in the morning. 1:13 in the morning. And so it about 1:30, Kenneka is calling or texting or having some sort of communication with Lenora. We don't know what Kenneka said to Lenora. But Lenore denied even talking to Kenneka at 1:30. Do you understand what I'm saying? So 1:15, she's supposed to be walking in with her friends. 1:30, she's supposed to be texting Lenore. Now let's see what Lenore says, peoples. Because Lenore is giving us something totally different. Lenore stated that at 1:30 on September the 9th, she had contact with Kenneka via text message. So now we know how Kenneka communicated with Lenore through text message. What did the text message say? We don't know because we don't have the phone. But one thing Lenore did say, and this is what strikes me at odd, is she said that on September the 9th, 2017 at 4 o'clock in the morning, the kids came back with Teresa Martin's car. That's what Lenore said. Let's hold on to that. But Lenore also went on and said that according to the friends, they were leaving the party at the Crown Plaza, room 926, when the victim realized she left her keys and cell phone. The victim then stood by the elevator of the 9th floor as her two friends went back to retrieve the victim's belongings. That's what they told Lenore. That's what the guy attested to, that they took Kenneka out the room, and it was about the 2 o'clock hour. So this corroborates what the guys had told him. Okay, so then it says right here, when the victim's friends returned to the elevators, the victim was not at the location. So what Lenore is simply saying is this: they left Kenneka not just outside the room, but by the elevator. Because Lenore simply said right here, the victim then stood by the elevator of the 9th floor as her two friends went back to the room to retrieve the victim's belongings. So the question is simply this: did they tell Lenore that they left Kenneka by the elevator or at the elevator? It's two different things, people. By and at. By the elevator could be construed as if they left her just right outside the door of the room. At the elevator is something different, because right now, if she was at the elevator, that is indicative of the fact that she is literally right there at the doorstep of the elevator, as I have illustrated in the thumbnail. See, Shemaiah is by the door of the room, but close by the elevator. But see, notice how I said close by and not by the elevator. See, Monifa is somewhat by the elevator, but Kenneka is at the elevator. Do you understand what I'm saying? People, see, it's a difference when the choice of words you use to describe the scene. So let's go back and see what Lenore had said. Lenore simply said this, that Kenneka was by the elevator, not at the elevator. She said the victim then stood by the elevator. So now, if Kenneka is standing by the elevator, then we would have to put her close by Monifa, because that's more in line with by the elevator than at the elevator, because that's closest to the elevator. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Okay, so according to what the girls had told Lenore, Lenore said that Kenneka was by the elevator, and Monifa is by the elevator. So we can allude to the fact that Kenneka was where Monifa was, the way that Lenore had described it, and the way that the girls had described it to Lenore. All right. So now let's go back to the case files, peoples. Let's listen to what Lenore said. And see, this is the tripped out part about it, peoples. This is tripped out part about it. Okay. Right here. Lenore clearly said that according to the friends, they were leaving the party at the Crown Plaza, room 926, when Kenneka realized that she left her car keys and cell phone. Kenneka was standing by the elevator of the ninth floor as her two friends went back in to retrieve her belongings. When they came out to look for Kenneka, Kenneka was already gone. So, question is, where did Kenneka go? So, who is the probable suspects, peoples? Because remember, according to Shemaya, according to France Convey, and according to this guy, Kenneka was outside in the hall close by or by the elevator, according to France Convey. Earlier that night at around the 1 to 2 o'clock hour, two guys were in the hallway, 122, 124. The guy that went to the police department and went with his mom had clearly stated that Kenneka was outside of the room at around the 3 o'clock hour. Okay, so now we have Kenneka in the hallway around the 3 o'clock hour. So that's set in stone right there, because according to France Cave, which puts her there because of the simple fact that the girls were looking for Kenneka at that particular time. Shemaya puts her there because Shemaya had literally gave the testimony that her and Monifa had took Kenneka Jenkins out the room around that time. And then the boy puts her there because the boy said around 3 o'clock hour, Monifa and Shemaya took Kenneka outside the room. All right, so now, according to those narratives, Kenneka is outside the room. Now, we got to find Love's statement, because Love had pretty much stated that he was in the hallway playing dice when Kenneka now came outside the room. But now let's understand one thing, and let's understand it clearly, peoples. Lenore clearly told us that Kenneka was on the 9th floor in the hallway, because that's what the girls told him. But she also told us that she got a text message from Kenneka. She lied when she had spoke to the reporter when she said that she didn't have no communications with Kenneka. She lied because she did. Because in the case file, she said that. She did. Now, understand one thing. Now, see, this is the hairy part right here. Lenore lied out of her ass because of the simple fact that she stated that at 4 o'clock, and the last known mentioned date was September the 9th, at 4 o'clock, the kids came back with her mother vehicle. So it was at the 4 o'clock hour, or probably before that, she knew that Kenneka was missing. Because see, people, it's the way that I'm reading this. At 1:30, she get a text message. At 3 something, Kenneka is left in the hallway. And then at 4, according to Lenore, they brought the mother's vehicles back. So between 1:30 and 4, Lenore already knew that Kenneka was missing. She already knew that. And if Lenore knew that, then TM knew that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so at 4 a.m. on September the 9th, according to Lenore, they brought the mother's vehicle back. All right. So I don't have to worry about all of this stuff. You know, is when the victims returned and all like this. They couldn't find Kenneka because, see, France Cabre already attested to that they couldn't find Kenneka and they was in the halls knocking on doors and things like that. And they said that, well, at least Lenore said that the victim was last seen wearing a ripped jean blue jacket, blue jean pants, and gray Jordan shoes. The victim was entered into the leads as a missing person at 13:16 hours on September the 7th. Let's go to our let's go to our let's go to our conversion chart. 13:16. Let's go to our conversion chart, peoples. Let's look for 13:16. Okay, do I have it? Picture already called up? Okay, maybe not. All right, so we're going to call it up. Let's check this right here. So anything right there? Nope. All right, so let's call it up. Let's go to our conversion chart right here. Okay, so 4 o'clock, they bring Teresa Martin the car. 13:16. 13 is 1 p.m. is later that day. Is when Kenneka is entered into the system as a missing person. 13:16. So 1:16. So literally 12 hours almost to time, because 1:13 on September the 9th in the morning, the AM, Kenneka is supposed to be on surveillance video footage walking inside the Crown Plaza. Almost 12 hours to the minute, because give or take three minutes. 1:13 in the morning, AM, 1:16, she's entered into the leads. So almost 12 hours, or we're just going to just say round it off to 12 hours, peoples. You know, who cares about the 3 minutes? 12 hours to the time to when the supposed Kenneka Jenkins walk into the establishment, she's entered into the computer database as a missing person. So between 1:13 and 1:16, when did Lenora make the missing persons report? Because that's just 12 hours later, peoples. 12 hours later. And so my question is simply this here, peoples. Within 12 hours, one, Lenore had to make the missing persons report. That's number one. Number two, peoples. According to the case files, peoples. According to the case files, within that 12-hour period, the kids had brought Teresa Martin's car back to her at 4 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th. According to the case files, peoples. The guy said that Kenneka was being left in the hallway with her two friends, Monifa and Shemaya. Now, let's go with what Shemaya said. This is Shemaya. Shemaya was supposed to have met the detectives at approximately 4:15 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th, 2017. Okay, so people's, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. So, my question is simply this: who is effing lying here? Who is effing lying here? Because according to Detective Roche and Detective Kilo, on September the 9th, 2017, they met with Shemaya at her residence at the location listed at approximately 4:15 in the morning. So that's the detective saying that on September the 9th. But according to Lenore, Kenneka was last seen leaving on September the 8th at 11:30. On September the 9th, she was supposed to be texting her. And then at 4 a.m. in the morning, the kids is bringing back her mother's vehicle. So Lenore said that the kids brought back the vehicle at 4 a.m. And then Shemaya said that at 4:15 a.m., the detectives met her at her house. So you mean to tell me that Kenneka came up missing at around the 3-something hour? The kids didn't wait at the establishment to look for her. So they went on, and as soon as Kenneka came up missing, they went on, got the car keys, got in the car, and took Teresa Martin her car back home. And during that time, they end up taking the car back to Lenore's house at 4 a.m. 15 minutes later, knock, 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 knock. The detectives is at the door of Shemaya's house, wanting to talk to Shemaya about Kenneka being missing, and then take them back to the Rosemont police station for an interview. All right, so how does that work, peoples? So was Shemaya on the phone with her mom and telling her mom, and then her mom called the police department, and then the police came out to visit Shemaya at her house at 4:15 on the same morning that Kenneka came up missing, peoples? Really? Really, peoples? So all of this was in place. So the detectives, they're going to move just ever so swiftly to go and meet Shemaya at her house at 4:15 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th, when a missing persons report hasn't even been found yet, and Kenneka just came up missing. And so instead of reaching out to Teresa Martin and say, hey, ma'am, your daughter is missing, they go meet with Shemaya at Shemaya's house and take Shemaya and her mom to the Rosemont police station on the same day, the same morning. 15 minutes later, after they were supposed to have reached Lenore's house, and the detectives was already there at Shemaya's house, ready to whisk her and her mom to the Rosemont police station for an interview. Now, peoples, I am not stupid. So you tell me, peoples, who is lying? Because you got the detectives saying what they're saying. You got Shemaya saying what she's saying. You got Lenore saying what she's saying. You got Franz Conve saying what he's saying. And you got this unknown boy saying what he's saying. And we haven't even finished yet, peoples, because we haven't got Bree's statement. We haven't got Love's statement. And we haven't got Monifa's statement yet, peoples. We haven't got it yet. We haven't covered it yet, peoples. Now, let's listen to what Shemaya had said, peoples. Let's listen to what Shemaya had said. Shemaya said, while at the station with her mother present in the interview, Shemaya stated that on 9/8, earlier that evening, earlier on 9/8, she was with 3 other girls in the car. She stated that it was Kenneka, Monifa, Bree, and somebody else. Because she said 3 other girls. She was with 3 other girls. So the only 2 other girls we know was Monifa and Bree. Who was the 3rd girl? She never did state. But she said she was in the car with 3 other girls. But we already know 2 of the girls. So it was Shemaya, Kenneka, Monifa, Bree. Who was the last girl that was in the car with them earlier on 9/8? Because that is what Shemaya had said, peoples. Okay, so Shemaya said that she stated that she thought they were all going to the movies. But when they pulled up to the hotel parking lot at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning on September the 8th, at 1 o'clock in the morning, because 0100 is 1 o'clock a.m. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't believe me? Okay, let's go back to the chart. 1300 is 1 p.m. 100 is 1 a.m. So at 1 a.m. in the morning on September the 8th, they were coming to a party. Do you see what I'm saying? They were coming to a party on September the 8th, not September the 9th. That's what Shemaya said. Let's look back at this again, peoples. She said, but when they pulled up to the hotel parking lot at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, it was at that point she knew they were going to the hotel party and not to the movies. She stated that all 4 of them was talking about how they charged $20 for parking and they did not want to pay. So they called the girl that was the birthday blank and asked her about the $20. Okay, so this is why I'm confused at, peoples. She said, Shemai said that on 9/8 earlier that evening, she was with 3 other girls that was in the car. But right here, she said, but no, she said there was 3 other girls in the car. Okay, y'all see that, right? But right here, this is what she said. She said there was 3 other girls. So it was her and 3 other girls. So the only 2 girls that we know of is Monifa and Monifa, Bree, and Kenneka. Okay. So it's her and 3 other girls. So Bree had to be in the car with them because she said it was her and 3 other girls. And right here, she confirmed that. She stated that all 4 of them were talking about how they charged $20 for parking and they did not want to pay. So they called the girl that was the birthday and blank and asked about the $20. Blink told them, don't worry about paying for parking, just put it under the room. She stated that in the room, they were all just sitting around on the bed, and she stated that she did not drink or smoke any weed, but remembers Kenneka had 1 cup of alcohol the entire time they were at the party. But she is not sure if Kenneka refilled that 1 cup or not. Well, okay, so this is strange, people, because she said that Kenneka had 1 cup the whole night. That's what she said. But she don't know if Kenneka refilled the cup. But she for sure that Kenneka had 1 cup. Okay. But she said that she did not drink or smoke any weed, but she remembers Kenneka had 1 cup of alcohol the entire night. So she said that Kenneka had 1 cup the whole entire night, but she cannot confirm if Kenneka went back to get a second round. But she never confirmed Kenneka smoking any weed. Okay, do you guys see what I'm saying? So the guy said that Kenneka was smoking weed. Shemaya never mentioned Kenneka smoking weed, but mentioned that Kenneka had 1 cup. Okay, y'all see that, right? Now, according to Shemaya said that the victim was sad due to her current boyfriend being in jail. She stated that throughout the night, Kenneka would get up and dance a little and then sit back down and become sad. All right, so wait a minute, people. Help me to make this make sense, because see, this ain't making no sense. This ain't making no sense. According to the other testimonies, people, according to the video footage, Kenneka was supposed to have came to the establishment at 1:13. At 1:30, she was supposed to have texted her sister. At about the 1 to 2 o'clock hour, they said that there was a noise complaint and Francave came, and 2 hours later, Kenneka is in the hallway. So between 1:15 and 3 something, according to Shemaya, Kenneka was dancing, getting her gig on. But she felt guilty, and she said, "Nah, I can't dance because my boyfriend is in jail, so I can't sit here and have a good time." That's what she said. Because look right here, people. It says throughout the night, Kenneka would get up and dance a little and then sit back down and become sad. Blank believes it was because she was having fun and her boyfriend was locked up, so she felt guilty for having a good time. Now, This is where the stuff gets so stupid. She stated that approximately 2 hours of being at the party, she received a text message from Kenneka stating she is ready to leave. She stated that Kenneka herself and blank, which had to be Munifa, got up and was walking out the room. When the victim turned around and said, "I don't have my phone," she stated that she was the last one to walk out of the room. So she turned around and went in to the room to get Kenneka's phone. When she turned around after getting Kenneka's phone, she saw Munifa, who was also behind her in the room. So they both walked out of the room, and at that point, they walked out and Kenneka was not around. And she said was not in the hallway. She stated that herself and Munifa walked around the entire hotel from the top of the floor all the way down, and also asked the front desk, and they stated they have not seen a girl matching the description walking by the front desk. Now, why would they say that they never seen a girl matching the description walking by the front desk? Why would they say that? She stated that they walked back into the room after looking for Kenneka for a while and was not in the room. She stated that they called Kenneka's mother and told her that they could not find the victim, but they had her cell phone and car keys. She stated that Kenneka's mother told her to bring the car and cell phone back to her. She stated that they drove the car to Kenneka's house and gave her the keys and Kenneka's cell phone. A little while, Kenneka's mother dropped her off at her house, and she believes Kenneka's mother drove to the hotel to look for the victim. Okay, so understand everything that is playing out, peoples. A little while, Kenneka's mother dropped her off at her house. And then she stated that they drove the car to Kenneka's mother's house and gave her the keys and Kenneka's cell phone. Okay, so let's put this in perspective, people. Kenneka was supposed to be out of the hallway around the 3 o'clock hour. Franz Cave said that he came around the 3 o'clock hour. And I'm not just saying 3 o'clock. It's around between 3 something, but it's in the 3 o'clock hour. Okay. So it's the 3 o'clock hour. Franz Cave is up there and he says that he sees the girls. According to Shemaya, they were looking for Kenneka. And then they called Teresa. According to Lenora, they brought the car home at 4 o'clock. According to Franz Cave, he saw the girls at 5 o'clock still at the hotel in the main lobby. So help me to make this make sense. And according to Shemaya, all in the same interview, peoples, on 9/9/2017, she is supposed to be at home at 4:15, meeting up with the detectives at her house. And the detectives is supposed to be taking her back to the police station for an interview on 9/9. But she said earlier on 9/8 in the morning at 1 a.m. in the morning. So according to Shemaya, This didn't happen on 9/9. This happened on 9/8, according to Shemaiah. It couldn't have happened on 9/9, peoples. But according to Shemaiah, everybody knew, TM knew Kenneka was missing. Lenore knew Kenneka was missing. And there's no way that the police can be at Shemaiah's house on 9/9 if all of this stuff happened on 9/9. So do you see the conflicting stories, people? Who is lying? Who is lying, and how could they get the times and the dates so wrong, peoples? Why is it the time and the dates all meshing and matching up? Because there is major conflicting stories, peoples. And all of this couldn't have happened in the manner to which these people are speaking it. And we haven't even got to Bree's testimony. We haven't even got to Love's testimony. We haven't even got to Moniva's testimony, peoples. So according to these three people, Shemaiah, Franz Cave, and this unknown guy that was supposed to be in the party, things ain't lining up, peoples. I said it ain't lining up, peoples. And so it's all in the case files right there, peoples. It's in your face. So how could all of this stuff have happened on the 9th? If they were there on the 9th. And everything that they reference, people, they reference the Crown Plaza, not Schiller's Park, not the west side of Chicago, and certainly not the Marriott, peoples. So now we're going to go and we're going to look for Bree's testimony and Mr. Love's testimony. And we're going to see if Monifa gave testimony, peoples. That's what we're going to do. So you guys see how I broke that down? So how could all of this stuff have happened at the time to when they said peoples? It's impossible. It is absolutely impossible. But the one thing that they all did, people, was they all put Kenneka Jenkins in that hallway by the elevator around the 3 o'clock hour. They all admitted to that, peoples. Every last one of them. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Randall Robinson said, sorry, it's off topic. There's an active shooter in Kentucky right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to cover that right now because this is Kenneka's anniversary, and I don't want to switch topics off Kenneka. I'm going to stay on Kenneka right now, but I'll take a look at it. And there was another shooting that this young boy had did that the boy and the father is going to be charged. That I'm going to lightweight cover too, because I was looking at that earlier today. Hello, Mother Door One. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mother Door One says, hello, Edward Montz in chat. Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed night. And thank you all for coming in on the anniversary of this Kenneka Jenkins case. Peoples, let's go ahead and let's scan. Let's scan the case files because we got to look for Love's testimony, and we got to look for not only Love's testimony, but we got to look for Monifa's testimony. And we got to look for Bree's testimony. So let's go, peoples. Let's go. So I'm going to keep all of that up, and I'm going to keep that up. And let's go to the case files. Let's browse through the case files, peoples, because that's important that we find their testimony. So let's go to the narratives. So I'm going to start with 38 and work my way down and just see if it's any one of these. I don't know how long it's going to take before it opens. Oh, we're already at 38. Okay. So it's already open. Duh. All right. So let's see. Okay. So we already read that. All right. So let's go with 39. Okay. So it opens up immediately. So let's see what 39 is. So 39 is, let's see, critical reach bulletin said that I completed individuals were at room 920 late night of 9/8 2017, early morning 9/9. All bulletins were scanned electronic. Okay. Killer with Facebook, Mike with Facebook, Latifi with Facebook account, and all like this. Okay, so all information seeking information in smacks, pronounced P's as possible. Patrick Wonky, Winky, Quan, Pucky, Devon, first name, Tanea. Wonky, okay. So this is no interest to me. That's 39. Okay, let's go to 40. That's 39. So how would I know this is 40? Well, oh yeah, that's 39. Okay. I see now. Okay, so that's 39. Let's go to 40. So it's just going to be some time, people. I got to go through this because I got to find these things. So let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Tactical officers while conducting an interview was advised we were not in a is not for, when asked what time he arrived at Crown Plaza, September the 8th, 2007, he arrived around 11 p.m. for the party. So, okay, here we go again, peoples. Here we go again. Now, this is more testimony of the party being on September the 8th, not September the 9th. Okay, so let's see here. Is there anything that we... All right. Okay. Okay. Sister, okay. Knocking on doors looking for Kenneka when asked if we can. A phone number if we need to speak to her and to go to speak with a tie at neighboring building. All right, so let's see. And the phone came in is the security officer's hotel manager is prior to the girls leaving. Okay. 15. Came back to the hotel approximately until that they for real can't find Kenneka. He stated that Kenneka walked out the room. Okay, so let's see here. All right, so we'll go with this. We'll go over this. It says the following is a summary, not verbatim. Sergeant Douglas and Sergeant Kilos conducted an interview with Blank at his residence in Chicago the morning of September the 14th, 2017. Stepped out of his residence to speak with us. Chicago Police Department tactical officer stood by while we conducted the interview. We advised Blank that he was not in custody and he was free to leave at any time. Blank stated to detectives that he was a vice lord. When then asked him what time he arrived at the Crown Plaza Hotel on September the 8th, 2017, he stated that he arrived around 11 p.m. for the party. We asked Neff how he arrived there. He denied driving himself when asked. He stated to us that he drove with a female named C in a gray Buick SUV. He was unable to provide us with any information about her real name or any contact information for her. When then asked Blank if he saw Kenneka Jenkins at the party, he indicated that he did. He also stated that he knew that she used to party and drink before. When then asked specifically about September 8th of 2017 into September the 9th, 2017, he stated that Kenneka walked out the room and Blank walked out behind her, and Blank came back to the room approximately 10 minutes later and told the group partying that they were for real. They can't find Kenneka. When asked how many people was in a room at the time she left, he stated that there was approximately 15 people in the room at the time the girls came back and Kenneka was out of the room. When asked if anything she had been drinking at the party, Blank stated he saw her drinking Hennessy and Red Bull. So now this is where the Red Bull comes in. He was unable to tell us how much she may have drunk that night. He denied seeing her smoking or taking any pills when asked. So he never did see her smoking or taking any pills, but he can remember that she was drinking Hennessy and a Red Bull. When asked if any employees from the hotel came to the room, he stated that either a security officer or a hotel manager came to the hotel room and knocked on the door. He didn't see them, but heard that they asked the group to cut the music. He stated that it was prior to the girls leaving the room. When asked how he got home from the hotel party, he stated Bibby, later identified as Blank, was his ride home. He also indicated that Blank, his sister, and her cousin left together. Blank went knocking on the doors looking for Kenneka. When asked if he can remember anything else, he stated he remembers that the group was complaining that they were told by the hotel staff if they lost their parking ticket, it would cost them $200 to exit the parking due to the fee. Sergeant Douglas took a photo of Blank, and we concluded the interview at approximately 11:40 hours. As we were leaving, we were stopped by a female subject who identified herself as Miss Blank. Miss Blank stated that she was related to Blank and was concerned that we were interviewing Blank. We advised her that the interview was concluded and he was not in trouble. She provided us with a phone number if needed to speak with her. We then attempted to go speak with Lil Ty at a neighboring building. Nothing further. Okay, so it's not really nothing new that they're saying other than the simple fact that he is saying that she had a Red Bull and that she was taken out of the room and that the girls came in and said that they couldn't find Kenneka. But he never did see her smoking or popping pills. He just noticed her drinking Hennessy and a Red Bull. All right, so let's go to 41. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this ain't yielding us anything, so we're gonna close 41. Let's go to 42. Where to contact was okay. Let's see here. Mike and last known address. 3 vehicles parked in leads, not yielding any names. Okay, and that's it. So, all right. So that ain't yielding us nothing. Let's go to 43. Okay, well let's go to 44. Okay, let's see what that says. And a phone number was listed. Phone number. She didn't know killers. Thomas nothing further. Okay, 44 ain't yielded us nothing. Let's go to 45. All right, so let's look at 45. I contacted on September 7th, associated September with negative results and automatic driver's license was suspended. Suspended. Okay. That ain't yielding us any nothing. Okay. Let's go to 46. Okay. 46. He's not working at the store, Franklin Liquor, on early morning hours of September the 8th into September the 9th. He provided us with first-name security guard who was possible number that night, and I dug his possible looking at surveillance footage show the video cameras. He said the incident only had video retention up to 5 days. The latest footage was not available for us to review from September 9th, and he is going to assist. And okay, so this is not yielding anything. Okay, let's go to 47. Okay. 47. I did a phone dump on her phone. Investigator will cooperate with the investigation. Arrangements way to retrieve her phone. Nothing else. So 47 ain't yielded us nothing. All right, let's go to 48. Okay. 48. On 9/9, 2000, approximately 10:50 hours, conducted an interview with blank. Interview conducted at St. Rose. Did not know Kenneka on 9/8. Blank was at a residence with her sister Judy on 22 and were picked up by the phone, and the group left the residence. Again, I observed I ran into the police and okay. All right. The group of 5 girls met with and stated that she had taken a pill of ecstasy prior to attending a party. She said it was her own ecstasy she felt she had for a while from a disclosed individual who was not at any parties throughout the night. They stayed at the party out west for a short period of time. Okay, so now this is where T Slay is getting the party out west. All right. First mention of out west. So let's see if we can make some sensitives here. Okay. On 9/15/2017 at approximately 10:50 hours, I, Sergeant Douglas, conducted an interview with the listed subject. The interview was completed at blank in Chicago. The residence of blank blank stated the following in summary, not verbatim. Blank advised that she was at the Crown Plaza Hotel in room 926 during the early hours of 9/9. Blank Blank stated she did not know Kenneka Jenkins and to her knowledge had not seen her before the hotel party. So she did not know Kenneka Jenkins and to her knowledge had not seen her before the hotel party. On the evening of 9/8, Blank was at her residence on Eberhart Avenue with her sister, Blank Judy, between 2200 and 2300 hours. The two were picked up by Blank Kavana and Blank Nini. The group left the residence in Blank's vehicle, a black Mercury SUV. I observed the vehicle at the location on Carpenter, Bering, Illinois, registration Blank. It was ran through leads and returned to Blank as the registered owner. Blank further stated that Blank drove the group to pick up Blank Jazz at Brothers TY at a party out west. Okay, so Blank further stated that Blank drove the group to pick up Blank Jazz at Brother TY at a party out west. Blank also advised that the party was still in Chicago, but location is unknown. Okay, said that they came from Pease. He was talking with Pease in Zach TV interview, and he said that they just left a party out west. Okay, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You heard it yourself. Remember, they were saying they got goofy from there, right? So it ain't saying that Kenneka was at the party out west. It's saying that they left the party out west. Okay. Blank advised that the party was still in Chicago, but location unknown. Blank stated she had taken a pill of ecstasy prior to attending the party. She said it was her own ecstasy she had for a while from an undisclosed individual who was not at any parties throughout the night. They stayed at the party out west for a short period of time. Okay, so now this is where this is so stupid because first she said that she didn't know Kenneka. That's what she said. She said Blank stated that she did not know Kenneka Jenkins, and to her knowledge, she had not seen her before the party. So, if she did not know Kenneka, well, Blank stated that she had taken a pill of ecstasy prior to attending the party. Well, she's only what the detective is only interviewing her, not all of these other people. So this is bullshit, because how could she state that Kenneka had taken a pill of ecstasy prior to attending the party if she never did know Kenneka? You guys see what I'm saying? The detective is not interviewing 3 or 4 people. This is this person's some narrative that she's given to the police. So the detectives is not interviewing all of these kids. The detective is interviewing this girl who stated that she never did know Kenneka and never seen Kenneka at any party. You know, but yet can tell them that Kenneka had taken a pill of ecstasy prior to attending the party. She said it was her own ecstasy she had for a while. How would she know that? Right. But see, the thing is, the thing is, Pease may have said that, but again, what party? And it was at 12:30. You said Irene also said that she was there before the party started. Yeah, but they're saying they state that the party out west for a short period of time. She never said that Kenneka was at the party out west. She never said Kenneka was at the party out west. She said they stayed at the party. The group of 5 girls was at the party at TY's at TY at a party out west. So she never said that Kenneka was at a party out west. She said that the 5 girls met Blank's brother TY at a party out west. Blank advised that the party was still in Chicago, but location was unknown. So they never said that it was at the Marriott. She said it was her own ecstasy and had for a while from an undisclosed individual who was not at any parties throughout the night. They stayed at the party out west for a short period of time. Okay, so in essence, this woman don't know Kenneka, but she's going to try to say Kenneka had some pills and things, and that she was taking ecstasy. How could you say that Kenneka had some pills and was taking ecstasy when you just earlier said that you don't even know Kenneka and you never seen her at the party? That's what she said. Had not seen her before at the hotel party. Okay, so let's go on. The group was advised of a party in Rosemont by TY, who was later The group was then advised of a party in Rosemont by TY, who was later identified as blank. Stated that she went into a white Ford pickup truck with TY. Also in the white pickup truck was a Peasy, pronounced Peas, and 2 unknown male black subjects. Blank had no additional descriptors or contact information on Peas, are the 2 additional male subjects. She was unable to provide any pictures or social media from any of the subjects as well. The group then proceeded to the Crown Plaza. Blank stated that the girls she went to the first party with blank followed them in the black Mercury SUV to the Crown Plaza. So the 5 girls and all of these people were at a party on the west side of Chicago, but they never stated that Kenneka was there. They stated that they were there. Pease stated that he was there because he said it gets goofy out west. But they never put Kenneka at the party on the west side of Chicago. This girl did not put her there. But the girl said that Kenneka got hooshed up on some pills. But how could she say that Kenneka got hooshed up on pills when she just stated earlier she did not know Kenneka Jenkins, and to her knowledge had not seen her before at the hotel party? So what Kenneka is she talking about? She's certainly not talking about Kenneka Jenkins, right? So whoever she was talking about, saying that she had taken ecstasy pills before attending the party, who is she talking about? Because she ain't talking about Kenneka, because there is no Kenneka mentioned in this particular statement right here. She never mentioned Kenneka. So she's mentioning somebody had taken some ecstasy pills, but she never mentioned Kenneka. So I don't see how the people can get Kenneka from a girl who this girl claimed that she never met Kenneka Jenkins. She clearly told you that. And that she was at a party. Okay. So now let's go on, people. They said that they stayed at the party out west for a short period of time, but then they came to the Crown Plaza, because that's what she said right here. Blank further stated that the group arrived at the Crown Plaza at approximately 0200 hours and parked in the side lot, possibly the south of the building. The individual proceeded to the elevator and went to room 926. Blank stated that the group remained to be herself, Blank, I don't know what they're redacting, and two other unknown male subjects. Blank could not recall which entrance to the building they proceeded through, but was a side door and a long ramp to the elevator. We already know where they were going. Blank advised that they had brought with them a bottle of Hennessy to share amongst the 5 females. While at the party, Blank stated she already was messed up from the ecstasy and was further intoxicated from drinking a cup of Hennessy and smoking some of a blunt. Now, what she is hinting to is Kenneka. That's what she's hinting, but she never mentioned Kenneka. She's describing some girl, but she ain't describing Kenneka, because she said that she doesn't know Kenneka Jenkins. So it wasn't Kenneka who she was talking about. It was a girl playing Kenneka. Okay, here we go. Listen to this, peoples. Here we go right here. She informed me that the blunt contained marijuana and was being passed around the party and smoked by many. She was unsure if any additional drugs were at the party. There was drinking of liquor and smoking marijuana taking place to her knowledge. Blank stated she did not know anyone else at the party besides the individual she arrived with. She was unfamiliar with Kenneka Jenkins and did not know her prior. Again, she's reiterating, peoples, she did not know Kenneka Jenkins. That's what she said, peoples. She did not know Kenneka Jenkins. So here it is right here, peoples. Blank was unable to describe the activities or inactions of Jenkins because she did not pay attention to her while there. Blank did state that the party was chill with no unusual suspicious activity. Blank did not see or hear any arguments, sexual activity, or unusual behavior while in the hotel. Blank stated that there was approximately 20 people in the hotel room during the time she was there. She recalled someone from the hotel knocking on the door and advising to turn the music level down. She did not see the hotel employee, but was advised they did not enter the room. The group she came with left the hotel together at approximately 3 o'clock. She said that the group left because several of the girls have kids, including Blank, and needed to go back to Chicago. Blank stated that Jenkins was still in the hotel room when the group left, but was unable to describe any level of intoxication or individuals she had been speaking with. Blank further stated that there was nothing suspicious or that stood out at this party. Blank and the group left the hotel and proceeded to Chicago. She advised that Blank and the other two male subjects left in the white pickup truck to Chicago. She believed that they were going to Blank's residence. Blank and the females left to Chicago as well, with Blank driving her vehicle. She could not recall which route was taken. Blank and Blank were dropped off at their respective residence, while Blank and Blank went to Blank's residence at Blank's in Chicago and stayed there for the remainder of the night. Blank provided her Facebook account name as Blank. It was located in the URL found to be Blank. Blank had additional information to provide relating to this case. The interview was completed at this time. Blank were also at the location at this time and interviewed both Blank by Detective Kilos. A photo was taken of Blank and uploaded into the electronic reporting files. Chicago PD 9th District TAC officers were not notified of the interviews and stood by the area as they were being completed. The officers included all of the detectives. Okay, so now let's recap, peoples, because this is a lot to consume right here. This is a lot to consume. Y'all hold on for one moment. Okay, so we finally got confirmation from somebody who was down there, peoples, who clearly stated that it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And that Kenneka Jenkins wasn't the one who had the pills. That's what she said. That's what she said, peoples. The girl said that Kenneka wasn't the one who had the pills, peoples. So do we have a greater understanding? She said that Kenneka wasn't at the party out west. That's what she said. That's what she said. Kenneka wasn't at the party out west. It wasn't Kenneka, peoples. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And Kenneka wasn't at the party out west. Clearly, she wasn't talking about Kenneka. And this girl was here at the party. And she gave a good, wholesome, detailed account, peoples. And she never put Kenneka at the party out west. She never did, peoples. Clear as daylight. This lady, this girl is giving a good, wholesome, detailed account. So y'all hold on for a second. I'm trying to download this. Trying to post this to my chat room. So we got some light shed up on this. Let me see. How can I? Here, let me just go to this. Let me see if I can share. Let me just copy the link and then go to my Facebook and I'll call it up that way. And I'll call it in my channel. Let me go to Edward Joseph. There's the link there. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Okay, I said, notice that the police couldn't call, but I claimed everything is false. And she was another location. I'm not understanding the part. Martin. All right, so right, well that'll be answered in a moment. I see what you're saying, but that'll be answered in a moment. Let me go back to see what you got here. Okay. Right. And let me go right here. Let me see this, what you got. And let me copy that. And then let me go ahead and share that. Okay, I shared that. So let me go back and copy this. And let me share this. Yep. Like I said, people, it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. Nobody wanted to believe me. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. I kept telling you guys that. Nobody wanted to believe me, but now you believe me. Kenneka was never at that party out west. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. All right, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to play these videos that you just sent, and let's see if that sheds light in on anything that I was saying. Because it wasn't Kenneka at the party out west, as you can see. And the girl just told you that it wasn't Kenneka. So, all right, you guys hold on for a moment. Let me. Okay, hold on to your thoughts, because I don't want you to get way too ahead, because I'm trying to stay up on this so I can answer these questions. It's a lot to consume, so I don't want to get beyond where I am right now. So let's take a look at this and see what we got. All right, so let's go and let's take a look at this one right here. All right, people. So where is this at? By Facebook? Okay. So let me share my screen and let's take a look at this here.
If you don't know what you're looking at, turn your screen to the left, or as if you're watching a YouTube video with the full screen, and then you'll see it. So when Kenneka was turning the hallway, And it looked like somebody was grabbing her. You can clearly see somebody was grabbing her.
Okay, so this is full screen. All right, so let me go back here and let me see where I am on this video.
No respect for none of y'all. How y'all gonna?
So we'll go back to this right here.
Say like, what's I'm dead fucking serious. Like I just wanna like excuse my hair, whoever I'm here. Excuse my hair, cause but I'm trying to wait till these little views come in, cause I'm not understanding a lot of shit. Literally, like I'm really not understanding what the fuck going on. What's wrong? No, it's not. It's like it's just a problem. I got a problem with a lot of shit that's just been going on Facebook, bro. Like y'all ass ain't right. A lot of y'all ass ain't right. I feel like everybody on Facebook, I can't.
Back to what the oh well y'all, but y'all saw her name. I was gonna try to get the page for y'all, but make sure y'all try to support her. She's a real one, and whoever was talking with her in the video is a real one.
So now let's look at this video, peoples, and see if we can make some sense of this. I probably can just play this from the thing here. So let me do that. So let me share my screen, and I'm going to share this particular right there, peoples. Let's go.
Can you do the splits on the dick? Can you do a dick on the dick? She asked her mama, can you do the splits on the dick? Can you do a dick on the dick? Mama, she asked her mama. She asked her mama, can you do the splits on the dick? She asking her mama, can you do the splits on the dick? Can you do a dick on the dick? These the women you betray American men for? Fine. Fine. When you ask where the real men are, let this shit come to your fucking mind as you get invaded. She asking her mama, can you do the splits on the dick? molestation and abuse is so fucking rampant. No fucking men in the house. You doing this shit on the fucking social media and fucking internet with your daughters? She asking her mama, can you do the splits on the dick? What's up, splits on the dick, mother supporter? Let me see you do splits on the dick. Nothing but a dot society, dot offspring, dots and freezers. Can you get the splits on the dick?
Hey guys, how to easily.
All right, so there was some things in the posting that they tried to get you to see, but again, peoples, I'm going to go back and I'm going to slow down the video so you can't see the postings of what the people have posted and stuff. That's very important for you to see. All right, people. So let's go back and let's listen to that of what Zach TV had stated, peoples. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that video and let's listen to what Irene had to say, peoples, because now all of this ties into the so-called party that Kenneka was supposed to have attended, which she never attended, peoples. Kenneka was never at the party. Shamai never put her there because Shamai had stated that they were together earlier. In Shamai's testimony, she stated that they was together earlier. This young lady said that they were supposed to be going to the movies, but they were pressured into going to this party that Irene had. So I will start giving more credence to these other people who's giving testimony more so than these fake heifers that has supposed to have been Kenneka's friend that clearly left her outside the room. Clearly. Because everybody puts her there. We got Shamaya that put her there. We got the guy that was at the party that put her there. And then we have France Cave. That pretty much has put her there because at the time to when he came back, they were looking for her. So that's indicative of the fact that she was there in the hallway. Not at Schiller's Park, not at the west side of Chicago, and not at the Doubletree, to where T. Slay continues to keep saying, oh, she was at the Marriott. People, she was never at the Marriott. T. Slay can never show you a picture, a video, nothing. She can't prove nothing. Even on September the 7th, 2024, 7 years to date, she can't prove to you nothing. Is that all right, peoples? Now, you guys can still go listen to that madness, but after today, she said that she ain't going to be talking about the case no more. So good. Yay. So finally, Kenneka Jenkins community, we're going to have a reprieve now for T-Slay and Customs not to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case no more, so they don't have to continue to be spreading these lies and rumors and innuendos. And Jake the Pig either. It's not going to be talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case, so that's good. So hopefully she can be able to rest and not be pestered with this madness that they continue to spread. And so there it is, peoples. I mean, we're going to take a look at this, and we're going to go ahead and continue to keep searching the case files and see if we can ascertain even more testimony, peoples. Because according to the girl, Kenneka Jenkins wasn't hooshed up on no barbiturates, no pills, and no nothing. And she was not at the party on the west side. And there's no mention of Shamaya or Munifa or even Bree being there at the party on the west side. No mention of them whatsoever. So I want T Slay or T Slow or T Slut to tell me, how did she derive for Kenneka to be at the party on the west side of Chicago? How? Now we know that there was a party at the west side of Chicago based upon what the girl's testimony is. But we have yet to date to find anybody, peoples, in the case files that ever referenced Kenneka at the west side of Chicago. Now, the party happened at the west side of Chicago, but according to the young lady, they left the party and came to the Crown Plaza. So now we do know there was a party at the west side of Chicago, but the people left there and came to the party at the Crown Plaza. Did you hear what I said, peoples? So the question is, why would they go and unalive Kenneka and take her from the west side of Chicago's party and take her to the Crown Plaza, deceased? Or take her to the Marriott, deceased? And see, everybody kept referencing the 9th floor, peoples. But on the 9th floor of the Marriott, you cannot see a pool outside of any room in that tower. And the Marriott has never stated anything about any kids being there or even ordering a room there at their establishment and having the employees come to tell them to turn on the music. There is no mention of the Marriott whatsoever, peoples, period. That is T. Slow's imagination, figmentation of the imagination, peoples. It is false, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. And it's sad that her, Kelly, Nosy Bug, Jig the Pig, and Cussing of the Clown is spreading that madness. But peoples, let's go back and let's listen to this. And now, since we got some context to this, now let's piece it together. Because what Irene says is going to make a difference to how we look at this, peoples. Because I'm listening to every word what Irene says. And if it ain't lining up, peoples, well, then we got to deem Irene hilarious and nefarious. So let's listen in, people, to Irene Roberts. Let's go.
Yo, what's poppin', world? Today, on Zach TV1, it's a very, very, very serious issue. I know normally y'all used to not sitting in front of the camera, but today Zach TV is in front of the camera, you know? I just recently got back to Chicago from New York. I was out there for a week or so doing interviews, and in each and every borough that I visited, everyone was talking about the 19-year-old woman who was found dead in a freezer at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois, which is a west suburb. Everyone was pointing fingers to the staff, but mainly to her friends. One friend in particular who went freaking viral on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Snapchat, Periscope, every social media outlet out there known to mankind was this young lady right here who we have, Irene. Irene, how are you today?
Good, and you?
I'm blessed. I know you are a little stressed. I know it's been a lot going on. First off, I just want to say I sincerely apologize on behalf of everyone on Facebook that's bashing. How is it to take the criticism like that on social media?
It's hard. Everybody saying you did this to your friend, and on top of that, I lost a friend. So I'm crying on top of everybody saying you did this in inbox, private phone call.
Private?
Yeah, they was calling me private, telling me to help me, all this.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm like, you people sick. Like,
that's sick.
How they get my number, I don't know.
You want to know something crazy? While I was out of town, I saw something that was crazy to me. I saw someone release your address.
Yeah, my address is all in the media.
Are you serious?
People was in front of my house.
Like really processing or staking out, trying to catch
they
you?
really recorded my house. Like, okay, this is Irene Roberts' house right here.
Do you feel like your life is in danger now?
Yeah, I felt like I can't even go outside without being recorded.
And once again, people, we're at an undisclosed location right now for the safety of Irene, as well as the safety of her family. Have your family members received any threats?
Yeah, my mom, my sister, they tell me what they're gonna do to my son, all types of stuff. How they gonna kill him? Your son needs to die. You need to die. Like, I'm sick in the head.
Once again, on behalf of everyone out there, social media, I sincerely apologize. That's crazy. Sometimes you guys got to put yourself in the shoes of others. What if she was your daughter, your sister, your girlfriend, your grandchild? You wouldn't appreciate the harmful gestures and words, you know. But on another note, on that night, which was last Friday, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Last Friday, you guys went to a party.
Yeah.
The Crown Plaza in Rosemont, Illinois, west suburb.
Yeah.
Who party was it?
Mine.
It was your party.
Yeah.
Birthday party or just a regular?
It's my 21st birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. Your birthday party. You invited everybody.
Yeah, everybody was invited. It was a flyer on Facebook.
On Facebook.
That everybody shared.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at the party, were you with?
No, I rode my sister, my cousin, and my friend.
Okay, people, so I am back. It is almost the 9 o'clock hour. It is almost the 9 o'clock hour, and we got a little bit more to go in this live, but it's almost the 9 o'clock hour. And so I'm going to cut it off here, and I'm going to do just a little brief part 2, because we probably got about another hour or so, but I don't want to take it all the way that long. I really didn't want to go to 8 o'clock hour. I wanted to stop at 8 o'clock hour, but it already timed out up on Facebook. And so I don't want to go beyond the 9 hour mark. So I'm going to shut it off of here. I'll come back later on this morning, do the part 2 to this, and then close that out. But I want to say hello Wilmer Arterberry. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on this morning. All right, people. So we're going to close out. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for hanging in there for all of this time and for watching the live. I hope that this live had literally brought some clarity out of confusion, and I hope that you guys enjoyed it. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I greatly appreciate each and every one of you who had hung in there for all of this time to watch this live. I hope I have brought clarity out of confusion. And I will be back later on this morning, peoples, with part 2 to this live and to finish it out. And then stay tuned to all of the wonderful things that I got coming up. Clarity out of confusion in the Kenneka Jenkins case. So, until then, peoples, you guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you guys soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.